Section 24 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Chapter 7, William the Silent, by the Reverend George Edmundson, M.A. Part 1. On January 24, 1568, William of Nassau had, by sound of the trumpet before the palace in Brussels, been proclaimed an outlaw, unless within the space of thrice 14 days he submitted himself to the jurisdiction of the Council of Troubles, and this act of proscription had been followed by the kidnapping of William's eldest son from the University of Louvain. Before the allotted 6 weeks were out, the prince, on March 3rd, replied to the proclamation by a manifesto in which, pleading his privileges as a Knight of the Fleece and a member of the empire, he boldly refused to admit the competency of the tribunal before which he was summoned to appear. This was followed a month later by the publication of a lengthy defense of his conduct entitled Justification of the Prince of Orange against his calumniators. In this eloquent but somewhat prolix document, in the writing of which the well-known Protestant divine Languet had a share, William deals seriatim with the events of the previous years which were the causes of the troubles in the Netherlands, and endeavors to prove that the whole blame for the disorders which had occurred lay at the door of the government. In saying this, he was careful to shield the king personally by throwing the whole responsibility upon his evil counselors, and especially upon Granvelle. On the other hand, while upholding the loyal motives of the authors of the Compromise and the petition of the nobles, he declared positively that these steps were taken sans son aveu et à son insu, and refused to admit that in anything that he had done, whether in the council, in his government, or at Antwerp, could he be accused of not serving his sovereign to the best of his power, or of being actuated by any other motives than the good of the country and the security of the public peace. This justification, which was published in several languages, was, together with the previous refusal to obey Alva's summons, naturally regarded as an act of open defiance to the Spanish government. Nor was the defiance confined to words only. At the very time when he wrote his justification, Orange was busily occupied at Dillenburg, organizing an armed force to attack the dominions of the sovereign to whom, in his published apology, he professed fidelity. Roused by the arrest of Egmont and Horn, and by the arbitrary and vindictive measures of Alva, he did not scruple to issue commissions to his brother Louis and others to raise troops for the avowed purpose of expelling the king's armies from the Netherlands for the king's own good. William's chief difficulty was the financial one. In the smaller German states there were always plenty of mercenaries at hand, but the raising of money to pay them was no easy matter for an exile whose estates were in the hands of his enemies. However, he managed to get together 200,000 florins, half of which sum was subscribed by Antwerp, Amsterdam, and certain towns of Holland and Zeeland, the other half by private individuals. The prince himself gave 50,000 florins, Louis of Nassau 10,000, Cullenberg, Hoogstraten, and Vandenberg 30,000 each. John of Nassau pledged his estates on his brother's behalf, and William sold a large part of his plate and jewels. It seemed a mad attempt, with such limited resources, to venture to invade a land garrisoned by a large veteran army under the command of the most experienced general of the day, the representative of the mightiest and wealthiest monarch in existence. It might have been deemed impossible that so far-sighted and prudent a man as the Prince of Orange would embark upon so hazardous an adventure, and in fact his first efforts ended as they were bound to end in hopeless failure. That they were made at all is susceptible of only one explanation. A change had passed over the once gay, pleasure-loving, lavish young nobleman, who, with half-mocking indifferentism, had lightly promised that he would teach his Lutheran bride to read Amadis de Gaul and other such amusing books instead of the Holy Scriptures. His spirit had been moved within him by the sufferings and the constancy of the victims of persecution. By slow degrees, the Reformed doctrine had been gaining a stronger hold upon him. Since his exile, he had not only given himself to the once despised study of God's Word, but had asked the Landgrave of Hesse to send him an evangelical preacher to help him in his task. The whole tenor of his letters proclaims that his course was henceforth molded not chiefly, far less entirely, by political ambition, but by deep religious conviction that he was an instrument in the hands of God to rescue his countrymen from pitiless oppression at the hands of the Spanish tyranny. At times, amidst the stress and strain of his great struggle, the conduct of the Prince of Orange may be open to reproach, his methods liable to the charge of opportunism, but it is scarcely credible that the man did not believe he had a sacred mission to discharge who could thus write in his hour of darkest misfortune to his wife, "I am determined to place myself in the hands of the Almighty, that he may guide me where it shall be his good pleasure, since I see well that I must needs pass this life in misery and travail, with which I am quite contented, for I know that I have deserved far greater chastisement. I pray him only graciously to enable me to bear everything patiently, as I have done up to the present." His correspondence is full of similar passages. William's plan in the spring of 1568 was to invade the oppressed provinces simultaneously from 3 directions. A force of Huguenots and refugees was to attack Artois from France. Another, raised by Hoogstraten, to cross the frontier on the southeast near Maastricht. Another, under Louis of Nassau, to enter Friesland from the Ems. The 2 first-mentioned corps, numbering respectively some 2,000 and 3,000 men, were ignominiously routed and dispersed by bodies of Spanish troops sent out by Alva to meet them. On the expedition of Louis at the outset, brighter fortune smiled. The Duke had ordered Count Aremberg, governor of Friesland, to enroll a force of 2,800 choice veteran troops, and he dispatched Meghem with 1,500 more to support him, giving strict orders that the 2 commanders were not to risk an action until they had united. Count Louis, who had experienced much difficulty in keeping his undisciplined and irregularly paid mercenaries together, and had only succeeded in doing so by blackmailing the wretched inhabitants, had retreated before Aremberg to a strong position at Heiligerlee, approachable only by a single causeway across morasses. On the morning of May 23rd, the Spanish troops, pushing on in pursuit and feeling sure of an easy victory, found themselves suddenly floundering in the treacherous quagmire and suffered a severe defeat with heavy loss. Aremberg himself was killed, as on the other side Adolphus of Nassau, the brave young brother of William and Louis. The victory was a barren one, but it provoked Alva to take strong measures. The decree of May 28th, announcing the confiscation of the possessions of the Prince of Orange and the other exiled nobles, was followed by a number of executions, culminating on June 5th in the deaths of Egmont and Horn on the scaffold. The Governor-General then prepared to take the field himself in Friesland, at the head of an admirably equipped army of 15,000 men. He drove the discontented and almost mutinous bands of Louis before him until he succeeded in penning them up to the number of 10,000 at Jemmingen, in a small peninsula of land washed on all sides but one by the estuary of the Ems. The fight took place on July 21st. The resistance was slight, there was no way of escape, and an absolute butchery ensued. 7 Spaniards perished, 7,000 of their hapless opponents. Louis of Nassau himself escaped by swimming. Alva marched back in triumph, plundering and burning as he went, to Utrecht, where he held a magnificent review of 30,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry, with the view of striking terror into the minds of all would-be rebels. But though the prince's forces had been shattered in detail and all seemed lost, his indomitable spirit was not to be crushed even by a disaster like that of Jemmingen. "With God's help," he wrote to Louis, "I am determined to go on." In a series of manifestos, he appealed to the emperor, to the German princes, to Elizabeth of England, protesting that he was not a rebel, but was fighting in the best interests of his sovereign to preserve the civil and religious liberties of his countrymen from being trampled underfoot by an illegal and pernicious foreign tyranny. But his appeals fell upon deaf ears. Despairing of help in any of these directions, he next turned to the Huguenots of France, and in August was feeling his way towards an alliance with Coligny and Condé. Meanwhile, he had by strenuous exertions succeeded in the beginning of September in collecting near Romersdorf a force of 18,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry, Germans and Walloons. There being a lack of ready money, this army of mercenaries was in constant ill humor and not seldom on the verge of mutiny, and was only kept together by the leader's personal importunity and address, sometimes exerted at no slight risk to himself. With these troops, Orange crossed the Meuse on the night of October 5th and 6th, and advanced into Brabant, where he was joined by a reinforcement of French Huguenots. Knowing the time was on his adversary's side, William was anxious, as soon as possible, to join issue. But the cautious Alva, with a smaller but far better disciplined force, dogged the prince's steps, following him like his shadow, but always avoiding battle. On one occasion, however, he seized the opportunity of isolating a rear guard of 3,000 men and cutting them to pieces. It was here that Hochstraten received a slight wound from which he died shortly afterwards. Finding that nothing was to be done, William, whose army was clamoring for arrears of pay, withdrew on November 17th across the French frontier. He then disbanded his forces after selling what effects he had at his disposal to satisfy their demands. Followed only by a few hundred horse, he, with his brothers Henry and Louis, reached the camp of Admiral Coligny. The two younger Nassaus fought like heroes at the bloody defeats of Jarnac and Moncontour, but William was not present at either of these fights. For some unknown reason, he left the Huguenot army and made his way back through countless perils, disguised as a peasant, to German territory. His enemies have most unwarrantably seized upon this withdrawal from the forefront of danger as a sign that William was a coward at heart. He left the Huguenot camp probably because he saw that he was doing no good there to the cause which lay nearest to his heart. But though he returned to Germany, what could he do? Well might Alva write, "We may regard the prince as a dead man. He has neither influence nor credit." His failures, moreover, had well nigh destroyed any reputation he possessed for ability and leadership. Afraid of assassination by the agents of Alva, afraid of his creditors, afraid of being placed under the ban of the empire, he wandered about from place to place, not daring to take up his residence permanently at Dillenburg. And all this time his misfortunes were rendered doubly intolerable by the shameful conduct of his wife, Anne of Saxony. After the prince's departure from the Netherlands in 1567, her occasional violent outbursts of passion had given place to a morbid state bordering on frenzy. She poured forth incessant reproaches upon him. For some time she refused to live with him, and finally brought matters to a climax by absconding to Cologne and giving herself up there to a disreputable life. Up to the last, William had treated her with singular patience and kindliness, but all in vain. At last, in despair, her husband handed her over to the tender mercies of her own family. After an imprisonment of 6 years, she died insane. The name of Anne of Saxony may nevertheless be gratefully remembered in the Netherlands as that of the mother of Maurice of Nassau. With the complete failure of Orange's military enterprises, Alva's policy seemed triumphant. The man of blood and iron had tamed the men of butter. His emissaries and executioners were still at work throughout the provinces, but no one any longer dared to resist. It is indeed noteworthy how slight was the support given to the invading armies of the Nassaus, and how apathetic was the attitude of the population. The object of Alva's coming to the Netherlands was at least as much political as religious. To crush out autonomy as a prelude to crushing out heresy. The first persons on whom the heavy hand of retribution fell were not the sectaries, but the great Catholic nobles who had dared to make a stand on behalf of the time-honored liberties of their native land, the conventual clergy who had ventured to resist the taking away of their revenues for supplying incomes to Philip's new bishops, and the magistrates of the great municipalities, Catholic almost to a man, who had upheld the immunities of the towns against arbitrary exactions. Emigrants fled away in crowds, yet these by no means consisted entirely of Protestant refugees, but comprised numbers of abbots and monks, and quite a considerable proportion of rich and influential burgesses, who had nothing to fear on the ground of their religious opinions. The fate of Egmont and Horn and of Antony von Strahlen showed that the only way to escape the clutch of the Blood Council was to put oneself as speedily as possible out of the reach of its jurisdiction. Thousands therefore sought refuge from the tyrant in France, Germany, and England, while the bulk of the people bowed the neck to the yoke in the hopelessness of despair. But the very completeness of his triumph led the governor to take a step which was to undo all his previous work. Philip and his viceroy were always in want of funds. This perennial impecuniousness of the Spanish treasury was at this time accentuated by Queen Elizabeth's seizure at Plymouth, where they had sought refuge, of 5 Spanish vessels, bringing to the Duke 450,000 ducats. This unlooked-for loss was a most serious blow to Alva. His troops had long been without pay. Money must be had, and the only way to get it was in the form of taxes levied on the people. He therefore boldly proposed, at a meeting of the States General summoned at Brussels on March 20th, 1569, that the delegates should agree to 1. A tax of 1%, the 100th penny, to be levied immediately, but once only, on all property. 2. A tax of 5%, the 20th penny, on all transfers of real estate. 3. A tax of 10%, the 10th penny, on all articles of commerce, to be paid each time they were sold. The 20th and the 10th penny were to be granted in perpetuity. The Duke counted on thus raising an income of at least 500,000 florins, and as the assent of the states was in future to be dispensed with, it could be relied on to come in year by year without further trouble. It was, as he was good enough to explain, the Spanish system of the alcabala, which worked very well in his own town of Alva. But he forgot that what a despotic government might exact in a poor, thinly populated agricultural country like Spain, not even armed tyranny could compel in a thriving mercantile and manufacturing community like the Netherlands. This was not a question of theological creeds or of musty charters, but one which touched to the quick the interests of a population which lived by commerce. The matter was referred back from the States General to the provincial states, only to meet everywhere with the same strong opposition. Petitions poured in against the taxes from the magistracies, from public bodies, from commercial guilds, from private individuals. At last, by dint of threats, the states were terrorized into voting the payment of the 100th penny once only. But on the question of the other 2 taxes they were obdurate, and not till after prolonged struggles was a compromise agreed upon. Alva had to be satisfied with a payment of 2 million florins for 2 years, the term ending in August 1571. From this hour, the Duke's supremacy began to wane. His proposed taxes roused to fury the feelings of hatred against him. He had, henceforth, no friends. Even the pliant Viglius strenuously resisted him in the council, and such faithful adherents of the Spanish regime as Barlaymont, Noircarme, and Ayrshot joined with Viglius in the general chorus of condemnation. The bishops and clergy were on the same side, so too was Philip's council at Madrid. "Everybody turns against me," wrote the Duke, but he swore nevertheless that he would have his own way. When the town and district of Utrecht refused to pay the tax, Alva quartered the regiment of Lombardy upon them, and when the insolence and brutality of the soldiery failed to bring the citizens to their knees, the city and district were declared guilty of high treason, their charters and privileges were abolished, and all their property, real and personal, declared to be confiscated to the king's use. December 1569. All this time the Prince of Orange was hard at work through his agents, striving to rouse the people to active resistance, and as a first step to help in providing the necessary funds for equipping an army of invasion. The chief of these agents was a certain Jacques de Wezenbeek, formerly pensionary of Antwerp, between whom and William there was a constant interchange of letters. Wezenbeek traveled from place to place, mainly in Holland and Zeeland, making collections for the rebel cause and contriving plans for getting possession of various towns. In this correspondence we find William constantly expressing his willingness to come with an army, but reiterating that funds for paying the troops must first be raised, and Wezenbeek as constantly regretting that his collections bring in little, that the rich give less than the poor, but promising that if once the prince and his troops were actually in evidence, they would be ready to open their purse strings. The general chorus of disapproval that arose against the continued brutality of Alva's treatment of the Netherlands led Philip, slowly, as was his wont, to think that the time had come for proclaiming an amnesty. It was true that Alva himself, in claiming that he had restored the provinces to their rightful obedience to their king, without the least intention of irony, added, "and all this without violence." Alva's views of violence were fortunately, even in that relentless age, quite exceptional. Granvelle from Naples pressed on the king the necessity of using clemency. Already in February 1569, the subject of the amnesty had been broached with the governor-general. It did not meet with his approval, and he found it easy to put forward, as soon as pressure was brought to bear upon him, various reasons for delay. At last the king formally announced to him his will that an amnesty should be proclaimed before the arrival of his fourth bride and niece, Anne of Austria, who was coming down the Rhine to embark at Antwerp for Spain. Accordingly, on July 16, 1570, in the great square of Antwerp, the Duke, seated on a throne covered with cloth of gold, and with the bishops, councillors of state, and other dignitaries grouped around him, read before the assembled people the words of the royal proclamation. It was not a very indulgent document, since there were not less than 6 classes of offenders excepted. But to all others, pardon was offered on condition that they should, within 2 months, make their peace with the Church and receive absolution. This act of grace accomplished, Alva hastened to meet the new queen. Anne, however, despite the brilliant festivities which greeted her at Brussels, was painfully reminded that the reign of terror had not yet ceased when she was entreated by the Dowager Countess of Horn to plead with Philip that her younger son, Montigny, might be spared from sharing his elder brother's doom of death. Anne promised that this should be one of her first requests to her husband. She kept her word, but it was too late. There is no act of Philip's that has cast a darker stain on his memory than the execution of Montigny. From the moment when the Marquis of Bergane and Floris de Montmorency, Lord of Montigny, set foot in Spain in 1566 on their mission from Margaret of Parma, It had been the settled determination of Philip that they should not return. Their names had been entered in the king's book of remembrance as those of the leaders of the Netherland National Party, with Orange, Egmont, and Hoorn, and all 5 had been marked down for destruction. From the first, they were virtually captives. Bergan died in 1567, but his colleague lingered on in confinement in the castle of Segovia. His case, like that of other nobles charged with treason in their absence, had been brought before the tribunal of blood. Not till the unhappy man had been in prison 3 years was he sentenced to be beheaded as a traitor, his property being confiscated. For 6 months no action was taken, but Philip was alarmed at the armaments of Orange. He had received intimation of the new queen's promise to the Countess of Hoorn, and he resolved that Floris de Montmorency must die before her arrival. Philip hereupon arranged in his own cabinet, in its most minute details, an elaborate scheme by which Montaigne should in reality be privately strangled in the castle of Simancas, and yet that all the world should believe that he had died from fever. On the very same day, October 1st, 1570, on which Philip drew up the program of the splendid ceremonies that were to attend Anne of Austria's entry into Segovia, he penned an order to the governor of Simancas for the killing of his prisoner. Arrangements were made that a medical man should call at the castle for several days, bringing medicines for the treatment of one suffering from fever. It was represented to Montaigne that a private execution was an act of special grace from the king, and he was allowed to write out a will as if he were a sick man lying on his deathbed, and also to send a letter of farewell to his wife. On October 16th, between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, an executioner arrived and did his office. Thereupon the governor, acting on his secret instruction, solemnly informed His Majesty that despite the utmost care of the doctors, Montaigne had unhappily succumbed to his disease. Philip affected sorrow and ordered that the obsequies of the defunct should be performed with all the respect due to his rank, and that his servants should be supplied with suits of mourning. In the years 1570 and 1571, William and Louis of Nassau continued indefatigably active, the one at Dillenburg and Arnstadt, the other at La Rochelle and Paris, making preparations diplomatic and material for a new campaign. It was not, however, by military levies that the cause they championed was to gain its first solid successes. The year 1569 saw some 18 vessels armed with letters of marque from the Prince of Orange in his capacity as a sovereign prince, cruising in the narrow seas under the command of the Lord of Dolane. It was the insignificant beginning of that sea power which was destined ere long to cover the ocean with its fleets and to plant its colonies in every continent. These corsairs, for such they really were manned by crews of many nationalities, mostly wild and lawless desperadoes, hating papists and Spaniards with a fierce hatred and caring naught for dangers and privations, so long as they were provided with plenty of fighting and plundering. The sea beggars, gueux de mer, as they were called, speedily made their presence felt. Already in February 1570, 300 vessels had fallen a prey to them, and enormous booty. In April, the number of their ships had risen to 84. One great difficulty from the first confronted them: the lack of ports in which to take refuge and land their plunder. Everywhere they spread terror and alarm to such an extent that William, who found that no share of the spoil ever reached him, while their reckless acts of cruelty and pillaging brought disrepute on his name, determined, if possible, to subject them to better control. He accordingly drew up strict regulations as a condition to his issuing further letters of marque. One of these prescribed that 1/3 of the booty was to belong to the prince. The others dealt with matters of discipline, order, and religious observances. With the view of carrying these rules into effect, the Lord of Lambre was appointed to be admiral in the place of Dolane. The regulations remained a dead letter, No commander could control the crews, even if he wished, and the wild excesses of the sea beggars continued to be the dread of friends and foes alike. Under Lambre, their chief leaders were William de Blois, Lord of Treslong, a man as capable as he was fearless, and William de la Marck, Lord of Lumey, a worthy descendant of the famous wild boar of the Ardennes, bold, cruel, reveling in deeds of blood. Terrible barbarities were executed upon the hapless priests and monks and Catholic magistrates by the rovers as they sailed up and down the coasts and into the estuaries in revenge for Alva's persecutions, and vast stores of plate, church ornaments and treasures, and money ransoms were carried back by them to their ships. The difficulty as to finding harbors of refuge had been partly removed by the secret connivance of Queen Elizabeth. The beggars were allowed to put in at various English ports, there to refit and revictual their vessels, to dispose of their plunder, and beat up recruits. But suddenly this privilege came to an end. Strong representations were made to Elizabeth by the Spanish government, and as the Queen at the moment had no desire to irritate Philip, a proclamation was issued forbidding the rebels the use of the English havens. The consequences of this prohibition were momentous. A fleet of some 28 vessels under Lambre and Treslong, having been denied refuge in England, was cruising off the shores of Holland when a strong westerly wind forced it to seek refuge in the estuary of the Meuse and to cast anchor off Brill. Finding that the Spanish garrison had marched out to quell a disturbance at Utrecht, it was hastily determined, April 1, 1572, to seize the town. One of the gates was destroyed by fire, and the beggars, to the number of 600, marched in, pillaging the churches and religious houses, and treating with their usual barbarity all priests, monks, and Catholic officials whom they met. After collecting all the spoil they could, the marauders were on the point of returning to their ships when Treslong proposed that they should strengthen the fortifications and continue to hold the town as a place of refuge. It was no sooner said than done. The inhabitants were forced to take the oath to the Prince of Orange as stadtholder in the name of the king, and for the first time that flag was hoisted over the little port which was the symbol of the new sea power, on that day born into the world. Louis of Nassau at Rochelle, with his keen and alert spirit, at once saw the importance of this bold stroke, and forthwith turned his eyes to the yet more important town of Flushing, the key of Zeeland, which commanded the approach to Antwerp. Alva, too, after in vain attempting to recover Brill, gave orders that the garrison and defenses of Flushing should be strengthened, and that Pacheco, his famous Italian engineer, should do his utmost to complete the citadel which he had already begun. But he was too late. The citizens, urged by a messenger from Louis of Nassau, rose in revolt. Treslong hastened to their assistance. His wild mariners forced an entrance into the town and put to the sword the scanty Spanish garrison. Pacheco himself was captured and hanged. The consequences of this success were enormous. The sea beggars, whose ranks were now swollen by crowds of refugees, speedily made themselves supreme over the whole island of Walcheren, except the town of Middelburg. In a very short time they rendered themselves masters also of Delfshaven and Schiedam, and the movement of revolt spread like wildfire through Holland, Zeeland, Gelderland, Utrecht, and Friesland. The principal towns submitted themselves to the Prince of Orange as their lawful stadtholder and acknowledged his authority. End of section 24. Recording by Tad Davis. Section 25 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Chapter 7, William the Silent, by the Reverend George Edmundson, M.A., Part 2. Meanwhile, Louis of Nassau, who had been for a long time conducting elaborate and intricate negotiations with the view of obtaining help for the cause not merely from the Huguenots, but from Elizabeth of England and from Charles IX himself, had been to a considerable extent successful. The French king was persuaded that it was to his interest to assist the Nassaus, at least to the extent of giving them a free hand in raising troops and in invading the Netherlands from French territory. Louis, however, with all his high qualities, lacked something of his brother's prudence and caution. His first move, by its very suddenness and daring, was at the outset successful. With a small force, raised in France and paid for by French money, he dashed into Hainaut with such unexpected rapidity that he seized Valenciennes and then captured Mons, May 23rd, before Alva had made any move to oppose him. At Mons he fortified himself, but the population was doubtful and suspicious, and Louis found himself looked upon as an enemy as soon as he attempted to enforce discipline and raise supplies. An army under Don Frederick of Toledo, Alva's natural son, moved against him, and unable to advance as he had hoped into Brabant, he found himself blockaded in Mons by a superior force. There was hope, however, that William would come to the rescue, and so Louis prepared himself for sustained and vigorous defense. The almost simultaneous capture by the rebels of Brill and Flushing in the north, and of Valenciennes and Mons in the south, could not fail to distract and divide the Spanish forces and open the way to the army which Orange had so long been collecting on the eastern frontier. The prince, with his usual circumspection, at first received the news of the capture of Brill with doubtful satisfaction, but the subsequent seizure of Flushing, followed as it was by a series of successes elsewhere, lent a different aspect to the operations of the sea-beggars. William now surpassed himself by the variety and activity of his correspondence. His agents and fellow workers were to be found everywhere, many of their communications being written under feigned names and dealing apparently with ordinary business transactions. The two merchants, Georges and Lambert Certain, for instance, were none other than William and Louis of Nassau. Among those who toiled with the greatest zeal on his behalf were St. Aldehonde and Wesenbeek, not only by their personal intercourse with others as they moved about from place to place, but by their prolific pens and by a skilled literary power especially notable in St. Aldehonde. Two publications of this date had a great effect in stirring up the popular feeling in William's favor. The one was the famous war song of the revolt, the Wilhelmus van Nassau, still the national hymn of the Netherlands, the authorship of which is almost universally assigned to St. Aldehonde. The other was the eloquent appeal to the people, which soon after the taking of Brill was scattered broadcast through the country as if emanating from the Prince of Orange, but which recent evidence shows to have been written by Wesenbeek in William's name and without his knowledge. But lack of funds was still the burden of the letters from Dillenburg. Contributions from Elizabeth and Charles IX had indeed helped to replenish the prince's empty treasury, and to this had been added a portion of the booty captured by the sea-beggars. But the collections made in the provinces themselves had not as yet yielded much. But the sight of Brill and Flushing in the hands of Orange's followers not only caused other towns to throw open their gates, but led the rich burghers to open their purses. The first to offer from his private resources a large sum to William was Arend van Dorp, a man of position in Vera and Zevenbergen, who went in person to Dillenburg and on May 23rd placed 10,000 florins at the prince's disposal. It happened that at that very time a number of German princes had met at the castle to discuss the question of raising troops to serve under Orange. The action of Van Dorp had no small effect in increasing the prince's credit and in inducing them to give the permission that was required. Such was the vigor with which the enlisting was now pressed on that on June 29th William set out from Dillenburg at the head of 1,000 horse, and on July 9th was able to cross the Rhine near Duisburg with some 20,000 men and to penetrate into Gelderland. He quickly took Roermond, but this success was marred by the sacking of churches and the barbarous treatment of the priests and monks in the town. Though in all his proclamations William always laid stress on his desire for religious toleration, his lack of ready money made him dependent upon his unpaid soldiery. From Roermond the prince advanced into Brabant, but here the news reached him that a force of 5,000 Huguenots, which the Seigneur de Genlis was leading to the relief of Mons, had been cut in pieces by the Spaniards. Always timid as a general, William retreated and pitched his camp at Hellarde on the banks of the Meuse, close to Roermond, and did not move again till August 27th. He then marched into Limburg, and again his course was marked by excesses and destruction of property, the desecration of churches, and the killing and maltreating of ecclesiastics. Herentals, Tirlemont, and Diest fell into his hands, but Louvain shut her gates against him. Passing on, he arrived within a league of Brussels, but although the Spanish garrison was very small, such was the terror created by the misdeeds of William's mercenaries that the Duke of Archat had no difficulty in rousing the inhabitants to resist. The prince did not feel himself strong enough to besiege the town, which he had hoped would welcome him. At this moment of discouragement, information was brought to him of the massacre of St. Bartholomew. All his plans had been framed on the confident expectation that Coligny, according to the understanding with him, to which the French king had been a party, would come to his help with 12,000 arquebusiers. And now his hopes were dashed to the ground. Quelque de monsieur cela nous était, he wrote to his brother. My sole hope was from the side of France. A bold dash southwards might still have saved Mons, but Orange turned to the north, where for a while he seemed successful. Archiepiscopal Malines was surrendered to him, and shortly afterwards Termonde and Oudenarde shared the same fate. A considerable part of the southern provinces was already in his power, but Alva was pursuing a masterly game of his own. The issue of the campaign, he knew well, depended upon the capture of Mons, and to effect this he deliberately denuded the rest of the country of troops. William also saw that his successes elsewhere availed little if he allowed Louis and his army to be taken prisoners, so at last he turned his steps towards Hainaut. On September 11th he reached the village of Harmigny, about a league from Mons. During the following night the Spanish captain, Julian de Romero, at the head of a body of 600 men, who, to prevent mistakes in the dark, each wore a white shirt over his armor, made their way stealthily into the camp of Orange, where the camisards all but succeeded in capturing William himself asleep in his tent. He was, however, awakened by a favorite lapdog that lay at his feet and escaped just in time. But some 800 of his followers were slain, and the moral effect of the blow decided the issue of the campaign. On the following morning the prince gave orders to retreat and ignominiously made his way back to Malines. The expedition, so long and laboriously prepared, thus utterly collapsed, and William was pronounced to be not only incapable as a general, but pusillanimous as a man. 6 days after the affair of Harmigny, Mons surrendered. Alva granted the garrison most favorable conditions and showed the most punctilious courtesy to the chivalrous and unfortunate Louis of Nassau, who, prostrate with fever, was borne out on a litter. Slowly he made his way to Roermond and thence to Dillenburg, where, under the skilful nursing of his devoted mother, he once more recovered his health. William, meanwhile, saw that, so far as the southern provinces were concerned, the game was up. But in the north, the spirit of resistance to Spanish tyranny was still vigorous, and the prince now made up his mind to throw in his lot for good and all with the brave Hollanders and Zeelanders who were so gallantly struggling against overwhelming odds, being resolved, as he wrote October 22nd to his brother John, to maintain the affair there as long as possible, and decided to find there my grave. From henceforth, William, though in name a Provençal prince and a German count, became a Netherlander pure and simple, and absolutely identified himself with the interests and fortunes of the people to whom he was already bound by so many ties. After the success of the sea beggars in capturing Brill and Flushing, and the adhesion of a large number of towns to the cause of which the Prince of Orange was the champion, Alva's authority had practically ceased to exist in Zeeland, Utrecht, Overijssel, and Friesland, except in places garrisoned by Spanish troops. In the early summer of 1572, William, as stadtholder in the name of the king, had issued a summons to the states of Holland to assemble. Deputies were sent by 8 towns and met on July 15th at Dort. St. Aldehonda, as the prince's representative, addressed them in a long and eloquent speech, with the result that William was by a unanimous vote recognized as lawful stadtholder. Liberty of worship was to be established both for Protestant and Romanist. Delamarck was appointed to be admiral, Paul Boyce, so well known later, to be advocate, and a large and liberal grant of supplies was voted for the prosecution of military operations. William, therefore, as he traveled from Enkhuizen through Haarlem and Leyden to Delft, where he fixed his permanent abode, found everywhere a resolute people and all the elements of a regular government, in which he exercised an almost dictatorial authority. At the beginning of the year 1572, Alva had fallen considerably in his master's esteem, and the Duke of Medina Coeli had been sent from Spain to inquire into his conduct of affairs, and no doubt finally to supersede him, as Alva had himself superseded the Duchess of Parma. But Medina Coeli, after narrowly escaping capture by the sea beggars, found that the dangers of invasion which threatened the provinces from so many quarters demanded the strong hand of a military chief rather than of an administrator, and Alva retained his governorship. In denuding the country of garrisons in order to concentrate a great army round Mons, and in refusing to be tempted by Orange's advance and successes from the prosecution of the siege, the Duke played at once a bold and cautious game. He staked everything on the venture. But when Mons was captured, and the mutinous army of his adversary melted away before its first reverse, Alva's thoughts immediately turned to vengeance. The danger had been great, the retribution must be exemplary. Malines was the most important of the towns which had surrendered to the Prince of Orange, and on it fell the first brunt of his wrath. In vain the clergy begged the governor to have pity. The town was for 3 days handed over to the tender mercies of a brutal soldiery, who tortured, pillaged, and maltreated the inhabitants, without making any distinction between Romanist and Protestant, Loyalist and rebel. At length, gorged with plunder, the troops under Don Frederick of Toledo moved northwards in search of other prey. Worse still was to follow. The sack of Zutphen was even more horrible than that of Malines, and the utter destruction of Naarden by fire and by sword was more inhuman in its cruelty than either. In this little town nearly the whole population, men, women, and children, were deliberately butchered. "It has been by the permission of God," Alva wrote to the king, "that they have been so blinded as to wish to resist in a town that no one in the world would have thought of defending, so weak was it." Naarden was near to Amsterdam, and while Don Frederick was forcing his way to the Zuider Zee, another Spanish force under Mondragon had reconquered the greater part of Zeeland. At the head of 3,000 men, this intrepid leader had, at the end of October 1572, marched at the ebb tide across the shallow channel 10 miles broad, which separates the island of South Beveland from the mainland, and had seized by surprise its chief town, Terhos. The water, as they crossed, rose to the breasts and shoulders of the soldiers, but their deeds of horror had filled the minds of the stern Hollanders and Zeelanders with the fierce and indomitable courage of despair, and the long, narrow strip of swampy, half-submerged land stretching from the Scheldt to the Helder became the scene of one of the most prolonged and ferocious struggles that the world has ever seen. The great port of Amsterdam had remained loyal to the king, but only 10 miles distant lay Haarlem, a very hotbed of fierce Calvinism. The road between the two towns passed along a narrow causeway following the dike, which parted the vast mere known as the Haarlem Sea from the estuary of the Aa, which was really an arm of the Zuider Zee. Haarlem was thus protected by two great sheets of shallow water to the east and north. On the south was a large wood, and a few miles to the west beyond the sand dunes, the ocean. Against this rebel town, at the beginning of December, Don Frederick advanced from Amsterdam at the head of an apparently irresistible army of 30,000 Spanish, Walloon, and German veterans, expecting that he could easily carry the weak defenses of the place at the first assault. But the fate of Zutphen and Naarden had roused in the citizens a stubborn and almost frenzied spirit of resistance and defiance. The garrison numbered about 4,000 men, and their commander, Ripperda, was a man of conspicuous bravery and unflagging energy and resourcefulness. After a fierce bombardment, the Spaniards, on December 21st, tried to effect a lodgment in the town by storm, but the assailing columns were beaten off after desperate hand-to-hand fighting with heavy loss. Thus foiled, Don Frederick changed his plans. His engineers set to work for a formal siege by regular approaches. Amidst the bitter cold and icy fogs of midwinter, by night as well as by day, the struggle went on above ground and below as besiegers and besieged mined and countermined, and breaches were made in the ramparts only to be repaired under cover of the darkness. At last, on January 31st, 1573, Toledo ordered another great assault. It ended, like that of December 21st, in grievous loss and failure. Toledo was now disposed to give up in despair, but Alva threatened to disown him as his son if he retired. The siege was therefore turned into a blockade. Since Haarlem could not be captured by the sword, it must be reduced by famine. As week after week passed, the investing army was for some time in an even more sorry plight than that within the walls. Spaniard and Hollander strove to outvie one another in deeds of savage cruelty and vengeance. The gibbets on the town walls and in the Spanish camp stood face to face, each garnished with its crop of victims, neither side giving quarter. Toledo announced the defeats of the relief armies by throwing into the town the heads of captured leaders with suitable inscriptions. The citizens replied by rolling a barrel into the Spanish lines containing 11 heads, with the statement that 10 were for payment of the 10th penny to Alva, the 11th for interest for the delay in discharge of the debt. The besieged also did their utmost to shock the religious feelings of their adversaries by parodying the Catholic rites and ceremonies on the ramparts. Savage religious intolerance was equally rampant on both sides, and if the Spaniards exacted bloody reprisals on the garrison, no small provocation had been given. Meanwhile, the Prince of Orange had been exerting himself to the very utmost for the relief of the town, but in vain. A force of 3,000 men under de la Marck was completely cut to pieces. A second under Battenberg subsequently met the same fate. At first, under the long, dark, foggy nights, communication was kept up with the town by means of swift skaters over the frozen water. But as spring came on, this mode of approach had to be changed for that of shallow boats creeping through the rushes, protected by a flotilla on the lake, But the Spaniards succeeded in introducing a fleet under Bossu from the A, which after a long and bloody engagement vanquished William's ships and thus cut off all communication with the town from outside. A last despairing effort was made in July by a force of 4,000 undisciplined volunteers, again under Battenborg, but these were easily routed by the veteran troops of Don Frederick, and their leader was killed. At last, on July 11th, 1573, the town, after shoe leather, vermin, and weeds had been consumed by the famishing inhabitants, surrendered. Of the 4,000 men who formed the garrison, only 1,600 survived. All of these, with the exception of the Germans, were deliberately butchered in cold blood, and their gallant leaders, Ripperda and Lancelot Brederode, were hanged. Some 400 of the principal citizens were likewise put to death, but the rest were spared, and the town was saved from pillage on consenting to pay a fine of 250,000 guilders. The Spaniards had suffered even more terrible losses during the 7-month siege, at least 12,000 men having perished, more by disease and privation than by the sword. William had to endure many reproaches for his failure in relieving Haarlem and for not having taken the field in person, but he knew that the continuance of the struggle depended upon his life. He had, indeed, a difficult part to play. The very staunchest of the patriots began to despair, but the spirit which breathes through all William's utterances at this time is that of absolute trust in God and submission to his will. When his followers urged that the cause was hopeless without an alliance with some great potentate, he nobly replied, "When I took in hand to defend these oppressed Christians, I made an alliance with the mightiest of all potentates, the God of hosts, who is able to save us, if he choose." The splendid defense of Haarlem had, however, wide-reaching effects, and Alva, already in bad odor with the king for his failure in pacifying the country, became more and more embittered when he found that the fall of that town and what he was pleased to call his clemency to its inhabitants did not lead to a general submission. He actually advised the king to allow him utterly to destroy and burn to the ground every town that showed resistance. In August, he dispatched Don Frederick at the head of 16,000 troops to attack Alkmaar, with orders to put every living creature within the walls to death. But the burghers, about 2,000 in number, valiantly defended themselves. An assault, after desperate fighting, was driven off with heavy loss to the Spaniards. By the Council of Orange, the dikes were cut, and Don Frederick saw himself in danger of being hemmed in by the rising waters. So after a 7-week siege, he abandoned the attempt to take the town. The retreat of his soldiers, mutinous for want of pay, was marked by rapine and disorders of every kind. With this defeat, all hope of being able to advance victoriously through Holland was at an end. Even greater success attended the beggars upon the sea. Off Enkhuizen, the Spanish fleet was, on October 11th, completely worsted by the Dutch, and Admiral Bossu himself was taken prisoner. William was thus able to make the admiral's life a hostage for that of St. Aldegonde, who had been surprised and seized by the Spaniards at Maaslands-Luis. The Duke of Alva, detested throughout the Netherlands, accused by the Royalists of bringing disaster on the country, ill-supported by the king, with no money to pay his mutinous soldiery, and with the fleets of Orange riding triumphant on the Zuider Zee and the Meuse, now besought his master to appoint a successor to him in a post in which he had sacrificed health, strength, and reputation. His request was granted, and the Grand Commander, Don Luis Requesens, was appointed to take his place. On December 18, 1573, Alva left Brussels for Spain, having persisted to the last in the truculent and pitiless policy which had marked the 6 blood-stained years of his rule. The coming of Requesens was marked by repeated efforts to bring about a settlement through direct negotiations. Marnix, in his captivity, was prevailed upon to urge the prince to make terms. Various intermediaries, Dr. Leoninus, Hugo Bonticus, Champagny, and others, engaged with him in correspondence or had interviews with him on the subject, but it was all in vain. William could never be moved from the inexorable three conditions which he had always laid down as the basis for any accommodation: freedom of worship and liberty to preach the gospel according to the word of God, the restoration and maintenance of all the ancient charters, privileges, and liberties of the land, the withdrawal of all Spaniards and other foreigners from all posts and employments, civil and military. Unless these conditions were granted, the Hollanders and Zeelanders would fight to the last man, and, as he wrote to his brother John, "If these poor people should be abandoned by all the world, yet if they are obstinate in resisting as they have been hitherto, it will cost our enemies the half of Spain, both in money and in men, before that they have triumphed over us." Meanwhile, the stadtholder identified himself yet more closely with the cause he had made his own by publicly, October 23rd, declaring himself a member of the Calvinist communion. There can be little doubt that this step was taken by William of Orange from motives of high policy to strengthen his authority in the provinces which he had just induced to give him almost sovereign powers, and devote him what they had refused to Philip II, a large fixed subsidy. The prince was undoubtedly more sincerely religious than either Elizabeth of England or Henry of Navarre, but in him, as in them, the instincts of the statesman and the patriot were stronger than his convictions in favor of any particular creed. The impulse that led him, in an age of bigotry and persecution, to uphold consistently liberty of conscience to the individual and toleration of all forms of belief in law-abiding citizens, influenced him to profess openly the predominant creed of his followers, that he might thus be enabled the more easily to control their fanaticism. The same spirit is to be discerned in all his negotiations with foreign powers. His one object was to obtain help, and to get this he was willing to make almost any concession or sacrifice, and to bear patiently any amount of false dealing, chicanery, and even downright rebuffs. With Elizabeth, with Charles IX, with the Emperor, and the German princes, he was in constant communication, indefatigably striving to obtain their good offices to the Netherland cause by playing off the hopes and fears of one against another, and those of all against Philip of Spain. He was ready to acknowledge Elizabeth as sovereign of the Low Countries, and to hand over to her several towns as pledges if she would openly give the rebels armed assistance. But Elizabeth, though at times she allowed both men and money to be sent from England, would not take any definite steps of hostility against the Spanish king or give any positive promises. The same offer was made to Charles IX. Compensation was offered to France in the southern provinces, and the sovereignty to one of the king's brothers. Here again, however, though help was given secretly, little could be achieved. Charles was nearing the end of his days. The Duke of Anjou had just been elected King of Poland. The Duke of Alençon was suing for Elizabeth's hand and intriguing with the Huguenots. If Orange's methods do not always commend themselves for straightforwardness, if he met duplicity with duplicity and cunningness with greater cunning, it must be remembered that he was reduced at times to almost desperate straits, and that those with whom he had to deal were absolutely unscrupulous. The volumes of Gauchard are full of evidence as to the continual plots that were on foot to end his life by the knife or bullet of the assassin, and prove, moreover, that Philip and his chief counselors deemed that such an act, if consummated, would be not only excusable but meritorious in the eyes of heaven. Requesens received repeated orders from Madrid to find some means of dispatching both William and Louis of Nassau, and far from demurring, the Grand Commander only expressed regret that there was small hope of success unless God should help him. The prince, on his part, fully informed, through the agency of his paid spies, of all that passed in Philip's inmost counsels, was able to avoid all the traps laid for him, and despite so much provocation to retaliate, there is not a shred of testimony to show that he ever stooped to employ against his adversaries the same base and cowardly weapons which so frequently threatened his own life. The beginning of the year 1574 saw Leyden invested by the Spaniards in great force, and Mondragon shut up in Middelburg, the last stronghold that remained to the king in Zeeland. The issue in the case of Middelburg depended upon the mastery of the sea, and its fate was determined by a bloody victory gained by the fierce sea-beggars under the command of Admiral Boisseau near Bergen, over the Spanish fleet under the very eyes of the Governor-General. Mondragon surrendered on honorable terms after being reduced to the last extremity on February 18th, and Zeeland fell into the hands of the rebels. But this success was immediately counterbalanced by a heavy disaster. Louis of Nassau had been busily engaged all the winter with his wonted energy in raising troops, with the intention of leading a force to the help of his brother and of effecting a diversion for the relief of Leyden. He wrote personally to Charles IX, pleading eloquently for help and not without effect. With a large sum of money received from the French king, he hastily equipped a force of some 7,000 foot and 3,000 horse, a force of mixed nationalities, partly volunteers, partly mercenaries, with no cohesion or discipline, and at once crossed the Rhine. With him were his brothers John and Henry, and Christopher, son of the Elector Palatine. After failing in an attempt to take Maastricht by surprise, he advanced along the right bank of the Meuse in the hope of being able to join William, who had set out to meet him at the head of 6,000 men. But a strong body of royal troops, under the command of the skillful and experienced old soldier Sancho d'Avila, managed to fall unexpectedly upon the disorderly array of the Nassaus at Mokerheide near Nijmegen, and with scarcely any loss utterly annihilated it. Count John escaped with his life, but his two brothers and Duke Christopher were never seen again. Scarcely less to be regretted than the chivalrous Louis of Nassau, whose enthusiasm and restless energy had played so great a part in the stormy history of his times, was the gallant Henry, the youngest of the band of brothers and the third to lay down his life for the cause of liberty. The one was but 32, the other 24, and their loss was a grievous blow to William, who loved them both. The invasion of Louis followed as it was by a mutiny of the royal troops who, irritated by not receiving their arrears of pay, had chosen a general of their own and seized Antwerp, led to a suspension for 2 months of the siege of Leyden. Unfortunately, the inhabitants failed to utilize this interval by laying in an adequate store of supplies. On May 26, the powerful Spanish army under Valdez again invested the town, and by means of a circle of redoubts completely shut out all hope of military relief. It was now that William conceived the desperate plan of submerging the land and conducting a fleet across the flooded fields to attack the Spaniards in their entrenchments. He succeeded in persuading the states of Holland to order, on June 30th, that the dikes should be cut and the sluices opened, thus allowing the pent-up waters of the sea, the Rhine, the Waal, and the Meuse to swallow up with their devastating flood the fruits of the painful labor of centuries. It is better, he said, to ruin the land than to lose the land. Such was his convincing argument. The waters, however, spread but slowly, and hope began to sink in the hearts of the brave defenders of Leyden. At this critical moment, too, William was himself stricken down by a violent swamp fever. The report spread that he was dead. But his indomitable spirit, even on his sickbed, never gave way, and he continued to write letters and dispatches, and to urge on the preparations for relief. 200 vessels of light draught were collected under Admiral Boisseau, armed and manned by sea-beggars of Zeeland. but contrary winds prevented the waters from rising sufficiently high to carry the ships to Leyden, through whose streets the gaunt spectre of famine was now stalking. Driven to despair, a number of the citizens gathered one day round the heroic burgomaster, Van der Werf, who had been throughout the soul of the defense, and began reproaching him with their calamities. But he told the half-famished murmurers that he had taken an oath not to yield the city and would keep his word. "Here is my sword," he exclaimed. "Plunge it, if you will, into my heart, and divide my flesh among you to appease your hunger, but expect no surrender as long as I am alive." From that day forth there was no more flinching. At last, on October 1st, the wind changed, a furious westerly gale arose and drove the waters over the land, and Boisseau's vessels, sailing through trees and farm buildings, across the intervening country, at length made their way to the Spanish lines. A succession of desperate combats placed the outermost forts in the assailants' hands. The strongest yet remained to be taken, but further fighting proved unnecessary. Seized by a panic, lest they should be overwhelmed by the rising flood, the Spaniards abandoned the rest of their defenses during the night and fled. On October 3rd, the ships of Boisseau, laden with provisions, entered Leyden in triumph. A letter was at once sent to the stadtholder and reached him at Delft in church. After the sermon was ended, the glad tidings were read out from the pulpit, and then William, still weak from his illness, hurried off to congratulate the citizens of Leyden on their marvelous defense and yet more marvelous rescue. In honor of this great deliverance, he founded the university which has since for 3 centuries made the name of Leyden illustrious in all branches of learning. End of section 25. Recording by Tad Davis. Section 26 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Chapter 7, William the Silent, by the Reverend George Edmundson, M.A., Part 3. During the 9 months that followed, there was practically a cessation of hostilities. The Spanish armies were mutinous for lack of pay, Requesens with his empty exchequer being unable to satisfy their demands, and hampered by opposition even from among the Belgian loyalists. "As to hatred for our nation, those who are in the service of your Majesty do not yield in any way to the rebels," he wrote to the king. Requesens was a man neither of strong character nor of popular manners, and unable to speak the language of the country. Nor did Philip, who, after the death of his favorite, Ruy Gomez, had been seized by a distaste for affairs, do anything to make the governor-general's task more easy. Something like a deadlock ensued. Requesens complained, April 7, 1575, that for 5 months he had not received a single communication from His Majesty. In these circumstances he endeavored to find a way out of his difficulties by negotiations. Envoys were sent to the Prince of Orange to try to win him over by favorable terms. Conferences were held at Breda, but with no result. The utmost concession that Philip would make to adherents of the Reformed faith was that they should be allowed an interval of time in which to sell their property and leave the land. Neither the states of Holland nor Zeeland nor the stadtholder would listen for a moment to such conditions. These months of comparative repose were not, however, spent by the prince solely in futile negotiations. On June 24, 1575, he married Charlotte de Bourbon, daughter of the Duke of Montpensier, and thus a member of the royal house of France. This event cast a peculiar light on William's temperament and character. His wife, Anne of Saxony, was still alive, and Charlotte de Bourbon was a runaway and renegade nun. Having secretly embraced the Reformed faith, she fled from the Abbey of Jouarre, of which she was head, to the Puritan court of Heidelberg, to place herself under the protection of the Elector Palatine and his wife. It was soon after this that during a passing visit to Heidelberg, 1572, William had made her acquaintance. He had never seen her since, but he now asked her to be his wife, and she consented. In vain, Charlotte's father angrily refused his consent. In vain, the Elector of Saxony and Landgrave of Hesse stormed. In vain, his own family remonstrated, and his only surviving brother wrote long letters of sorrowful reproach. Having obtained from 5 Protestant divines a formally attested statement that they held him free to marry again by human and divine law, he sent Aldegonde to conduct his bride from Heidelberg to Emden and thence to Brill. On the very day after her arrival on Dutch soil, the wedding was celebrated with much ceremony and festivity at the church of Brill, and La Nonne, as his enemies called her, became Princess of Orange. The union proved to be one of the greatest happiness, and Charlotte was worthy, by her qualities of both head and heart, to share William's fortunes. After the failure of the conferences at Breda, hostilities were renewed by the Spaniards with energetic determination. The Royalist forces amounted to 50,000 foot and 5,000 horse, and were irresistible in the field. Oudewater and Schoonhoven were captured in August, and then Requesens conceived the bold project of emulating the great achievement of Mondragon in 1572 by marching a force through the shallow waters to seize the islands of Duiveland and Schouen. Close to Tolen, which had remained in Spanish hands since Mondragon's adventurous conquest, lay a small, deserted islet known as Philipsland, which careful soundings had revealed to be connected with Schouen by a narrow ridge of submerged land. By following this ridge at low water, it was possible to wade across the strait, 4 miles wide, which separated the islands. A narrower and yet more shallow piece of water divided Duiveland from Schouen. For this enterprise, Requesens selected 3,000 men, consisting in equal parts of Spaniards, Walloons, and Germans, all picked troops. Half were placed under the old hero Mondragon, the other half under the equally experienced Don Osorio d'Ulloa, who was the actual leader of the forlorn hope. On September 27th, in the dead of night, amidst thunder and lightning, with the water rising at times up to their necks, and the Zeeland mariners harassing them with cannon and musketry fire through the darkness, and even assailing them with harpoons and boat-hooks, the veterans struggled on through the waters. Many were killed and wounded by the Zeelanders. A still larger number missed their footing on the narrow spit and were drowned, but at length the main body reached the opposite shore and made good their landing. The garrison, whose leader, Charles Boisseau, was shot by his own men, was seized with panic and abandoned Duiveland to the invaders. These pressed on to Schouen, which, with the exception of the capital Zierikzee, was quickly conquered. For 9 months, Zierikzee, which was well fortified and provisioned, held out against Mondragon, but after a brave resistance it surrendered in July 1576. Thus, the Spaniards once more became possessed of an outlet upon the ocean, and had moreover effectually cut off all communication between Walcheren and South Holland. Orange accordingly found himself hemmed in on every side. His sea power alone enabled him still to hold out in a little corner of land, of which Delft was the center. But he lacked both men and money, and without help from outside saw no prospect of effectual resistance to the overwhelming forces around him. In these desperate circumstances, he once more turned for aid, first to France and then to England. His own inclinations were towards France, but Henry III, who had just succeeded to the throne, was too much embarrassed at the moment by the civil commotions in his own kingdom to be able to lend assistance to others. William, therefore, had no choice but to fall in with the wishes of the states of Holland and make approaches to Elizabeth. An embassy had audience of the Queen on November 14th. They were authorized to offer her the sovereignty of Holland and Zeeland on condition that she would assist them with all her power in their struggle against Spain. But Elizabeth was not fond either of rebels or of Calvinists, and when Champagney, as special envoy from Requesens, had arrived at her court, she took care, as was her wont, to coquet with both parties without committing herself in any way to either. She declined the proffered sovereignty, but promised to the Dutch envoys her secret support. Elizabeth, in fact, looked at the matter from a purely English point of view. She wished to keep the insurrection alive in order, first, that Philip might thus find his hands full and be prevented from taking any steps on behalf of Mary Stuart, and secondly, that the Netherlanders might not offer in despair the sovereignty of the provinces to the King of France. From William's letters at this time it is plain that though resolved still to fight to the last, his hopes of prolonging resistance had sunk very low. But a gleam of light came unexpectedly amidst the darkness. Requesens caught a fever and died suddenly, March 1576. This unforeseen demise of the Governor-General for a while threw everything into confusion in the royalist ranks, and before a successor could take up the reins of government, a breathing space was thus allowed to the stadtholder. His first step was to summon a meeting of the states of Holland and Zeeland at Delft to consolidate the union between the two provinces which had been provisionally effected the previous year. They met, and on April 25, 1576, the prince's birthday, an act of federation was agreed upon and duly signed. This act, which consisted of 18 articles, may be regarded as the germ of the Republic of the United Provinces. By this compact, supreme authority was conferred upon the Prince of Orange as sovereign and chief, souverain and overhoofd. He was invested, in fact, as ad interim ruler with all the prerogatives belonging to the Spanish monarch as successor to the Counts of Holland. Thus, this little group of republics, for each municipality was practically an independent entity, agreed to place in his hands a power such as they had been unwilling to concede to any of their actual sovereigns. Not only in military matters was he, as commander-in-chief by land and sea, absolutely supreme, but he had in his hands the final appointment to all political and judicial posts and to vacant city magistracies. As regards religion, William undertook to maintain the Protestant Reformed faith and to put down all forms of worship contrary to the gospel. This last, somewhat elastic expression was inserted in deference to the stadtholder's disinclination to sanction any measures of persecution against the very considerable number of Catholics who were to be found even in Calvinist Holland and Zeeland. Another article gave William authority, should he deem it needful for the safety of the land, to confer the protectorate of the Confederacy upon a foreign prince. With his position thus strengthened in his northern fastness, Orange issued a series of appeals to the patriotism of the other provinces. In these appeals, he called upon them to join with Holland and Zeeland in expelling the Spaniards from the country, and in securing for the Netherlands, under the king, the enjoyment of those local liberties and immunities to which they were entitled by their ancient charters. In these skillfully drawn-up documents he laid particular stress on the necessity of allowing liberty of worship and of conscience to all, whether Catholics or Reformed. His arguments and pleadings met with the more favorable reception through the terror caused by the outrages of the Spanish and German troops, who were once more in a state of mutiny. On the death of Requesens, the Council of State had perforce to take upon themselves the government of the country pending the arrival of a new Governor-General. All of them, with the single exception of Jérôme de Roda, were natives of the Low Countries, and several, among whom was the Duke of Anjou, made no secret of being heartily sick of the presence of foreign soldiers in the country and bitterly opposed to any further interference by Spaniards in the government of the provinces. They urged upon Philip the importance of sending a member of his family as governor with full powers. The king, accordingly, in April, nominated his half-brother, Don John of Austria, the famous victor of Lepanto, and directed the new governor-general to repair at once to his post. But Don John, whose ambitious brain was filled with high-flown schemes of self-aggrandizement, and who probably regarded his appointment as due to the king's desire to remove him from Italy, did not obey. Instead of going to Brussels, he made his way to Madrid, and many months passed before he could be persuaded to undertake his new duties. The delay was most injurious to the royalist cause in the Low Countries, where events had meanwhile been moving rapidly. At the end of June, a last effort made by the Prince of Orange for the relief of Zierikzee, in which the gallant Admiral Boisseau lost his life, had failed, and nothing was left to the commandant but to surrender on the favorable terms offered by Mondragon. This capture, however, proved to be one of those victories that are worse than a defeat. The Spanish troops in Chauen, to whom large arrears of pay were due, finding themselves defrauded by the conditions of the capitulation from the hoped-for pillage of the town, mutinied. They entered Flanders, were joined by other bands of mutineers, and finally seized Aalst, which they made their headquarters. The excesses and outrages of which they were guilty roused against them a violent feeling of indignation throughout the country. The excitement of the populace, especially in Brussels, was intense. Troops were raised to protect the city, and the Council of State, impotent and trembling for its safety, was compelled to declare the mutineers, who were the soldiers and countrymen of the king, outlaws. But the Spanish veterans were in possession of the principal fortresses in the country and defied the council. Orange saw his opportunity and opened friendly communications with the states of Brabant assembled at Brussels and with those of Flanders at Ghent, with a view to taking common measures against the common enemy. The people were on his side, and through his reiterated undertaking not to attempt anything subversive of the Catholic religion, he was able to win the support of the great majority of the deputies to his views and proposals. Two events greatly strengthened his position. On September the 4th, Baron de Heze, who was godson of William and had been appointed by the states of Brabant to the command of their troops in Brussels, seized those members of the Council of State who were suspected of Espagnolisme. The leaders, Mansfeld and Barlaymont, were confined in the Broadhouse. On September 26th, at the wish of the states of Flanders, the prince sent from Flushing a body of picked troops with artillery to occupy Ghent and cooperate in the siege of its citadel, which was in the hands of a body of mutineers. Meanwhile, the States General had met at Brussels, and largely through the influence of the Duke of Archat, between whom and Orange intimate relations had for some time subsisted, entered readily into negotiations for a union of all the provinces on the basis of exclusion of foreigners and non-interference with religious belief. It was arranged that a congress should be held at Ghent, at which 9 delegates from the Prince of Orange and the provinces of Holland and Zeeland should meet 9 from the States General, representing the other 15 provinces, with the object of concluding a firm union and alliance for the pacification of the country. The chief difficulty proved to be the question of the toleration of the Catholic cult in the Calvinist provinces and of the Protestant conventicles in those adhering to the ancient faith. The Congress met on October 19th. The discussions were protracting themselves when the terrible news of the sack of Antwerp caused all minor differences to sink into nothingness in the presence of a common danger. The famous citadel built by Alva to curb the great city of Antwerp was garrisoned in this month of October 1576 by a body of mutinous Spanish troops under Sancho d'Avila, the victor of Mokerheide. Champagny was governor of the town, and though he had with him a body of German mercenaries commanded by Count Oberstein, he represented to the States General that he could not answer for the security of the place in view of the threatening attitude of the Spaniards. A large reinforcement of militia sent to his aid under the Marquis of Havre, the Duke of Archat's brother, arrived on November 2nd, and the preparations for defense were vigorously pressed on. But the garrison of the citadel on their side began to be alarmed for their safety. They lay under the ban of outlawry recently proclaimed, and an appeal was sent out to their fellow countrymen in neighboring fortresses for assistance. Strong detachments of mutineers from Aalst and other places at once by forced marches joined their comrades at Antwerp, arriving at nightfall on November 3rd. The following day at noon, an attack was made by the united force upon the troops of Champagny. After a brief struggle behind their improvised defenses, these were completely routed and dispersed. Champagny and Havre themselves escaped with difficulty to some ships of the Prince of Orange in the river. Oberstein was killed. The city, with all its accumulated wealth, lay at the mercy of the brutal conquerors, who, for hours, with unbridled rage and lust, murdered, ravished, tortured, destroyed, and pillaged. Some 7,000 citizens miserably perished. Property of untold value was burnt or carried off as booty. Not in all the cruel and blood-stained annals of the Netherland troubles are any pages to be found more filled with horrors than those which tell the story of the Spanish fury at Antwerp. The report of what had happened reached the States General at Brussels on the very day when they were deliberating on the terms of a treaty provisionally agreed upon by the Congress at Ghent on October 28th. The treaty was forthwith ratified both by the States General and by the Council of State. This treaty, known in history as the Pacification of Ghent, established a firm alliance and inviolable peace between the provinces represented by the States General assembled at Brussels on the one part, and by the Prince of Orange and the states of Holland and Zeeland on the other. All were bound to unite their forces for the purpose of driving the Spanish soldiery and other foreigners out of the country. As soon as this should be accomplished, a new assembly of the States General of the 17 provinces, after the likeness of that convoked by the Emperor Charles V at his abdication, was to be summoned to consider the religious question. Meantime, all the placards against heretics were declared abolished. The Prince of Orange was recognized as governor with full powers, and Admiral General in Holland and Zeeland, and the confiscation of the possessions of the houses of Nassau and Brederode was revoked. At this very time, Don John was posting through France in the disguise of a Moorish slave to take up at last his duties in the Netherlands. On November 4th, the day of the Antwerp disaster, he wrote from Luxembourg to the Council of State to announce his arrival. Acting under the advice of the Prince of Orange, the States General declined to receive him as governor unless he would consent to the expulsion of all Spaniards from the country, approve the pacification of Ghent, and swear to maintain the ancient privileges of the country and to employ none but Netherlanders in his service. Angry and disappointed at such a reception, Don John chafed during the winter of 1576 and the spring of 1577, negotiating and discussing, but never able to move the States or Orange from the position which they had taken up. In January 1577, the Compact of Ghent, which was of the nature of a treaty between Holland and Zeeland and the other provinces, received a popular confirmation by means of an agreement which met with large support, especially throughout the southern provinces, and to which was given the name of the Union of Brussels. The signatories proclaimed their determination, while maintaining the Catholic religion and the king's authority, to do all in their power to drive away the Spaniards from the Netherlands. This agreement, thus widely subscribed, strengthened enormously the influence of the Prince of Orange, who lent it his warm support. Don John saw that he must yield. Accordingly, on January 17th, at Huy, he announced his readiness to accept the pacification of Ghent, and on February 12th, after much haggling on the one side and firm insistence on the other, a treaty was signed, which bore the singularly inappropriate title of the Perpetual Edict. By this, Don John undertook that the foreign soldiery should depart at once by land, never to return, and that all the charters and liberties of the provinces should be maintained, while the states agreed to receive the king's brother as governor-general and to uphold the Catholic faith. William thus found his authority in Holland and Zeeland confirmed in the name of the king, yet he did not see his way to recommend the northern provinces to accept the Perpetual Edict. No one knew better than he that neither Don John nor King Philip was in the very least sincere in the concessions they had granted, and that they only awaited a favorable moment to revoke them. At Dort he kept himself in constant touch with all parties and movements in the country, resolved that his enemies should not entrap him into sharing the fate of Egmont and Hoorn. Don John made his state entry into Brussels on May 1st, but found himself governor only in name. "The Prince of Orange," he wrote to the king, "has bewitched the minds of all men. They love him and fear him and wish to have him as their lord. They keep him informed of everything and take no resolution without consulting him." On every side, the impetuous and brilliant soldier found himself thwarted by the sleepless and indefatigable diplomatist. Don John, says a contemporary, seemed like an apprentice defying his master. Irritated beyond measure and unable either to intimidate his silent adversary by threats or to win him by blandishments, the fiery young governor wrote in his indignation to Madrid, "That which the prince loathes most in the world is your majesty. If he could, he would drink your majesty's blood." Brussels, full of Orange partisans, was in fact far from being a comfortable place of residence for Philip II's representative. Don John speedily found it unendurable. His impatient spirit rebelled against the shackles in which he was held, and professing to be afraid for his personal security, he suddenly, in July, put himself at the head of a body of Walloon soldiery, seized Namur, and defied the States General. This suicidal act irretrievably ruined his reputation even with the Southern Catholics. For a while all was confusion, but the voice of the people demanded the presence of the Prince of Orange. All these months he had been consolidating his position in the north. Zierikzee had been retaken, and the Zeeland Islands freed from the Spanish yoke. The patriot flag floated over Breda, Utrecht, and Haarlem. The Spanish garrisons had been expelled from the citadels of Antwerp and Ghent. In Flanders and Brabant, the prince's influence was nearly as great as in Holland itself, and all men's eyes were turning to him as the savior of the state. He was asked to come to Brussels, but not until after some dubitation, and with the express consent of the states of Holland and Zeeland, did he yield to the representations that were made to him. At length, however, on September 23rd, with every outward demonstration of joy, he made his triumphal entry into the capital and once more took up his abode in the Nassau Palace, from which he had been obliged to fly for his life 10 years before. On this day William of Nassau, acclaimed as their leader by Catholic and Protestant, by South and North alike, undoubtedly reached the culminating point of his career. Yet the Catholic nobility, at whose head was the Duke of Anjou, were jealous and suspicious of him, and it required all the tact and skill of the prince not to ruffle their susceptibilities. Scarcely had he settled at Brussels when the situation was farther complicated by the arrival at the Belgian capital, October 6th, on the secret invitation of the Catholic party of Archduke Matthias, brother of the emperor. Matthias, who thus came to assume the sovereignty of the Netherlands, was a foolish boy of 20. That a member of the imperial house of Habsburg should thus thrust himself into the troubled arena of the Low Countries was disconcerting not only to his relatives, Don John and King Philip, but even more so to the Prince of Orange. It was all important that no split should take place which could injure the national cause, So William at once made up his mind to welcome the intruder and to use him for his own purposes. The Orange partisans bestirred themselves, not without instigation from headquarters, to secure the nomination of their chief as Ruward, or governor of Brabant, and as William was the idol of the populace, succeeded despite the opposition of Aarschot and the Catholic nobility. By way of a counterpoise, Aarschot had himself appointed governor of Flanders by the states of that province, but the townsfolk of Ghent, led by Rihova and Himbiza, two revolutionary demagogues, took up arms and even went so far as to seize the persons of the Duke and other Catholic leaders and throw them into prison. William disclaimed any share in this act of violence, but it is difficult altogether to exculpate him. He certainly did not exert himself to procure the release of the prisoners, and he remained master of the situation. He treated the Archduke with the greatest courtesy and deference, and secured on his behalf the goodwill of Queen Elizabeth, who promised her help to Matthias in men and money, provided he made the prince his lieutenant general because of his great experience in affairs. Matthias, in his turn, made his solemn state entry into Brussels in January 1578, preceded by his lieutenant general, and it seemed as if a real union of the entire Netherlands were now to be firmly and satisfactorily established under the nominal rule of a Habsburg prince, but with all the reins of administration gathered together in the capable hands of William the Silent. But just as the sun of fortune, so long obscured, seemed at length to have begun to shine upon the liberator's path, it was once more suddenly eclipsed. The King of Spain, at last aroused from his torpor by the urgent remonstrances of his half-brother, had been quietly preparing a vigorous counterstroke. A body of 20,000 veteran troops, Spanish and Italian, had been placed under the command of Alexander Farnese, the son of the Duchess of Parma, who had orders to conduct them to the Low Countries to the assistance of his uncle and old school comrade Don John. This time Philip had found the right instrument for a difficult task, for Farnese proved himself to be the best general of his times, and at the same time a statesman and diplomatist scarcely inferior in astuteness and sagacity to the Prince of Orange himself. He joined Don John, and on January 31st the united force fell upon the Federal army at Gemblours. A daring cavalry charge under the personal leadership of the Prince of Parma decided the day. The Netherlanders were utterly routed, with the loss of not less than 6,000 men, while on the side of the victors there were scarcely any casualties. Several towns in a short time opened their gates to Don John, and the States General, in terror, withdrew from Brussels to Antwerp. Once more, all was conflict and confusion. The Duke of Anjou crossed the southern frontier with an army of Frenchmen and made himself master of Mons, while on the eastern side, John Casimir, brother of the Elector Palatine, at the head of a force of German reiters in the pay of the English Queen, also forced his way into the unhappy country. The one came as the champion of the malcontent Catholics, the other as that of the ultra-Calvinist sectaries. End of Section 26. Recording by Tad Davis. Section 27 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Chapter 7, William the Silent, by the Reverend George Edmundson, M.A. Part 4. Amid so many contending parties, William scarcely knew which way to turn. Matthias was already clearly played out. John Casimir and Anjou, representing contradictory interests, could scarcely be both countenanced. The antagonism between Catholic and Protestant was rapidly growing more acute, and it was essential to try and reconcile them, so Orange carried on negotiations with Germany, France, and England at the same time. Unless help came from without, nothing could be done against 30,000 royal troops, and to secure what was required, he accomplished a task that might have been deemed impossible. He succeeded, August 1578, in inducing the Duke of Anjou to accept the title of Defender of the Liberties of the Netherlands, and to promise to bring a force of 10,000 foot and 2,000 horse to act against the Spaniards if the provinces on their part undertook to raise a like number. At the same time, he managed to secure the alliance of Elizabeth, of Henry of Navarre, and of John Casimir. This curious combination of selfish aims and rival aspirations formed a confederacy that was not likely to last, but at any rate it served the purpose of a makeshift. The defeat of Gemblours had been more than compensated by the acquisition of Amsterdam. The progress of the Spanish arms had been checked by the skillful tactics of Bossu, the general of the states, yet such is the disintegrating force of religious antipathies that nothing but the utmost personal efforts and the influence of the prince was able to keep the national forces in line. All this time, however, Don John, though at the head of an imposing army, had been chafing for many months in compulsory inactivity due to lack of funds. Disappointed at his ill success and deeply hurt by the coldness of his brother, he broke down in health and from his camp before Namur sent despairing appeals to the king for money and for instructions. At last a malignant fever seized him, and on October 1st, 1578, the hero of Lepanto closed his brilliant and adventurous life at the early age of 33. Philip at once appointed Alexander of Parma, Farnese, to take his place, and from that hour a new era commences which was to end in the formation of two groups of Netherland provinces, each with a character and a history of its own. Farnese at once began deftly and subtly to sow the seeds of dissension among the Confederates, and he found the soil ready prepared to reward his labors by a speedy harvest. The 17 provinces which had been so laboriously bound together in defense of a common cause by the pacification of Ghent were not homogeneous. In the Walloon provinces of the south and southeast, the Reformed doctrines never succeeded in obtaining a firm and permanent foothold. Already in 1576, the Walloon country had, under the stress of Alva's persecutions, practically reverted to Catholicism. But these very persecutions had inflamed the inhabitants with the same detestation of foreign tyranny with which they had filled the people of the Teutonic provinces of the north and west. Orange, therefore, had been able to unite at Ghent all Netherlanders against the alien rule of the Spanish viceroys so long as it was strictly provided by the pacification that the Catholic religion should be maintained. 2 years later, however, the schism, sure to arise sooner or later between allies so dissimilar in their views and aims, was hastened under Parma's fostering care by an outbreak of Calvinist fanaticism which disgraced the capital of Flanders. This outbreak was in the first instance attributed to the encouragement given by William to the revolutionary leaders, Rihova and Hambisa, who seized and imprisoned the Duke of Arschot and other Catholic notables at Ghent. There can be no question that the prince connived at this act of violence only to repent bitterly what he had done. For under the protection of John Casimir, a regular Calvinist tyranny was established at Ghent. Churches and cloisters were sacked and gutted, monks and friars were burnt alive in the marketplace, and the old blood councillor Hessels and the ex-procurator Visch were hanged without form of trial. For long the prince struggled in vain to appease these disorders. He was denounced by Peter Dathenus and other red-hot gospelers as a papist in disguise. The principles of religious toleration, which Orange now, as always, advocated, were rejected by both parties alike persistently. Naturally, the specter of bigoted Calvinism, dominant and aggressive in so important a center as Ghent, alarmed the Southern Catholics. A party rapidly came into existence known as the Malcontents. At its head were a number of Catholic nobles, Montaigne, Lalande, Capre, Heza, and others. These men were not moved by pure venality, as Protestant historians have frequently said, though no doubt the substantial rewards dangled before their eyes by the artful Farnese had some weight in influencing their decision to take the side of the king. Of the majority of them, it may be asserted that they did not love their country less, but their religion more. Genuinely attached to the faith of their ancestors, they trembled at the thought of heresy rampant in the land and preferred the risk of their political liberties being curtailed by their natural sovereign to the prospect of seeing their dearest religious convictions flouted and outraged by the fierce Protestant sectaries. William of Orange, from his lofty standpoint of a universal liberty of worship and conscience, might still dream of reconciling the irreconcilable, but he only earned the condemnation of the zealots of both parties, who pronounced him an irreligious man, almost an atheist. Mutually repulsive forces were at work and were not long in bringing about a cleavage. On January 5, 1579, a defensive league was signed at Arras by the deputies of Hainaut, Douai, and Artois for the protection of the Catholic religion in those provinces, and with the avowed purpose of effecting a reconciliation with the king on his approving the political stipulations of the pacification of Ghent and the Union of Brussels. The Treaty of Arras was of the nature of a challenge to the Protestants, and it was answered at once by the Union of Utrecht. On January 29th, under the auspices and by the efforts of John of Nassau, now governor of Gelderland, the representatives of the northern provinces, Holland, Zeeland, Utrecht, and its district, Gelderland and Zutphen, at a meeting at Utrecht bound themselves together as if they were one province for the defense of their rights and liberties, with life, blood, and goods against all foreign potentates, including the King of Spain. There was to be complete freedom of worship in each province, and no one was to be persecuted for his religious opinions. These two compacts marked the definitive parting of the ways between the northern and the southern Netherlands. It is important and interesting to note that despite the claims he himself puts forward in his apology, William was not the active author of the Union of Utrecht. He was still struggling in the face of a hopeless situation for a larger confederacy on broader lines, nor was it until some months later, May 3rd, that he bowed to the inevitable and appended his signature to the instrument of union which his brother had drawn up. The malcontents, on their part, speedily took an equally decisive step. On May 19th, their leaders concluded a treaty with the Prince of Parma, by which they submitted themselves to the authority of Philip II, and undertook to countenance in the Walloon provinces no worship but the Catholic. All this time, negotiations were being carried on in leisurely fashion at Cologne, under the mediation of the emperor, at which the prince was indirectly represented by his secretary Breuning. Interminable dispatches were exchanged, but as the views of the principal parties in the discussion were diametrically opposed, no good result ensued. It was fully recognized at Madrid that the brain and the energy of William of Nassau constituted the real barrier to the reestablishment of the royal authority throughout the Netherlands. Through the agency of the Count of Schwarzenberg, one of the imperial envoys at the Congress, to whom large rewards were promised if he would win over the prince, secret negotiations were opened with him by the Duke of Terranova on the part of Philip II. It was hoped that William might be open to bribery, if only it were on a sufficiently large scale, and splendid offers were made to him on condition that he would quit the Netherlands, including the restoration of all his honors and estates and the payment of his debts. But William adhered firmly to the immutable terms which had so often on previous occasions been offered and refused. There can be little doubt that he deliberately prolonged negotiations which he knew from the first to be futile, in order to gain time for his own projects. He had long come to the conclusion that the best hope of securing foreign aid for the struggling provinces lay in the direction of France, and he wished to prepare men's minds for receiving the Duke of Anjou as their titular sovereign. Meanwhile, after a terrible siege of 4 months, Maastricht, the key of the eastern frontier, had been taken by storm by the royal troops, despite the utmost endeavors of the prince to relieve it. Its loss made a great impression on men's minds in Brabant and Flanders, and aroused a strong feeling of dissatisfaction against Orange. Ghent, indeed, had at last been reduced to order, and the Calvinist leaders, Hambise and Datenus, forced to leave the town by the personal intervention of William at no slight risk to his life. The position of affairs, as 1579 drew to a close, was moving from bad to worse, and in the spring of 1580 the hold of the Patriot party, even upon the north, was most seriously shaken by the unexpected defection of Georges Lalande, Count of Runenburg, the stadtholder of Groningen. Only in faithful Holland and Zeeland did William retain his old unchallenged authority and the full confidence of the people. The continued secession of so many prominent Catholics unnerved the more timid and hesitating, and even the Protestants were not staunch in their support of a policy with which they did not sympathize. They could not understand the prince's advocacy of the Catholic Duke of Anjou, and they were afraid lest a man so lukewarm in upholding the principles of the Reformation — at this time the prince had deliberately abstained from attending any public worship for 12 months — might not, after all, be a papist in disguise. From this suspicion he was once for all relieved by the promulgation of the ban against him, dated Maastricht, March 15, 1581, by which he was denounced to the whole world by King Philip as a traitor and a miscreant and an enemy of the human race. After a recitation of the crimes of William of Nassau, a reward of 25,000 crowns in gold or land and a patent of nobility was offered to anyone who should deliver this pest to us dead or alive or take his life. The instigator of this edict was Orange's old adversary, Cardinal Granvelle, who, on the failure of the efforts of Terranova, had not scrupled to suggest to his master the advisability of setting a price on the life of the archenemy. Fear, he argued, will unman the prince and prevent him from quietly carrying out his plans. But king and minister alike mistook the temper and character of their proposed victim. William was not content merely to take up the challenge. The famous apology of the Prince of Orange, which was written under his direction by his chaplain, Pierre Loiseleur, Seigneur de Villiers, is, despite its prolixity and at times rhetorical verbiage, a most remarkable document. This defense, which was first presented to the States General at Delft on December 13th, was afterwards published in French, Dutch, and Latin and sent to every court of Europe. In it, the apologist gives an account of his entire life and career, and not only rebuts seriatim the charges that had been made against him, but carries the war into the enemy's camp. With pride, he dwells upon his imperial descent and points out that his ancestors were great lords in the Netherlands, when those of Philip were still but petty counts of Habsburg, and that in later times, for a succession of generations, they had performed great and memorable services to the houses of Burgundy and of Austria. He further indulges in a scathing denunciation of the king's own misdeeds and crimes, even venturing to accuse him of the murder of his son and wife, of incest, adultery, and of an innate love of bloodshed and cruelty. He scoffs at the idea of being frightened at a price being set upon his head, as if he had not for years been surrounded by hired poisoners and assassins. He concludes by an impassioned address to the people for whom he had sacrificed his property, the lives of 3 brothers, and the liberty of his eldest son, and for whose sakes he had for years been holding his life in his hand day and night. And he protests that if they think he can still serve them, then in God's name let them go forward together in defense of their wives and children and all they hold dear and sacred. Instead of a signature, this eloquent and touching declaration of William of Nassau's absolute fidelity to the cause of the freedom of the Netherlands is signed with his motto, so appropriate to the sentiments he had expressed, Je le maintiendrai. Many of the prince's friends and relations, notably the excellent John of Nassau, who at this time relinquished the stadtholdership of Gelderland and returned to Dillenburg, thought the tone of the apology too violent. But Orange was well aware of what he was doing, and even in his violence there lay concealed careful premeditation and reasoned motive. His aim was to stir up the minds of the Netherlanders against Spain and at the same time to fill them with implicit trust in himself. The goal of all his striving was the severance of the ties which bound the United Provinces to the Spanish king. Already Holland and Zeeland had pressed him to become their count instead of Philip, but William, anxious as yet to take no step which might alienate the Walloon Catholics, had refused. Now, however, that the Southerners had proclaimed their reconciliation with their hereditary sovereign, he felt that circumstances had changed. On September 19, 1580, a treaty had been signed at Plessis-les-Tours, ratified at Bordeaux on January 23, 1581, with the Duke of Anjou, by which the Duke accepted the proffered sovereignty of the United Netherlands on certain conditions, one of which was that Holland and Zeeland should have the privilege of remaining as they were in the matter of religion and otherwise. These provinces, in fact, refused to have the French prince as their sovereign. William, therefore, unwillingly and with no little demur, on July 24, 1581, agreed to assume provisionally the title of Count. He did this in order that he might be able 2 days later to join in the name of Holland and Zeeland at the public abjuration of their allegiance to Philip II, which he had already persuaded the States General of the other provinces to make. On July 26, at The Hague, this momentous act of abjuration, by which the representatives of Brabant, Flanders, Utrecht, Gelderland, Holland, and Zeeland solemnly declared that the King of Spain was deposed from his sovereignty over them on account of his tyranny and misrule, and that they were henceforth absolved from all allegiance to him, was duly carried into effect. But Orange knew well that the newly proclaimed Commonwealth could not stand alone. He exerted, therefore, all his influence and persuasiveness to press forward the coming of the Duke of Anjou. He was aware that the Duke was false, fickle, and depraved, but he hoped to be able to keep him under his personal control, and through him to secure at the same time the good offices of France, to whose throne Anjou was heir, and the friendship of England, whose queen was, for the moment, treating him as her favored suitor. In January 1582, the French prince accordingly set sail from England for Flushing, attended by a retinue of English nobles and with Elizabeth's recommendation to the States to receive him as her other self. On February 19th, he was solemnly inaugurated at Antwerp as Duke of Brabant. The Prince of Orange fastened around his shoulders the ducal mantle. "Monseigneur," he said, "you must button on this mantle so firmly that no one can tear it from your Highness." At this very time, Gaspar Anostro, a Biscayan merchant resident at Antwerp, whose fortunes were at a low ebb, had been tempted to save himself from ruin by plotting to win the large sum placed upon William's head. He had not the nerve to venture upon the deed of blood himself, but he opened his mind first to his bookkeeper, Antonio di Venero, and then, when Venero showed unwillingness, to another of his clerks, a youth called Juan Jauregui, likewise a Biscayan. This man, having armed himself with a pistol on March 18th, Anjou's birthday, presented himself before Orange as he was leaving the dinner table with a paper in his hand that professed to be a petition. As the prince took it, he fired off the pistol so close to his head that the hair and beard were set on fire. The ball passed under the right ear, through the palate, and out by the left jaw. Utterly stunned at first, William quickly recovered himself sufficiently to cry out, "Do not kill him, I pardon him my death." And, turning to some French nobles near him, he added, "What a faithful servant his Highness loses in me." Already, however, the assassin had perished, pierced through and through by many swords. The sufferer, whose terrible wound had fortunately been cicatrized by the blaze of the explosion, survived. He himself believed that his end was come, but by the devoted care of his doctors and attendants, after lingering for weeks between life and death, he slowly but surely began to mend, and at the end of April was convalescent. On May 2nd, a solemn service of thanksgiving for his recovery was held at Antwerp, at which his wife was present. But on the very next day, Charlotte of Bourbon, upon whom the shock of Jauregui's murderous attack had come while she was still weak after childbirth, was seized with a violent fever. Her last strength had been sapped by her unremitting care at her husband's bedside. She quickly succumbed to her illness and expired on May 5th. The spirit of William of Nassau, which had so long and so often braved misfortunes, once more, however, rose superior to his personal afflictions. By his exertions, Anjou was, in July, duly accepted as Lord of Friesland and Duke of Gelderland, and publicly inaugurated at Bruges as Count of Flanders. But this false and feather-brained son of Catherine de' Medici was far from being content with the narrow limits of the sovereignties conferred upon him. He hated his dependence upon the good offices of Orange, his subjection to the authority of the States General, and the restraints placed upon him by the provincial charters. He declared that he felt insulted and humiliated, and that he had no intention of becoming a second Matthias. And he listened readily to the advice of his courtiers, who urged him to seize suddenly by force of arms the principal cities of his new dominions, and thus compel complete submission to his rule. To him, the breaking of solemn oaths and the execrable treachery of leading his troops to the assault of peaceful towns, which had voluntarily placed themselves under his protection, counted as nothing. With elaborate secrecy, the preparations for surprising some 8 or 10 places were carefully made. Antwerp, where Orange was residing, was to be the Duke's own special prey. The appointed day was January 17, 1583, and early in the morning Anjou paid a visit to the prince. His object was to persuade him to be present at a review of the French troops at Bergenhout, just outside the gates, and so to get possession of his person. Rumors, however, were afloat, and William was suspicious and declined. Not long afterwards, the town was aroused by a wild rush of armed men through the streets, crying, "The town is won! Long live the Mass! Long live the Duke of Anjou! Kill! Kill!" But the burghers, though taken by surprise, made a far more vigorous resistance to the French fury than they had made to the Spanish fury of 1576. Barricades were thrown up, missiles rained from the windows, and in the desperate fighting which ensued, the French were utterly worsted. Nearly 2,000, among whom were 250 nobles, perished. Some 1,500 were taken prisoners. The grand coup, which was to have placed absolute power in the hands of the Duke, proved a ludicrous and disgraceful failure. Henceforth, the French protectorate, never loved by the people of the United Provinces, became an impossibility. And yet, despite his disillusionment and indignation, William still strove to effect a reconciliation between the states and Anjou, bringing thereby no small share of opprobrium upon himself. At first sight, it appears almost inexplicable that so sagacious a statesman should have committed so great a mistake and persisted in it. But the perusal of William's correspondence, papers, and speeches during this period show him to have been fully aware of all that was to be said against the French alliance and its graceless representative, but to have been unable, after an exhaustive survey, to discover in any other combination besides this the slightest hope of salvation for the Netherlands against the power of Spain, when directed by so consummate a leader of men as Alexander Farnese. "You must make your choice between the Spaniard and the Frenchman," was his argument to the obdurate Antwerp Council. "But if you wish for the Spaniard, kill me first." However, not even his influence and powers of persuasion could prevail. Such indeed was the feeling excited against him by his continued advocacy of the detested French alliance, that William was publicly insulted and even in peril of his life. An event now took place which gave fresh proof of his leaning towards France and which considerably increased his unpopularity. On April 7, 1583, he married, in fourth wedlock, Louise de Coligny, daughter of the famous admiral of that name, and widow of the Seigneur de Teligny. Both the father and husband of the bride had perished in the massacre of St. Bartholomew. The new Princess of Orange was in her 29th year, beautiful, wise, full of a charm and tenderness which were to endear her to her stepchildren and make her beloved in the country of her adoption for 40 years to come. But for the moment it was only noted by the people of Antwerp that William had married a Frenchwoman, and this led to such renewed demonstrations of hostility against him that a further sojourn in the great commercial capital of Brabant became insupportable to him. He was deeply hurt by the want of confidence and gratitude shown to him, and after enduring many outrages, on July 27th he quitted Antwerp and betook himself to Middelburg. Shortly afterwards he moved to Delft, where he once more made his settled residence in the midst of his loyal and sturdy Hollanders. Meanwhile, Parma had been taking full advantage of the dissensions among his enemies, and moving on from town to town, had made himself master of Zutphen and the district of Vaas. Had Orange been willing to accept for himself the dukedom of Brabant and the other sovereignties offered to him, and essayed to stir up a national resistance without the damaging assistance of the French, he might perhaps have longer held back the advancing Spanish tide, but he himself judged otherwise. On the ground that he would not accept any dignity unless he possessed the means to uphold it, he refused for some time to place any of the proffered coronets upon his head. But at last he made an exception. For more than a decade already he had ruled with sovereign power in Holland and Zeeland, and has been previously recorded, had provisionally, some 12 months before, accepted the title of Count from the states of those provinces in order to induce them to enter the French alliance. Now, in changed circumstances, he yielded to the urgent representations of the states and agreed to accept from them the hereditary countship. And in December 1583, the necessary documents were already drawn up, ready to be sealed and ratified. He did this because he was resolved to identify himself and his fortunes with those of these two sea provinces, as they were called, which were rebel and Calvinist to the core, determined to perish rather than submit to the yoke of Spain. They served the prince as an inexpugnable fortress from which to watch and control the course of events outside. At Delft he fixed his residence, and thence mournfully watched the successive defection of the Catholic nobles and men of note drawn away by Parma's subtle fascination. Even his own brother-in-law, the Count van den Berg, who had succeeded John of Nassau as Stadtholder of Gelderland, changed sides like the rest. But William still obstinately clung to the hope that the untrustworthy Anjou would belie all his antecedents by vigorous and straightforward action. Antwerp, with Marnix as its burgomaster, though it not unnaturally refused to acknowledge the author of the French Fury as its sovereign, had no thought, with the memories of 1576 still fresh in the minds of its citizens, of submitting to the detested Spaniards, and so long as Antwerp remained in William's hands, the way to the sea was barred and Brabant was not lost. But it was a time of anxious suspense, during which the prince, ceaselessly toiling, remained at his modest dwelling, the former cloister of St. Agatha, from this time onwards known as the Prinsenhof, on the banks of the quiet, tree-fringed canal which is the chief thoroughfare of Old Delft. Homely and domestic in his habits, plain in his attire, always easy of access, he lived like a Dutch burgher among his fellow burghers. His union with Louise de Coligny had been blessed with a son, Frederick Henry, and as if with a presage that this son of his middle age would guide the storm-tossed vessel of his country's freedom into the haven of peace, William at this time adopted as his motto the words Civis tranquillus in undis. Yet he was quite aware that the failure of Harigai's attempt on his life would not deter others from repeating it. By one means or another, poison, bullet, steel, assassins were always compassing his death. But it was not easy in Delft for suspicious strangers to find their way into the town, still less to the Prinsenhof. Such was the care with which the citizens kept watch and ward over their beloved Father William. A young Burgundian, Balthazar Gerard, in his devoted loyalty to his most Catholic Majesty and the cause of which that monarch was the foremost champion, had long conceived a violent hatred of the man whom his training and principles had led him to look upon as an enemy alike to God and the king. The bain was no sooner published than, fired with fanatical zeal to rid the world of the arch-heretic and rebel, this monster and public pest, as he called him, Gerard set out for the Netherlands with the design of carrying into execution his holy purpose. Arrived at Luxembourg, he there heard of Harigai's deed and later of its failure. He thereupon proffered his services to Parma and asked for money to enable him to follow in the steps of the gentle Biscayan now defunct. But Farnese, though he promised the reward in event of success, had not sufficient faith in this insignificant undergrown youth to advance him any cash in hand. Gerard, however, was not deterred by the coolness of his reception. Under the pseudonym of François Guillon, he made his way to Delft, and by means of a carefully prepared fictitious story, managed to get access to the Prince of Orange. His enterprise, however, well nigh miscarried, for he was ordered to accompany the Seigneur de Caron and repeat his tale to the Duke of Anjou. As they were journeying, information came of the Duke's death, and Gerard begged eagerly that he might carry back the news to Delft. On his arrival, the would-be assassin was at once conducted to the prince's chamber, but such was the suddenness of the summons that the Burgundian found himself close to his victim's bedside, totally unarmed. After this, his needy condition was brought to the ears of William, who sent him a present of 12 crowns. On the following day, July 9th, Balthazar, with his money, bought a pair of heavy pistols, mousquetons. On July 10th, he again gained access into the Prinsenhof on the pretext of obtaining a passport, and while Orange was at dinner with his family, contrived to conceal himself behind the main staircase, the foot of which was opposite the door of exit from the dining hall. When William, accompanied by his wife and followed by his sister, the Countess of Schwarzburg, and 3 of his daughters, came out from dinner to go upstairs, he had scarcely placed his foot on the first step when a man suddenly appeared and, pointing a pistol at his breast, fired. 3 bullets passed through his body. The prince at once fell to the ground, crying out in French, "My God, have pity on my soul, I am badly wounded. My God, have pity on my soul and on this poor people." He was mortally struck, and within a very short time expired. The feelings of mingled gratitude and vengeance excited by Balthazar Gerard's deed found vent in the splendid public obsequies accorded to the father of his country, as William was affectionately called, and in the barbarous punishment of his murderer, who expired amidst inexpressible torments with courage and constancy. The interment of William took place in the Nieuwe Kerk at Delft at the charges of Holland, Zeeland, Utrecht, and Friesland, with great pomp and amidst the tears of the assembled crowds. But the prince had died almost penniless, and the states of Holland attested, in a more practical form, their deep obligations to the man who had sacrificed all in their defense by voting a provision for his widow and children, and by assigning to his son Maurice a position of high influence in the government of the country. Thus tragically passed away from the midst of the scene of action its foremost figure. The Prince of Orange was but 51 years old, but from his earliest youth he had been in official harness and entrusted with important charges, and already appeared careworn and rapidly aging in consequence of the ever-growing burden of a 20 years' struggle, which would have crushed almost any other man. But at the time of his assassination, so his physicians said, he was thoroughly healthy and might have lived for many years. He had certainly shown no signs of decrepitude, either in mind or body, and it is impossible to doubt that had he been spared for another decade, he would have rendered almost incalculable services in organizing and consolidating the infant state, which owed its existence to his courage and genius. Yet though cut off with his task unfinished, William the Silent had really done his work. The foundations of that mighty Dutch Republic, which will ever be inseparably connected with his name, were already laid so strong and deep that on them men of his blood, successive princes of Orange scarcely less great than he, were able to build up the edifice of a worldwide commercial and colonial empire. End of Section 27. Recording by Tad Davis.
Section 28 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8, Mary Stuart by Thomas Graves Law, Part 1. The spring of the year 1559 marks a notable turning point in European history. On April 2, the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis was signed by France and England, and on the following day by France and Spain. A great war was over. Italy had been freed from her invaders, Savoy had regained her independence, and Calais was lost to England forever. But far more momentous changes than these were in progress. When the preliminaries of peace were under discussion at Surcamp, Mary Tudor was alive and England was united to the Church of Rome. Before the treaty was concluded, Parliament was voting Elizabeth to be supreme governor of the Church in England, and substituting the Book of Common Prayer for the Mass. Elsewhere, Europe found herself in the face of new problems and a new order of things. Hitherto, as in England, the Reformation, where it was established, had arisen under the initiation or patronage of the sovereign power. Now a religious movement of another kind, an aggressive militant Calvinism, spring from the people or from a malcontent aristocracy, and clamoring for civil as well as for religious liberty, had been coming to a head simultaneously in Scotland, France, and, in a less developed form, in the Spanish Netherlands. The revolutionary movement seemed contagious, and menaced the authority of the crown as well as the established religion. It was the sense of this new danger insidiously creeping upon them which impelled the two Catholic powers to seek for peace, and if possible for an alliance against the common foe, an alliance which was to be cemented by the marriage of Philip of Spain with the daughter of the King of France. And it was significant that the first article of the treaty between these powers pledged them to bring about at once the convocation of a general council for the reformation and the reduction of the whole Christian Church to a true union and concord. We are then on the eve of the counter-reformation, when a reformed papacy and an unlooked-for revival of ecclesiastical zeal throughout the Roman Church were to come as a formidable aid to the political forces now to be arrayed against advancing Protestantism. The task before Catholic Europe was the suppression of the threatened revolt in France, Scotland, and the Netherlands, and the dethronement of Elizabeth as a heretic and illegitimate usurper of the English throne. This last was most imperative of all, for it was already clear, and became clearer as time went on, that the form of religion established by the Queen of England would be a powerful support and encouragement to the struggling sects elsewhere. Yet at this moment, England as a European power was impoverished, humiliated, and helpless. The Queen's title was insecure. She was without a recognized heir. Her Catholic subjects were in a numerical majority, and moreover there was an active pretender to her throne in the person of Mary Stuart, recently, 1558, married to the Dauphin of France, and Mary's claims seemed irresistible in the eyes at least of those who looked rather to hereditary descent than to parliamentary title. It was decidedly in the interests of both France and Spain that England should become Catholic. Would then these two powers set aside their former jealousies and unite in placing Mary on the throne of the United Kingdom, or would either power give a free hand to the other to act alone? This was the problem which agitated Christendom for nearly 30 years. Round the Queen of Scots, as the representative and symbol of regenerated Catholicism, the contests of diplomatic skill and force of arms raged with remarkable vicissitudes of fortune. The end found Elizabeth the acknowledged champion of Protestant Europe, no longer weak and despised, but snatching from Spain the sovereignty of the seas, and within sight of the long-coveted union of Scotland and England under a Protestant monarch. What was accomplished by Elizabeth through good means or bad in her long conflict with Mary and her supporters has remained intact almost to our own time. The chapter, then, which deals with this important phase of the War of Religion, rightly bears the name of Mary Stuart. To understand the shifting policy, the conflicting interests and influences which molded her career and finally led to her destruction, it is necessary to go back to the days of her infancy. Mary Stuart, from the moment of her birth, December 8, 1542, was destined to be a brand of discord. Henry VIII saw the fulfillment of his cherished dream of the union of England and Scotland in a marriage between the young queen and his son Edward. He peremptorily demanded that the child should be sent into England at once, and under conditions which involved the immediate subjection of Scotland to the southern kingdom. Though these demands were rejected, the regent, the pliable and at that time Protestant Arran, agreed by the Treaty of Greenwich, July 1, 1543, that Mary, when 10 years old, should be placed in Henry's hands. But the king's overbearing and dictatorial tone so played into the hands of the dissatisfied party of Cardinal Beaton and the Queen Mother that the treaty was repudiated, and the alliance with France formally renewed. The English party seemed almost at an end. The horror, devastation, and plunder of an English invasion followed. National independence in Scotland became identified with the French alliance and the maintenance of the Roman Church. Yet so keen was the English desire for union that, when by French help there was prospect of the tide turning in favor of the Scots, Somerset opened negotiations with Huntley, January 1548, and proposed that in 3 years the child should go into England, that Protestants in Scotland should have liberty of conscience, that the very names of England and English, as well as Scotland and Scottish, should be abolished, and that the two kingdoms henceforth should form one empire, Great Britain, and the prince ruler thereof should be named the Emperor of Great Britain. But the distrust and hatred of the old enemy were too strong. 6 months later, Desaix, the French commander, laid before the Scottish Parliament at Haddington his master's desire of marrying Mary to the Dauphin, and on August 13 the Queen landed in France. The victory of Mary of Lorraine and the Catholic party seemed complete. The Protestant movement in Scotland had originated, as contemporary Catholic writers agree, in the revolt of a people, untaught and uncared for, against the idleness, cupidity, and scandalous lives of their clergy. The Church fell to pieces from its own internal decay, and Calvinism rushed into the vacuum created by the absence of all religion. The movement at a later time gathered outward strength by the accession of powerful nobles, eager to punish the delinquent clergy by appropriating their wealth. But it needed for ultimate success a single-minded and devoted leader, and a popular political motive. John Knox was to supply the first, and the ill-advised policy of Mary of Lorraine, or rather of her foreign counselors, was eventually to give occasion for the second. The violent character of the struggle in its early stages appears in the assassination of Cardinal Báthory by a number of gentlemen, mainly in revenge for the martyrdom of Wishart, and in the choice of the austere and perverted Knox as preacher by the congregation of those zealots, when he was confined with them in the castle of St. Andrews. Báthory was slain on May 29, 1548. Knox was carried away captive in the French galleys in August of the following year. While Báthory lived, the Church was still politically strong, for under his masterly guidance it represented the extreme patriotic resistance to the domination in England. In April 1554, Arran, now Duke of Châtel-Hérault, reluctantly handed over the regency to Mary of Lorraine. A true Guise, ambitious for her daughter, yet of her own nature inclined to toleration, her fatal error was the attempt to govern Scotland by Frenchmen. The inevitable reaction set in. The old hostility to England rapidly gave way to a greater detestation of France as menacing to the liberties of the nation. French rule came to be identified with the rule of the Church. To the most strenuous part of the Scottish people, national and religious freedom seemed one, and Knox, returning to Scotland for a while in 1555, organized Calvinistic congregations, and convinced earnest and intelligent men, Erskine of Dun, Lord James Stuart, a natural son of James V., and the brilliant Maitland of Lethington, that it was their duty openly to resist idolatry. Under Knox's influence, the lords of the congregation drew up their first bond or covenant, December 3, 1557, and the Revolution became imminent. The Reformers demanded the free exercise of their religion, and the free exercise of this religion involved the suppression of the Mass as idolatry. Toleration on either side became impossible. Both sides fought for supremacy, and would be content with nothing short of it. We now turn to the young queen at the French court. Her beauty, irresistible charm of manner, and intellectual gifts made her a universal favorite. "She governs both the king and the queen," said her uncle, the Cardinal of Lorraine. While Scotland was being ruled by her mother in the interests of France, Mary herself became thoroughly French. In April 1558, she learned her first lesson in political duplicity. Commissioners arrived from Scotland to ratify the promises of France to support Châtel-Hérault's claim to the crown, failing issue of her marriage, and to preserve inviolate the liberties and constitution of Scotland. Mary spoke to the deputies, said Diane de Poitiers, not as an inexperienced child, but as a woman of age and knowledge. On April 4 she signed certain secret papers. In the first she made over Scotland as a free gift to the King of France in the case of her dying without issue, and in another she declared that, though before or after her marriage she might, in compliance with the Scottish Parliament, sign papers in a contrary sense, the preceding document should be taken to declare her genuine mind. On November 17, 1558, Elizabeth succeeded Mary Tudor. The Queen of Scots at once quartered the arms of England and Ireland. The commissioners of Henry II at Cateau Cambresis derisively asked to whom France was desired to restore Calais, seeing that Mary Stuart, and not Elizabeth, was the lawful Queen of England, and Henry urged upon the Pope the immediate excommunication and deprivation of the usurper. The peril of Elizabeth was indeed great. Her safety at the moment, strange to say, appeared to depend entirely upon the self-interested friendship of the champion of Catholicism, Philip of Spain. Such strength as she possessed at home was in her character. The Spanish ambassador hinted that she owed her crown to Philip. She replied she owed it to her people. She is very much wedded to her people, wrote Feria, and thinks as they do. She is incomparably more feared than her sister was. Philip, that he might preserve England to his church, resolved to do God a service by marrying the Queen. Elizabeth refused him, and proceeded boldly with her ecclesiastical reforms. The king bade his ambassador make it his main object to prevent a rupture between the Catholics and Protestants, as this is best for our interests, and would deprive the French of an excuse for interference. If the Catholics were strong, he might secretly aid them and give fair words to the heretics. Meanwhile, Philip engaged himself to Elizabeth de Valois, the French king's daughter, and the Venetian Schifanoia reported from London that the Protestants were trembling at the alliance of the two most powerful princes in the world, and called for their extirpation at the coming General Council. England was the sick man of Europe. The phrase is Feria's, who promised to keep the sick man alive till Philip was ready to intervene. Yet, impatient with his master's policy of inaction, he repeatedly and indignantly reminded him of the just claims of the Queen of Scots and the ease with which France could take possession of this miserable country. For, he adds, if the King of France gets this woman declared a heretic and bastard at Rome, how can your Majesty go against God and justice and the Catholics, who will doubtless join France? Philip could only reply that he had begged the Pope to hold his hand. Thus English Catholics did not stir, as they waited for the word from Spain. The jealousy of France made Philip afraid to interfere. The Pope was prevented from speaking, while France thought it prudent to crush out Protestantism in Scotland and establish Mary's position there, before making a descent upon England. It was then upon Scotland that all eyes were now fixed. In April 1558, the burning of the old man Milne exasperated the Protestants beyond control. The death in November of Mary Tudor led them once more to look to England for friendship or support. On May 2, 1559, Knox returned to his country. "I see," he wrote, "the battle shall be great, and I am come. I praise my God, even in the brunt of the battle." On the 10th, a summons from the Queen Regent to certain defiant preachers to appear at Stirling was the signal for the gathering of their friends in force. Knox's famous sermon at Perth excited the rascal multitude to break images and to pull down religious houses. The Regent took up arms. The lords of the congregation for a time got the upper hand and occupied Edinburgh, but soon found that they were quite unable to sustain a contest with the trained troops of France. They now appealed earnestly to England for aid. Elizabeth was in great perplexity. She disliked the political opinions of Knox, and had little sympathy with his creed. How could she assist such rebels against lawful authority without encouraging her own recusants to do the same? Moreover, she was ill prepared to risk war with France. Yet to remain neutral would be to enable the French to master Scotland as a province of France, and thence march to the conquest of England in support of Mary's claim. On July 10, 1559, Francis II succeeded his father Henry II, and Mary wrote, so Throckmorton reported, that as she was now Queen of France and Scotland, so she trusted to be Queen of England also. The Guises became supreme in France, and Elizabeth's danger was the greater. Kirkcaldy of Grange was justified in his warning to Cecil, "If ye suffer us to be overthrown, ye shall prepare the way for your own destruction." Cecil understood this well. Elizabeth at length resolved to help the insurgents secretly with money, and to mass troops on the border, but if possible to avoid a rupture with France. No one was more keen for the English alliance and the aid of English troops than Knox. He implored the English to send from Berwick 1,000 men to serve for wages, and so break no league with France. Or, if that excuse avail not, you may declare them rebels when once they are in our company. He and his friends wished to make their grievances one of religion only. The Queen would not hear of religion. She would move only to defend the Scots from foreign tyranny, and herself from invasion. To the remonstrances of Noailles, the French ambassador, she replied that it was the custom of her country to arm when her neighbors armed. The Queen of Scots had assumed her title, and was aiming at her throne, and it was patent to all the world that the French preparations were directed against England through Scotland. In January 1560, Elizabeth sent Winter with a fleet to the Firth with orders to pick a quarrel with the French, and so prevent their bringing reinforcements, but to do so on his own responsibility. With the extraordinary good luck which attended her at critical moments, the French fleet, while on its way to Scotland, was driven back or destroyed by storms. In February, she entered into a formal league with the Congregation, nominally in defense of the national liberties against French encroachments. Statesmen on the continent were aghast at her audacity. They believed she was rushing to her ruin. "You will be torn in pieces," said Feria to Chaloner, "and other princes will fall out about your garments." It now became an urgent question whether Philip should not anticipate the French by first occupying England himself. "If," wrote the Duchess of Parma to Philip, "the French establish themselves in Scotland, England is theirs. With England they will have the Low Countries. How then will it fare with Spain and the Indies? Spain," said Cardinal Grandvella, "must defend London as it would Brussels." In the same strain, Quadra, the new ambassador in London, wrote to Feria, "Either this country will fall to the French, or we shall have to take up arms in the most ignominious and shameful cause which Christian prince ever sustained." Meanwhile, both English and French appealed to Philip. The king, in his embarrassment, sent de Glaçon to England to insist on the Queen keeping the peace. He arrived in England on April 5, but too late. A few days previously, Elizabeth had taken the decisive step of sending Lord Grey across the border with an army to cooperate with the forces of the Congregation. The tumult of Amboise, March 15, and the beginning of serious troubles with the Huguenots following upon the disaster to her fleet had crippled France, and thus Elizabeth had been emboldened to take stronger measures. In 2 months' time the French were driven, not by English or Scottish prowess, but by their own misfortunes, to send deputies into Scotland with full powers to negotiate terms of peace, the king and queen giving their royal words to ratify all that should be settled by them. The Treaty of Edinburgh was signed by the commissioners July 6, shortly after the death of Mary of Lorraine, June 11. It was agreed that Mary, seeing the kingdoms of England and Ireland do belong by right to Elizabeth, should in all times coming abstain from the use of her title and arms. The foreign troops were to go, and the Scottish Parliament was to be held on August 1st to settle the affairs of religion. But the king and queen were meanwhile to be advertised of this concession, and their adherence obtained. The Parliament was duly held, though no authorization came from Francis and Mary. The Calvinistic confession of faith was adopted, the papal jurisdiction abolished, and the saying or hearing of Mass prohibited, under the penalty of death for the third offense. The religious revolution was effected with scarcely a show of opposition from the prelates of the old church. Francis and Mary, humiliated by the unexpected turn of affairs in Scotland, refused to ratify the treaty. The French troops had been withdrawn, and peace was re-established. The refusal to ratify could therefore only mean that Mary maintained her pretensions to the English crown, and so it was understood. On December 5, Francis died, and was succeeded by his brother Charles. Mary was no longer queen regnant of France. Catherine de' Medici gained the upper hand, and the Guises lost their ascendancy. Disliked and suspected by Catherine, Mary for the moment had no home, no powerful party, no policy. The new Pope Pius IV sent her the golden rose, addressing her pathetically as a rose among thorns. Overtures were now made for her return to her kingdom, and she placed herself, not perhaps without some misgivings, in the hand of her half-brother, the Lord James. Ambitious of power and wealth, but devoted to his creed and to the English alliance, Lord James Stuart was a statesman, shrewd, powerful, and yet moderate, and he might be expected to support his sister in everything except a conflict with England, or an attempt to overthrow the recent religious settlement in Scotland. Meanwhile, Mary, to the increasing annoyances of Elizabeth, resolutely evaded every attempt to induce her to ratify the Treaty of Edinburgh. Mary landed in Scotland August 19, 1561. Her eyes were from the very first fixed upon the English succession, and her policy at home and abroad now seemed entirely subservient to that end. As matters stood, the parliamentary sanction given to the will of Henry VIII, the very settlement under which Elizabeth now reigned, excluded or passed over Mary's line in the succession. Her first step, therefore, must be to obtain from the English Parliament an acknowledgment of her natural right to succeed Elizabeth, failing heirs of her body. Mary had, above all, to conciliate the rival queen. To make good her ground in her own kingdom, she must allay the suspicions of her Protestant subjects, gain their confidence, and let religious questions for the present lie dormant. For this purpose she could not have chosen a better Secretary of State than Maitland, the Scottish Cecil, who, like her brother Lord James, was bent upon maintaining friendship with England, strongly supported her claim for recognition as next heir to the throne, and though tolerant of the Queen's religious practices, was yet in the confidence of the leaders of the Kirk. On the other hand, knowing well that in the pursuit of her object, and especially in the event of open conflict, she would, apart from the aid of the papacy and Catholic princes, have mainly to rely on the strong latent body of Catholics in England, Mary found it politic to profess secretly to her foreign friends an ardent zeal for the Catholic cause, and to let them believe her ready to sacrifice her life in the attempt to restore the Church in her own or both kingdoms. Such protestations must not be taken too seriously. Mary had no idea of risking her position in Scotland by any premature display of zeal. Rather, it seems to have been her hope that she would gather round her in time a party strong enough to effect a change of religion by constitutional means. The Pope himself had reminded her of the example of Mary Tudor. Might not the Queen of Scots, in her turn, make a Spanish match? Within a few days after her arrival in Scotland, the Queen issued a proclamation forbidding, under pain of death, any attempt at any alteration of the existing arrangement regarding religion, till a final settlement should be made with the consent of her estates. She, however, deferred calling a parliament, evaded the petitions of the General Assembly, and left the Acts of 1560 unconfirmed. She refused to hand over to the ministers the incomes of the old clergy, or the church property which had fallen to laymen, but claimed for the crown 1/3 of these revenues, and this third was to be equally divided between herself and the Protestant clergy. She thus kept in her own hands the means of effecting another change should the opportunity occur. Attempts to revive Catholic worship were promptly checked, and the papal envoy, de Guda, then secretly in the country, reported that the Bishop of Dunkeld had been impeached before the Queen for making preparations to administer the sacrament at Easter, 1562, and had been compelled to desist by the Queen's command. At another time 48 priests, including the Primate of Scotland, were by her authority thrown into prison for venturing to say Mass in secret. Yet Mary would not for a moment tolerate an invasion of her own privileges, nor suffer her priests to be wantonly insulted. The ministers in vain petitioned for the abolition of Mass in the royal chapel. When the town council of Edinburgh issued a decree in terms insulting to priests and nuns, Mary instantly deprived them of their offices, and confined them in the Tolbooth. Meanwhile, the Queen both amused her court with the fashions and gaiety of France, and attended seriously with her brothers to affairs of state. She made progress through her dominions, put down the disorder of the border counties, kept a firm hand upon unquiet nobles, punished and got rid of the troublesome Bothwell, and what is more surprising, marched with her council to the north, and there humbled the powerful Earl of Huntly, who had aided his son, Lord George Gordon, in some resistance to the Queen's authority. Mary, who never seemed in higher spirits, delighted in the campaign, and left the leader of the Scottish Catholics dead on the field of Corrichie. For it was this same Huntly who, by his desertion of the Royalists for the side of the Congregation at a critical moment in the struggle of 1559, had in the mind of Mary Lorraine turned the scale against the Catholic cause. Thus, by one act, Mary gratified and enriched her brother, now created Earl of Moray, displayed her impartiality by punishing a professed Catholic, and revenged herself on a traitor. At the end of 3 years, the English ambassador could report, "The Queen is strictly obeyed, perfectly served, and honoured by all," and this after the imprudent conduct which Lord Chastelard to the rash acts that cost him his life. She had indeed so managed that already her chief counsellors, Moray and Maitland, had drifted away from Knox and the extreme Protestant party. The reformer himself, who found in her a proud mind, a crafty wit, and indolent heart, was the one rock which she in vain tried to move. One of the grave political questions of Europe at this time was Mary's marriage. Was France to let the all-powerful Philip obtain control of her old ally, Scotland? Was Spain to submit without a struggle to the restoration of that connection with France which had just been so happily dissolved? And what match could be agreeable to Mary which was not dangerous to England? The first thought of Mary's uncles, and her own constant wish, had been an alliance with Don Carlos. This scheme was so ably resisted by the intrigues of Catherine de' Medici that it fell through before Mary left France. Mary herself seemed to remain passive. She wished first to win the coveted recognition of her right to the English succession. She declared that she would only marry according to the Queen of England's good will, or she would even say pleasantly that she wished that one of them were a man, to make an end to all disputes, or that she would have no husband but Elizabeth. The Cardinal of Lorraine was soon busily negotiating with the imperial court to match his niece with the Archduke Charles. With this project Mary was not well pleased. She made it clear that the Archduke was not powerful enough to assist her in her schemes. For this reason, among others, she would not think of any Protestant prince. Catherine now manoeuvred to obtain her hand for Charles IX, if she would but wait a year or two. And this project naturally alarmed Spain. The Don Carlos match was revived. Philip's ministers and ambassadors urged the magnificence of such a union, which would add to the Spanish crown the British islands, secure the friendship of the Guises and the tranquillity of the Netherlands, and in short lead straight to universal monarchy. Elizabeth, meanwhile, let Mary know that any union with the House of Habsburg would be taken as a direct act of hostility, and Knox from the pulpit menaced with the divine vengeance any such infidel marriage. Philip finally, in August 1564, to the intense disappointment of Mary, abandoned the scheme on the nominal plea of Don Carlos's health, having probably discovered that his uncontrollable and lunatic son was an impossible instrument of diplomacy, and would not serve the end he had in view. But there was still another candidate in the field. The Countess of Lennox had intended that her son, Lord Darnley, whose claim to the English succession was next to that of Mary, and who had the advantage of being a naturalized Englishman, should marry the Queen of Scots. The English Catholics, staunch friends of the Lennox line, had not by any means unanimously regarded Mary's claims with favour so long as she was connected with France. They were too much subjected to Spanish influence. They had rather favored the pretensions of young Darnley, and if Mary was not to marry the Prince of Spain, what marriage could be more acceptable to the party than one with Darnley? It would excite no continental jealousies, introduce no foreigner into the government, and would be the best guarantee for the restoration of Catholicism and the union of the crowns. Elizabeth, who had set one suitor against another, while fearing all, had lastly proposed her own favorite, Leicester. Mary would not have disregarded even this match, had it been attendant with the recognition of her right of succession, but this she could never obtain. To accede to such a request would, on the part of Elizabeth, have been to cut the ground from under her own feet. It would, as the Spanish ambassador saw, manifestly have resulted in a rising of the English Catholics and the reintroduction of the religion by force. Darnley met Mary at Weymouth, February 1565. She was already favorably disposed towards him on political grounds, but she seems to have been smitten with love at the sight of the beardless youth whose handsome figure and elegant accomplishments concealed the vacuity of his mind and the viciousness of his character. Castelnau, the French envoy, who was witness of the love-making, declares her infatuation to have been so great that it was set down to magic. But the political motive was uppermost. Thwarted on every side, Queen Mary at length determined to make her own choice. By her bold and independent move, Elizabeth was outwitted. The long lad, as she said to the French ambassador, was but a pawn in the game, but a pawn which threatened her with checkmate. She became seriously alarmed. A recent inquiry had shown that there were not Protestant gentry enough in England to supply the vacancies in the office of Justice of the Peace. The Privy Council, May 1st and June 4th, denounced the proposed match as injurious to the interests of the country. In Scotland, Mary had obtained the consent of a convention of her nobles, but Moray, although he had been ostensibly able to approve the Spanish match, now foresaw the Queen's emancipation from the control of the Protestant lords and the loss of his own influence. He drew once more towards Knox, and the irreconcilable clerical party entered into a bond with Argyle and Châtelherault for the defense of religion, and in July was making preparation for revolt. The General Assembly had already, June 25, assumed a more actively hostile attitude towards Catholics and demanded the compulsory attendance of all at Protestant worship. Elizabeth, who had offered to tolerate Mary's marriage with Darnley if she would conform to the religion of the country, now encouraged the malcontents with money and promises of military aid. On July 29, Mary publicly celebrated her marriage. Her opportunity had come. The first overt act of aggression had been on the side of her opponents. She was confronted with insurrection within her kingdom and with invasion from England. She acted with vigor, issued proclamations declaring her innocence of making any alteration in religion, solicited aid from the Pope and King of Spain, obtained money from the latter, and again assured the Pope that she and her husband would defend the Catholic faith to the utmost of their power. She recalled Bothwell, whom she had made Lieutenant General of the Southern Marches, restored George Gordon to his father's dignities, and took the Catholic Athol to her councils. She marched armed at the head of the troops to meet the insurgents with such alacrity that Moray and his friends, without risking a conflict, fled early in October into England, leaving her mistress of the situation. Elizabeth, seeing the weakness of the insurgents, dared not openly intervene. Castelnau let her know that if she crossed the border, France would be bound to come to Mary's aid. The King of Spain was for the first time making a decided move in her favor. When Moray, therefore, appeared before Elizabeth in London, she, in the presence of the French ambassador, reprimanded him for his rebellion and disavowed all sympathy with his action. Mary was now bent on the ruin of her opponents. In answer to Castelnau's appeal for leniency, she declared she would rather lose her crown than forego her revenge on Moray. A parliament was summoned for March 12, 1566, when she was resolved that the rebel should be forfeited. And then, as she admitted to Archbishop Beton, She hoped to have done some good anent restoring the old religion. Her triumph certainly seemed within her grasp. It was now nearly 6 years since the revolution which had set up Protestantism in Scotland. Very different, indeed, was the position of Catholicism from what it then had been. The Council of Trent had been brought to a close at the end of 1563, and one immediate outcome of the new sense of unity and moral strength imparted to the papacy was a desire on the part of Pius IV, the Cardinal of Lorraine, the Emperor, and Philip of Spain, to form a league of the Catholic powers for the suppressing of Protestantism everywhere. If conflicting temporal interests prevented this league from taking definite shape, the idea and the wish were there. France, too, had recovered from her first civil war, in which the Catholics had shown their superior strength, and Catherine was once more in friendly relations with the Guises. In 1564 she had contrived a conference at Bayonne with her daughter, the Queen of Spain, the Duke of Alva, and the representatives of the Pope, and it was well nigh universally, though erroneously, believed that the contemplated league had then become actually signed, and that Mary had secretly joined it. The situation was such as unduly to raise the hopes of the one side, and to inspire the other with the deepest suspicion and animosity. But the marriage which had promised to be the beginning of Mary's triumph was destined to be one of the main causes of her ruin. Before many months had passed, Darnley neglected his wife and disgusted her with his low vices. His vanity prompted him to covet the matrimonial crown, an increase to his power and right which Mary prudently refused. This refusal Darnley attributed to David Riccio, the Queen's private secretary. This man, a Piedmontese and a zealous Catholic, had occupied a humble position in her household and assisted in her choir. The unusual confidence and familiarity with which the Queen treated him, his arrogance and assumption of authority, made him an object of jealousy and suspicion to the nobles. The Protestant party, especially, regarded him as the promoter of Catholic intrigues and the chief obstacle to the progress of reform. He was even believed to be in the pay of the Pope and the secret correspondent of Philip II. Of any such correspondence or intrigue there is, however, no evidence. His name even seems to have been unknown to Philip. That he influenced Mary's policy is most probable, and Darnley was moreover induced to believe or to assert that villain David had dishonored his bed. He became the leader of a plot to put the favorite to death. A bond was entered into, signed by the king, Ruthven, and Morton, to slay Riccio as an enemy of the state, and in another bond the fugitive lords, Moray, Argyle, Glencairn, and others in England, undertook to stand by Darnley, to procure him the crown matrimonial, and to maintain the Protestant religion, while in return they were to receive pardon and restoration to their honours. On the evening of Saturday, March 9, 1566, 3 days before the appointed Parliament, the assassins, accompanied by Darnley himself, dragged their victim from the side of the Queen, to whom he clung, and dispatched him with some 50 blows, leaving the king's dagger in his body. Huntley and Bothwell, with a few other friends of Mary, made their escape, while she found herself a prisoner in the hands of the conspirators. Quickly recovering from her first movement of terror, she skilfully detached the weak Darnley from the rest, temporized with her captors, welcomed Moray, who now suddenly reappeared, and exclaimed, "Ah, my brother, if you had been here, you never would have suffered me to be thus cruelly handled." She then slipped away, galloped with Darnley to Dunbar, summoned her lieges, and once more compelled her enemies to fly across the border. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 8, Mary Stuart by Thomas Graves Law, Part 2. The murder of Riccio, an action worthy of all praise, in the mind of Knox, was, however, the death-blow to Mary's schemes. All the wise ordinances, wrote de Silva, now Spanish ambassador in London, made by the good Queen with regard to religion, have been upset, and it will be difficult to establish them again. The Bishop of Dunblane was on his way to Rome, conveying to Pius V the obedience and submission of the King and Queen in their earnest request for aid, when the news of the disaster reached him. He could only pray the Pope to excuse the Queen from attempting any alteration at present. The enthusiastic Pope praised in conclave this woman with a man's heart, granted her 20,000 crowns, and commissioned Loreo, Bishop of Mondovi, to go into Scotland as his nuncio, declaring that if possible he would go himself in person, and gladly spend his blood and life in her service. Mary now reverted to a policy of conciliation. Moray returned to her councils together with Athol, Huntly, and Bothwell, and she even tried to win the goodwill of the ministers by making better provision for their maintenance. Once more matters went smoothly for a while. On Wednesday, June 19th, the Queen gave birth to her son James. Her position in England was thus greatly strengthened. She renewed her protestations of loyalty to Rome, and promised to bring up the child as a Catholic, while she invited Elizabeth to be his godmother, and opened negotiations with her for the recognition of her own rights and those of her son. Elizabeth with difficulty avoided a serious quarrel with both houses of Parliament by her refusal to discuss either the matter of the succession or her own marriage. Instinctively she saw that her security lay in remaining as she was, yet free to use any proposal of marriage as a convenient political instrument. Her best advisers, moreover, recognized that to name Mary as her successor would be to seal her own doom. Never was the Queen of Scots to outward appearance held in higher respect than in the autumn of this year. Ducrot, the French ambassador, wrote, "I never saw the Queen so much beloved, esteemed, and honored, nor so great harmony amongst her subjects." Week after week, de Silva reported to his master that all was well in Scotland. There was but one cloud in the horizon. The strained relations between Mary and her husband were notorious. She had been at first deceived by him as to his share in the Riccio outrage. His confederates, who were one by one being brought back to favor by the entreaties of Moray and the counsels of the French envoys, enraged at their previous desertion and betrayal by Darnley, laid before the Queen proofs of his treachery and baseness which produced in her the bitterest resentment. Her trouble was the main cause of an illness which brought her to death's door at Jedburgh. Maitland wrote to the Archbishop of Glasgow, October 14, "It is a heartbreak for her to think that he could be her husband, and how to be free of him she sees no outlet." She cried in her grief, "I could wish to be dead." So Ducrot reported, and de Silva, much distressed, wrote to Rome in the hope that the Pope might effect a reconciliation. Meanwhile, Mary had been much thrown with Bothwell, who won her admiration by all those qualities which stood in boldest contrast with those of her effeminate husband. He was an able and courageous soldier, a man of barbaric loyalty, faithful almost alone to Mary's mother, a persistent enemy of England, and now the Queen's staunchest adherent. Although he was an evil liver and an unbending Protestant, de Silva could write of him, when Bothwell was thought to have died of his wounds at Hermitage, "The Queen has lost a man whom she could trust, and of such she has but few." He was now, through Mary's own acts, her most powerful subject, and his ambition was boundless. Early in December took place the eventful conference at Craigmillar between Moray, Maitland, Bothwell, Huntly, and Argyle. Maitland proposed to Mary that she should obtain a divorce from her husband. She refused on the ground that the dissolution of her marriage would bastardize her son. Bothwell argued the point, and Maitland begged her to leave the question of how to get rid of Darnley in the hands of her nobles. Moray, he said, would look through his fingers. Finally, she willed them to do nothing by which any spot might be laid on her honor or conscience. The inevitable bond was now drawn up. After the baptism of James at Stirling, December 17, Darnley, who felt himself slighted and had declined to be present, retired to his father at Glasgow, where he fell ill with smallpox. Rumors reached Mary that he and his father had been plotting mischief, and on January 20, 1567, she wrote to the Archbishop of Glasgow, complaining bitterly of her husband and his inquisitorial spying upon her movements. On that day or the next, however, she visited the sick man at Glasgow with the intention of bringing him back to Craigmillar. It was safer for her that he should be under her own eye. But at this point every word spoken and every movement of the chief personages in the history are the subject of controversy. We know at least that Darnley pleaded for forgiveness, and desired to live with his wife again. Since he disliked Craigmillar as a residence, and since there would be danger of infection to the infant prince at Holyrood, Mary brought him to Kirk O'Field by the walls of Edinburgh. Here she visited him daily and slept in a room beneath his own. On the evening of February 9th, she left him suddenly to attend a wedding of a servant at Holyrood. About 2 o'clock in the night, an explosion took place at Kirklefield, and Darnley's dead body was found, untouched, however, by gunpowder, in the garden at some yards' distance from the house. There could be no doubt whose deed it was. Placards on the city walls and voices in the night proclaimed Bothwell and his friends as the murderers. The question in everybody's mouth was, had the Queen any part in the crime? Suspicions were naturally arose when confirmed by her strange conduct. She acted as if her main endeavor was to evade inquiry and shield the culprit. She seemed to have lost all energy and discretion. Her best friends were amazed at her indifference and inaction. Archbishop Bain wrote to her plainly what was said of her complicity, and implored her to see that justice was done. Otherwise it were better that she lost life and all. Moritz, the ambassador of Savoy, who had just come from Edinburgh, could not conceal from de Silva his suspicions that the Queen had known of and consented to the plot. The Catholics in England were divided, and all were disheartened. Meanwhile, the reputed murderer, who with Huntley had charge of the infant prince, acted as Mary's chief counselor, kept up a close intimacy with her, received from her fresh grants of place and power and costly presents. The Queen evaded the demands of Lennox that the accused should be arrested, and finally appointed April 12 for the trial of Bothwell, at which not the Crown but Lennox was to be the prosecutor. In default of prosecutor and witnesses, Bothwell was acquitted, for he had filled the city with his troops, and Lennox had not dared to appear. In the Parliament which followed, Bothwell was further honored, and on the day on which it closed, April 19, he entertained the chief nobles at supper, and there induced them to sign a bond affirming his innocence and recommending him to marry the Queen. 4 days later, at Stirling, Mary saw her son's face for the last time. On the next day she was waylaid on her road to Edinburgh by Bothwell, and carried with Maitland to Dunbar. News of the intended capture had leaked out before it took place. De Silva reported to Philip that it was believed the whole thing had been arranged. Murmurs had already been heard against the contemplated marriage with a man whose wife was living. Mary could not possibly hope to gain the consent of Spain, of France, or of the Pope to a match with a heretic and profligate, a match which would wreck all the hopes of the Counter-Reformation. Nor could Bothwell, the most bitter enemy of England, be acceptable to Elizabeth. For Mary's own security, the show of violence and the hurry seemed necessary. While she was at Dunbar on April 26, the new Commissary Court commenced proceedings for the divorce at the instance of Lady Jane Gordon, Bothwell's wife, on the ground of his admitted adulteries, and on the 27th the suit was instituted before the restored court of Archbishop Hamilton for the annulment of the same marriage on the ground of consanguinity, an impediment for which the Archbishop had himself, as apostolic legate, given the requisite dispensation 10 months before. Mary entered Edinburgh with Bothwell on May 3rd. The Protestant minister, John Craig, publicly protested against the bans which he was compelled to proclaim, and Mary's confessor warned her that the marriage could not and ought not to be. On the 12th she solemnly declared before the Court of Session her freedom from restraint, and early in the morning of the 15th she was married according to the Protestant rite by the once Catholic Bishop of Orkney. 8 days later she renewed her proclamation of 1561 against any alteration in the religion then standing, and annulled any privilege or license ever granted to the contrary. Catholic Europe was in despair at the depths to which their favorite had fallen. The Bishop of Dunblane in vain pleaded at the court of France that the marriage was brought about by destiny rather than by free choice. His excuses were contemptuously rejected. The Venetian ambassador Correro felt that the Catholic religion had now no hope of ever again raising its head in Scotland. De Silva was alienated and distrustful. The Bishop of Mondovi had returned to Italy, recalled by the Pope. His mission had been a failure. He had never been allowed to set foot in Scotland. From Paris he had proposed to the Queen, as a test of her sincerity and as a sovereign remedy for her evils, that she should cut off the heads of 6 of her chief councillors, including Moray and Lethington. Mary had resolutely refused to do anything of the kind, yet the nuncio still entertained some hope that another papal mission might be more successful. On receipt of the news of the Bothwell marriage, the shadow of a hope vanished. With this last act, so dishonorable to God and herself, he wrote to the Cardinal Secretary of State, the propriety of sending any sort of envoy ceases. One cannot, as a rule, expect much from those who are subject to their pleasures. Mary's best apologists could only attribute her blind passion to love potions administered by Bothwell. In Scotland, the revulsion of feeling was almost universal. A sense of shame at the national disgrace and degradation of their sovereign, fear and hate of Bothwell, a dread of the consequences of their acts or the opportunity arising from the moment of Mary's greatest weakness, united all parties in a call to arms and to a revolution of which the projectors did not foresee the end. To punish the murderer of the king, to free the queen from the thraldom of a disgraceful marriage, to protect the young prince whose life seemed in jeopardy, these were among the avowed objects of the Confederates. The Hamiltons, the next claimants to the throne after James, suspicious of the Lennoxes and of the ambition of Moray, almost alone gave a self-interested adherence to the Queen. Bothwell fled from Borthwick Castle, in which he had taken refuge, and was quickly followed by Mary in man's clothes. On June 15 they were side by side at Carberry Hill with their troops. Ducrot, an eyewitness, describes her eagerness to fight, her fear of risking Bothwell in the duel proposed in lieu of battle, her acceptance of the condition that he should be allowed to escape, and her trusting herself to the hands of the Confederate army by which she was led captive to Edinburgh, and thence, on the ground of her refusal to abandon Bothwell, to a prison at Loch Leven. The next step of the Confederates was a difficult one. If she had consented to a divorce from Bothwell, many would have been willing to restore the government to her, but she acted as if passionately attached to her husband, and severer counsels prevailed. Knox, who had retired from the country since the Riccio murder, now reappeared on the scene. In a general assembly held on June 25, the voice of the Church was heard with effect. The Queen was herself now denounced from the pulpit as a murderess, and the populace clamored for her trial and punishment. On July 16 she was roughly compelled, the alternative being certain death, to sign a deed of abdication and to nominate Moray, then absent in France, as regent. On the 29th the young James was crowned king by the Bishop of Orkney, Knox preaching the sermon. The revolution was complete. It was an act of defiance to the Catholic sovereigns and of the Queen of England. The Protestant party was acting for the first time with stern independence. Elizabeth's efforts on behalf of Mary were unavailing, and it was clearly intimated by Throckmorton, the English ambassador, that any act of intervention on her part would be the signal for Mary's execution. Now, if ever, it would seem, was the opportunity for the Catholic powers to come to Mary's aid. But so low had she fallen in the estimation of her foreign friends that all looked coldly on her misfortunes. Moreover, France was entering upon another civil war, and her hands were full. Charles IX, at least, thought more of securing the Scottish alliance than of saving the Queen. His envoys were instructed to bear in mind that the desired alliance was not with this or that prince, but with the established government. The main object was, as always, to detach Scotland from England. Spain, too, was busy with the outbreak in the Netherlands. Alva's army of 10,000 veterans was marching from Italy to crush the revolt. But 10 months later, when appealed to for help, Philip replied that he was not sufficiently informed and could give his ambassador no instructions but to work for the good of religion, while, worst of all, Pius V, Mary's staunchest friend, believed himself duped and would have nothing to do with her. July 1567, and his Secretary of State, even so late as August 1568, explained to the nuncio of Madrid that His Holiness is not well resolved in his mind which of the two queens is the better. In strange contrast with this virtual abandonment of Mary's cause by her natural allies was the attitude of Elizabeth. For once she felt genuine sympathy with her rival. She protested against the unwarrantable infringement of the rights of sovereigns, refused to acknowledge James, and made rash and impolitic offers to Mary of friendship and of help if need should be. The need came, and the help was claimed in an unexpected manner. On May 2, 1568, after 10 months of confinement in Loch Leven, Mary effected her escape. She revoked her abdication and asked her lawyers how she could obtain her restoration. They replied, by Parliament or by battle. By battle let it be, she answered. Joined by the Hamiltons and others, she met Moray at Langside, fled defeated from the battlefield, and on the 16th crossed the Solway into England. Yet the Queen came not as a suppliant craving refuge, but buoyant, defiant, burning to renew the struggle, and to chastise her false accusers. She expected to be sent back by Elizabeth's troops in triumph to her throne. She demanded to be admitted to the Queen's presence. Sir Francis Knollys, who was sent to visit her at Carlisle, was fascinated by her eloquent tongue, discreet head, and the stout courage which made pain and peril pleasant for victory's sake. "What is to be done with such a lady and such a princess?" he asked. Elizabeth's embarrassment was great. Her first impulse was to receive Mary with the honor due to a sovereign, but Cecil and the Protestant party in her council were more far-seeing. Was Elizabeth to break with her former friends and by force of arms restore to Protestant Scotland a Catholic queen, who would use her first opportunity to snatch at the English crown, her pretensions to which she had never abated? Or was Mary, as an alternative, to be permitted to cross over to France and there renew the situation of 1559, and with the aid of the Guises become a perpetual menace to England? While Mary had been shut up in Loch Leven, Alva was threatening that, after crushing the Netherlands, he would cross over to France with his victorious army and there complete the annihilation of the Huguenots. England's turn would surely come next, and what hope would there be for England and the Reformation if Mary's hands were not kept tied, and the alliance with the Scottish Protestants were not maintained? Yet to detain Mary in England without some plausible ground might be as perilous as to set her free. Elizabeth's first object was to gain time, and meanwhile to keep Mary out of mischief. She found it, therefore, inconsistent with her honor to receive the Scottish Queen until she had proved herself innocent of her husband's murder. And step by step Mary was inveigled into submitting to some sort of conference or indirect adjudication upon her cause, in the course of which Elizabeth was to call upon Moray to justify his rebellion. Moray, on his part, was led to believe that the result of the inquiry would certainly be to confirm his sister's deposition, while Mary herself was told that in any case she would be restored upon reasonable conditions and without dishonor. The famous conference was to be held at York. Norfolk, known to be a friend of Mary, was, with the Earl of Sussex, the chief commissioner on Elizabeth's side. Leslie, the Bishop of Ross, and Lord Herries were the principal advisers of Mary, and Maitland, who accompanied Moray, also gave her secret assistance. Moray came prepared with the mysterious casket letters, purporting to contain in Mary's own handwriting damning evidence of her having lured Darnley to his doom, together with her contract of marriage with Bothwell in Huntley's hand, signed by herself and by Bothwell before his acquittal of the murder. But Moray was fearful of taking a false step by producing evidence which, if not fatal to Mary, would surely be fatal to himself. And having had bitter experience of Elizabeth's caprice, he was doubtful whether she might not yet restore Mary in spite of the casket. Others also were implicated in the crime, and the consequences of opening the letters could scarcely be foreseen. A sight of the documents, or rather of an English translation of them, was furtively procured for Mary by Maitland. She implored him, according to Leslie's confession, to stay these rigorous proceedings. He accordingly worked in her interest for some compromise. Moray, frightened by Norfolk, finally made a feeble defense, and said nothing of the casket or the murder. Meanwhile other intrigues had been carried on, and Elizabeth, fearing to be balked of her advantage, removed the conference to Westminster. Here, November 25, the proceedings, in spite of Mary's protests and withdrawal of her commissioners, assumed undisguisedly the character of a trial, not of Moray for rebellion, but of the Queen for murder. Lennox appeared as an accuser of Mary. Moray produced the letters, and evidence was heard. Elizabeth took care that the contents of the casket should be seen by the chief English lords favourable to Mary, including Northumberland and Westmoreland. Her purpose was already sufficiently gained. It was no one's interest to push matters to an extremity. No satisfactory judicial examination of the documents ever took place. Even Mary's just demand to have sight of the originals was refused. Knollys was sent to induce her to avoid further trouble by confirming her abdication. This, after brief consideration, she absolutely refused to do. She would die a queen. Then came the impotent conclusion of the whole. Elizabeth sent the Regent Moray back to Scotland, solemnly pronouncing that nothing had been brought against him and his party that compromised their honour and loyalty, nor, on the other hand, had anything been shown against the Queen, their sovereign, by which the Queen of England should conceive an evil opinion of her. Mary, nevertheless, with her name sufficiently besmirched, remained a prisoner. The casket letters now disappear from history. The question of their genuineness is beset with difficulties which, in the absence of the originals, it may be now impossible ever to solve. The casket was discovered upon one of Bothwell's servants, June 20th, 1567. The earliest references to the form and contents of the documents which it contained are contradictory or inaccurate. On their evidence, however, the Scottish Parliament, on December 15, 1567, declared Mary to be guilty of murder and to have forfeited her crown. The tendency of recent discovery and research, rendering at least no longer tenable certain positions maintained by former opponents of their genuineness, is to suggest a large foundation of Mary's actual writing, craftily altered or interpolated. This inference, based upon both internal and external evidence, would also explain in some measure Mary's manifest desire rather to keep the letters out of sight than to attempt the demonstration of their falsity, to the ruin of her accusers. The hesitation or silence of Mary's supporters points to the same conclusion. Morton, in his declaration at Westminster, December 29, 1568, first published in full in 1889, asserted that the letters were sitched, that is, examined, on the morning after their discovery, in the presence of Athol and Semple, both Catholics, as well as of Hume and others who had joined Mary's side, besides Maitland himself, who would be a most competent judge of their validity. It is strange that none came forward to dispute the facts alleged. Strange that Huntley did not deny his writing of Mary's contract of marriage with Bothwell. Strange, too, that if the letters were forged, there should remain no clue to the forger or to the date at which such forgery was accomplished. The interest of the letters is, however, mainly biographical. If rejected as forgeries, they leave the question of Mary's innocence or guilt just as it was when the friendly Ducrot, who knew the Queen and all the circumstances well, reported to the French court that the unhappy facts are too well proved. If genuine, they would exhibit Mary as something far worse than an ill-used wife, conniving at the murder of a worthless husband who threatened to be her ruin. The letters had no effect upon international politics. The revolution at home was virtually effected before the discovery of the casket. The judgment of foreign courts was formed independently of its disclosures. There were statesmen in England who, like the Earl of Sussex, saw clearly from the first that the retention of Mary was a political necessity. Her long captivity and the tragedy which closed her life were indeed the acts of the English nation, not a rival queen. Elizabeth herself, ever irresolute and waiting upon events, soon, May 1569, entered upon negotiations, sincere enough at the outset, for her restoration to Scotland. But the dominant party in that country had something to say in the matter. Moray, with a strong hand, had reduced his sister's partisans to submission, and in a convention called by him at Perth, July 25, Elizabeth's proposals, as she now probably hoped or intended, were utterly rejected. But while the door was thus closed to Mary in her own kingdom, she was surprised at the strength of the party growing up in her favor in England. In the 10 years which elapsed since Elizabeth's secession, the hopes entertained from her policy of compromise had hardly been realized. The Catholic majority of her subjects had by no means been reconciled. They were indeed without ecclesiastical leaders, without a definite policy, apparently crushed and helpless. But latent among them was a formidable power, which at any moment might be evoked by favorable circumstances. There were divisions, too, within the Queen's council. When she ascended the throne, she had instinctively made her choice of Sir William Cecil, created Lord Burghley in 1571, as her chief secretary. Cecil was her mainstay in both home and foreign affairs. As if conscious of her own weakness and vacillation, and of the fact that her own private sentiments in religious and other matters were often opposed to those which her better judgment approved for the national welfare, she leant upon the strong man to keep her straight. With Cecil she introduced into her great council Cecil's brother-in-law, Sir Nicholas Bacon, as keeper of the Great Seal, Francis Russell, Earl of Bedford, and others favoring the Reformation. On the other hand, her personal favorite, and for many years her evil genius, was Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester. The council became divided between friends and enemies of Cecil. The country at large was exasperated by the Queen's refusal to marry, and the dread of a disputed succession drove men on all sides to look favorably on the claims of Mary Stuart, and to forget her past delinquencies. Such was the condition of affairs at the moment when, in spite of a significant warning from Elizabeth, the Duke of Norfolk was secretly aiming at a marriage with the imprisoned Queen. A strong conservative party, attached to the old alliance with Spain, hostile to Cecil and to the advanced Protestants, and desirous of settling the succession by Act of Parliament upon Mary, supported Norfolk's project as the best guarantee of peace, while the Catholics were led to expect the Duke's conversion and the restoration of their faith. Yet it could scarcely be expected that Elizabeth's very natural opposition to the marriage of a subject with a claimant to her throne, for such Mary continued to be, could be overcome without a revolution, and revolt would not have been thought of but for the changed relations between England and Spain. Don Guiraud d'Espèce, who had taken the place of the more prudent and moderate de Silva, September 1568, was instructed by Philip warmly to espouse the cause of the Catholics. His zeal outran that of his master. Since the peace of Cateau-Cambréis there had been on a part of the great powers a dread of provoking a general war. A diplomacy characteristic of the age was the result. While open war was avoided, each sovereign acted as if he were in secret alliance with one of the conflicting religious parties into which the rival state was divided. Ambassadors were intended to play the part of spies or conspirators in the country to which they were credited. D'Espèce accordingly set himself to intrigue with the malcontent subjects of Elizabeth, as her agents had done with the Calvinists of Scotland or the Huguenots of France. He at once reported to Philip that it would be easy to release the Queen of Scots and to raise a revolt against Elizabeth. But before long he became confident that the King of Spain, as legitimate successor of Edward III, could subject the country by his own efforts, and in every dispatch, to the alarm of Alva, who feared for Mary's life if such rash projects should be disclosed, he plied his master with arguments and motives for the invasion of England. Many Catholics, he said, had declared they would flock to the king's standard. Mary had sent a message that, if Philip would but help, she would be Queen of England in 3 months, and Mass should be said all over the country. She urged the French ambassador also to bid her friends act for her now or never. The Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland, the Lords of Lumley, Mowbray, Dacre, and others were in the conspiracy. While these secret intrigues were being carried on, England's diplomatic relations with Spain were strained almost to the point of open rupture by the daring conduct of Elizabeth. She had seized the Spanish treasure ships, which had taken refuge in English harbors when on the way to the Netherlands carrying gold for the payment of Alva's troops, and had appropriated or borrowed the money. D'Espèce incited Alva to make reprisals. The Pope urged him to action, but Philip's council, agreeing with Alva himself, decided that it was unwise to break openly with Elizabeth at this moment. While the king was slowly making up his mind to encourage with money and secret favor the Catholics of the north and to help those of Ireland to take up arms against the heretics and deliver the crown to Mary, Elizabeth had laid hands on Norfolk, and the northern earls were being hurried into rebellion, November 14, 1569. Westmoreland and Northumberland were summoned to court. Making evasive excuses, they gathered their forces in haste. There was indecision in their councils. Some of their adherents held back from scruples as to the legitimacy of the rebellion without more definite instructions from Rome. Others wished to see first the promised Spanish gold or Spanish soldiers. Nor was it clear whether the insurgents demanded no more than a change in Elizabeth's policy and the restoration of Catholicism, or whether they aimed at the deposition of the Queen and the substitution of Mary Stuart. On November 14, with 1,700 horse and 4,000 foot, the earls entered Durham, heard Mass in the cathedral, and publicly burnt the Book of Common Prayer and the English Bible. 6 days later they were at Tadcaster, contemplating a dash at Tutbury for the release of Mary. Baffled by the precautions taken by Elizabeth and the removal of her captive to Coventry, disheartened by the want of funds, while Philip characteristically was promising immediate aid if they should keep the field, threatened by the Earl of Sussex, who, as President of the North, was advancing against them with an army largely recruited from Catholics, the earls retreated northwards, and their forces melted away without risking an engagement. 3 months later, Leonard Dacre, a more skilful and dangerous leader, who had hitherto acted as if he were on the Queen's side, threw off the mask, fortified Horworth, and with 3,000 men sought to entrap Lord Hounslow, who marched against him with inferior forces. Dacre was, however, defeated at the Battle of the Gelt, and made his escape for a time, as the earls had done before him, into Scotland. Elizabeth's vengeance was swift and cruel. Gallows were erected on almost every village green within the area of the rising, and Sussex himself reports that the number of its victims was between 600 and 700. The complete collapse of this ill-prepared and ill-supported rebellion did not, however, free Elizabeth from grave anxiety. It was clear that Philip was but biding his time. The Pope, who had egged on the northern earls, was bestirring himself. The French king, again victorious over the Huguenots, was preparing to assist the Queen of Scots, when, to the deep sorrow of Elizabeth and the unconcealed joy of his sister, the regent Moray was struck down by an assassin, January 1570. A fierce civil war broke out in Scotland. Dumbarton and Edinburgh castles were becoming in effect outposts in the great international war of religion, which was raging round Antwerp or La Rochelle. The partisans of Mary, now comprising Maitland, Kirkcaldy, and the greater part of the barons, if left to themselves, might have gained the ascendancy. In February, Pius V, without consulting Philip, issued his long premeditated bull, excommunicating Elizabeth and absolving her subjects from their allegiance. It was the supreme effort of the Counter-Reformation. Elizabeth had good ground for alarm. She quickly dispatched troops into Scotland. By her influence secured the regency for the Earl of Lennox, July 1570, and in fear of France resumed at Chatsworth negotiations for Mary's restoration. Mary even agreed to ratify the Treaty of Edinburgh, to send her son as a hostage to England, and never to marry without Elizabeth's consent. Such conditions were calculated to ensure the failure of the negotiation. France, Spain, and the Scots, as before, made objections, and Mary's hopes, raised to the highest point, were again doomed to disappointment. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8, Mary Stuart by Thomas Graves Law, Part 3. But at the moment when the Catholic powers were most free to act, and the oft-threatened coalition seemed imminent, a change came over the international relations of France, which cast to the winds whatever substance there had been in the Bayonne Conference, lifted England from her isolation in Europe, and gave to her a new political importance. France, fearful of Spanish aggrandizement, veered toward her ancient enemy, and in the teeth of the recent bull was projecting a union between the excommunicated Queen and the Duke of Anjou, the brother of King Charles, a negotiation which, through the skill of Cecil, now Lord Burghley, led shortly to the Treaty of Alliance, defensive and offensive, between England and France, concluded at Blois, April 29, 1572. This alliance was intended to protect England from invasion, even in the cause of religion. In 1559, France had been the natural enemy of England, while Spain, from political necessity, was a friend. Now, 12 years later, the positions were reversed. The change was a momentous one for the Queen of Scots. Resuming her intrigues with the Duke of Norfolk, she placed herself in the hands of the Bishop of Ross and of Ridolfi, an influential Florentine banker in the confidence of the Pope. Ridolfi was dispatched with instructions from both Mary and Norfolk to Alva, the Pope and the King of Spain. France was to be kept in the dark. To make sure of Philip, Norfolk promised to restore the Catholic religion, and bound himself to do whatever the Pope, the Catholic King, and the Queen of Scots should command. He asked for troops, 6,000 to land in England, 2,000 in Ireland, and 2,000 in Scotland, while he, on his side, would furnish an army. Ridolfi was to make orally certain communications not committed to paper. He went first to Alva, who, as usual, was cautious and suspicious. But while putting before Philip the difficulties of an invasion in the secret form proposed, and the danger that, if the project were discovered, Elizabeth would at once, and with apparent justice, put to death both Mary and Norfolk, Alva added suggestively that if Elizabeth should die a natural death, or any other death, or if her person were seized, he, Alva, would be prepared to act without further instructions. May 7, 1571. From the Netherlands, Ridolfi went to Rome. How far he communicated the most essential feature of the plot to Pius V may be uncertain, but the zealous Pope entered with ardor into the enterprise, and sent Ridolfi to Madrid with a letter to Philip, conjuring him to carry it out, and praying with his whole soul for its success. On July 7th, Ridolfi disclosed his plan in the presence of the Spanish Council of State. As a first step, Elizabeth was to be assassinated. The council discussed when, where, and by whom the blow was to be delivered, and on what ground the war should be made. The Cardinal Archbishop of Seville urging the bull of deposition, Feria preferring the natural claims of Queen Mary. Philip pondered slowly, and on September 14th left the decision in the hands of Alva. But already the whole plot had been discovered by Burghley. The Bishop of Ross was in the Tower, and under threat of torture confessed all. The Spanish ambassador was dismissed, and Philip did not dare to resent the affront. Norfolk was tried and condemned for treason, January 16, 1572, and after months of irresolution on the part of Elizabeth, was executed on June 2. The successive blows thus aimed at Elizabeth, the Northern Rising of 1569, the Bull of 1570, and the Rudolphi conspiracy of 1571, were followed, as has been said, by the Treaty of Blois, which was in effect an abandonment of Mary's cause by France, and almost at the same time, April 1st, 1572, came the capture of Brill by the Beggars of the Sea, which laid the foundations of the independence of the United Provinces. France was thus detached from Spain as well as from Scotland, and Spain, realizing more keenly than ever that the pacification of the Netherlands depended upon the subjection of England, was for the present helpless against her. Elizabeth, from the beginning of her reign, had vigorously but cautiously enforced the acts of supremacy and uniformity passed by her first Parliament, 1559. They made the practice of the Catholic religion impossible. The immediate effect was to drive from the country the most conscientious of the Catholic clergy, and thus to deprive the laity of their natural leaders and guides. The aristocracy had no policy. Strange to say, little or no aid or instruction came from Rome. While the mass of the adherents of the old faith were helpless, there was little need to resort to extreme measures. Yet if they but moved a little finger, Cecil, ever on the watch, had means to crush them under his heel. Witness the apparent trivial incident of the miracle of St. Donat's. A few months after the Queen's accession, an oak tree in the park of St. Thomas Bradley, reft asunder by lightning, disclosed in its center the figure of a cross. Devout Catholics, taking this to be a miracle of good augury, made drawings of the cross and distributed them among their friends. The facts were brought to the knowledge of the Council in the spring of 1561, and Cecil at once despatched a commission of inquiry into Glamorganshire to take evidence on the spot, and to bring the piece of wood containing the cross to London. A raid was made on the houses of Sir Thomas's friends, and after a strict examination, a number of gentlemen and ladies were thrown into prison for having had Mass said for them in secret. There was reported to be current among Catholics some hope that Elizabeth would receive a papal nuncio. In any case, Cecil, quote, thought it necessary to dull the Papists' expectations by rebating of their humours, unquote. The letters and submissions of the offenders exhibit them as paralyzed with fear. Again in 1568 the court was disturbed by rumours that in Lancashire, or thereabouts, religion was backward, Mass commonly said, and priests were harboured. Pius V had in fact initiated some missionary movement in England by sending Lawrence Vaux into the country with certain faculties to absolve from heresy, and with instructions to make it clear that in no circumstances was it lawful for a Catholic to attend the Protestant service. A royal commission was set on foot, resulting in the imprisonment of many of the leading gentry of the district, yet a rigorous inquisition failed to discover a trace of political intrigue. It was on the eve of the Northern Rising. That rising only failed, according to Dr. Sanders, because the faithful had not been sufficiently instructed in the doctrine of the bull. The bull had now been launched. The Queen of England was excommunicated and deposed by the highest authority known to her Catholic subjects. Mary Stuart was at hand to take her place. Was it possible for Elizabeth and her Parliament to view the altered situation of affairs with anything but alarm? Parliament made it high treason to bring into the country any papal bull, any Agnus Dei, or similar objects of devotion consecrated by the Pope. It further showed its temper by demanding that the axe should be laid to the root of the evil. The Queen of Scots, so it seemed, was the one perpetual focus of disaffection and conspiracy, and if Norfolk had deserved to die, still more so did Mary. Both houses brought in a bill of attainder against her, but Elizabeth forbade it. They then passed an act excluding Mary from the succession, but the Queen would not hear of it, and prorogued Parliament June 30th. The bull of 1570, however, made loyalty to her throne logically incompatible with obedience to the Pope, and consequently every zealous Catholic was henceforward naturally regarded as a potential rebel. It was in self-defense and on political grounds that the Queen was driven, as she believed, to the merciless use of the rack and the gallows, and indeed at the worst of the persecution, Cardinal Allen could make it a matter of reproach to her and to her supporters that their contest with Rome was, quote, "not for religion, of which our enemies have not a bit, but for the stability of the empire and worldly prosperity," unquote. One result of the action of Pius V, which a later pope bewailed with tears of blood, was to make the country more Protestant and the Queen more popular. Meanwhile, in the interval between the Third and Fourth Civil Wars of France, Catherine, jealous of Coligny's influence over the king and fearful of the Huguenots, prevailed on her son to be rid of all his Protestant enemies by one blow. The massacre of St. Bartholomew, August 23, 1572, filled England and Scotland with horror and dismay. The triumphant acclamation with which the news was received by the Pope and the Catholic princes led to the belief that the massacre had been premeditated as part of a scheme for the extermination of Protestants everywhere. The recent alliance with France scarcely survived the shock. Yet the massacre was a suggestive lesson to Elizabeth. Would she not at least be justified in ridding herself of her single enemy, that one personage who in the eyes of the nation already merited death? She accordingly proposed secretly to Morton and to the regent Mar, who had succeeded Lennox, that Mary should be placed in their hands for immediate execution. The design was frustrated only by the death of Mar, October 28, 1573. After 1572 there came about a lull in the conflict between the two queens and the forces represented by them. Abroad, international relations seemed to be governed for a while rather more by political than religious interests. In Scotland, Morton succeeded Mar. The pacification of Perth, February 1573, prepared an end to the long period of civil war and anarchy, and shortly afterwards, though not without aid from English troops, Edinburgh Castle, which had still held out for Mary under Kirkcaldy and Maitland, capitulated. Protestantism was now supreme and unquestioned in Scotland. Morton's iron rule brought peace, and with peace commercial activity and prosperity. England herself, enjoying repose from the tranquility of Scotland and the helplessness of Mary, was year by year gaining strength. A spirit of self-reliance and adventure and a new sense of patriotism was springing up in the heart of the people. The privateering in the Channel in aid of the Guises and the Huguenots, the buccaneering exploits of seamen who were endeavoring to wrest from Philip the commerce of the Indies, were encouraged or connived at by Elizabeth, who profited by their gains, and thus laid the foundations of her navy. During this period, however, a grave danger momentarily menaced England, and gave new hope to the friends of Mary. Don John of Austria, who had succeeded the more conciliatory Requins in the government of the Netherlands, 1576, had none of Alva's fear of provoking war with Elizabeth. Ambitious himself of a crown and egged on by the Pope, he arrived with a fixed determination to take his army over to England, to marry the Queen of Scots, and to place her on Elizabeth's throne. And now Mary, altogether Spanish, as if mindful of what she had done 20 years before for Henry II of France, drew up a will, February 1577, by which he made over all her rights in England and elsewhere to the Catholic king, or to any one of his relations whom he might please to name with the consent of the Pope. But Philip was jealous of his half-brother's ambitious projects, and as the Netherlands were now strong enough to insist on the withdrawal of Don John's army, England was once more saved from a formidable attack. But towards the close of 1579, the period of 7 years' comparative rest was succeeded by a like period of storm. Gregory XIII, determined to carry into effect the bull of his predecessor, was himself prepared to take the field. The war was to have the character of a crusade. Dr. Nicholas Sanders has written, November 1577, to his friend Dr. Allen, quote, "I beseech you to take hold of the Pope, for the King of Spain is as fearful of war as a child of fire. The Pope will give you 2,000. If they do not serve to go into England, at least they will serve to go into Ireland. The state of Christendom dependeth upon the stout assailing of England." Close quote. The Pope accordingly, after the failure of Stukely's expedition, which he had intended for Ireland, sent thither the same Dr. Sanders with a body of Italian troops to raise the standard of rebellion. The Pope's soldiers were subsequently reinforced by Spaniards sent clandestinely by Philip, who was still nominally at peace with Elizabeth. The Irish insurrection was crushed, but meanwhile in Scotland a reaction, which had taken place against English interferences in Morton's power, led to the assumption of the reins of government by the young king. March 1578. The affairs of the country were thrown into confusion, and the partisans of Mary at home and abroad saw their opportunity. In September, Esme Stuart, Lord of Aubigny, a Catholic and a friend of the Guises, arrived in Scotland from France and at once gained an extraordinary influence over James, his cousin. Elizabeth had now lost the hold which she had kept for 10 years over the governing power in Scotland. In spite of all her diplomacy and her threats, Morton was arrested December 31st, 1580, and put to death 6 months later on a charge of complicity in the murder of Darnley. D'Aubigny was created Duke of Lennox. The king surrounded himself with new men, and Mary entered into negotiations with Lennox for her association in the crown with her son. While Elizabeth was thus simultaneously threatened in Ireland and baffled in Scotland, Gregory XIII and the general of the Jesuits were dispatching into England forces of an entirely new kind. Many years before, 1568, Dr. Allen and other clerical exiles had founded a seminary at Douai, 10 years later removed to Rheims, which was to supply England with a body of missionaries. In 1579 a similar seminary was established in Rome. The priests who had flocked into the country from these colleges since 1574 were men of no great mark and had excited comparatively little notice. One Cuthbert Maine, to be known as the proto-martyr of the seminaries, was seized in Cornwall with a copy of an antiquated bull of no political significance in his possession. He was executed 1571 as an example. But this was the only case of bloodshed under the recent statutes. Presently, however, the Jesuits were induced to take part in the spiritual campaign. Parsons and Campion, men of conspicuous ability and daring, landed in the summer of 1580. They were strictly enjoined by their superiors to refrain from meddling with affairs of state, and they pledged their oaths that their mission was purely apostolic. In a few months they had rekindled the zeal and raised the hopes of the downtrodden Catholics from one end of the country to the other. The government, disbelieving in their apostolic professions, and seeing in every convert a fresh recruit for the army of King Philip, filled the prisons with recusants and priests, captured Campion, and brought him with several of his companions to the gallows on the charge of a treasonable plot of which they were manifestly innocent. But Parsons, who escaped to the Continent, changed his tactics and presently embarked upon a career of intrigue and conspiracy, fraught with momentous consequences to the cause of Catholicism in England. Convinced that the road to the reduction of England lay through Scotland, he sent Holt, an English missionary and a member of his order, to Edinburgh to feel his way. Crichton, a Scottish Jesuit, after conference with Parsons and the Duke of Guise, followed, and the two Jesuits, in the name of the Pope, the King of Spain, and the Catholics of England, urged Lennox to strike a blow for the liberation of Mary and the restoration of the Roman Church in England. Lennox threw himself into the scheme with enthusiasm, entered into communication with Mary, and offered to lead the army of invasion. Mendoza, then Spanish ambassador in London, was at the same time secretly treating with 6 English Catholic noblemen, making use of missionary priests as his agents, and in active correspondence with Mary, who, as he wrote to Philip, April 1582, is, quote, virtually the mainspring of the war, without whose opinion and countenance Lennox and others will do nothing. Close quote. Presently the Duke of Guise, the Archbishop of Glasgow, Dr. Allen, the provincial of the French Jesuits, and the papal nuncio met in conference in Paris to discuss the details of the campaign. Parsons assured them of his own knowledge that the English Catholics were ready to rise the moment the standard was raised in Scotland. It was now agreed that Guise should be the commander of the forces, and it is significant of the political chaos in France that the king was by no means to be admitted to the secret. Crichton was dispatched to Rome to gain the approval and pecuniary aid of the Pope, and Parsons carried the plan to Philip. The project met with a temporary check by the raid of Ruthven, August 22, 1582, through which James became a prisoner in the hands of the partisans of the Kirk and the English interest, and Lennox was soon forced to fly the country. When the king recovered his liberty, June 1583, the enterprise, at the earnest solicitation of Mary, was renewed, the plan being only so far modified that the principal invading force was to land on the coast of England instead of Scotland. Dr. Allen and the energetic Father Parsons, who flitted from court to court under the disguise of Molino, continued to be the moving spirits in the affair. Meanwhile, as in the Ridolfi conspiracy, the assassination of Elizabeth became a prominent feature of the enterprise. The papal nuncio reported to the Cardinal of Como, and the Spanish agent Tassis informed Philip that Guise and Mayenne had found an English Catholic ready to kill the Queen for 100,000 francs, and half of that sum was deposited in a box in the custody of Archbishop Beaton, May 1583. But Elizabeth's life seemed charmed. The project came to nothing. Mary, according to Parsons, was induced unfairly to lay blame of the failure on the Duke of Guise and the Archbishop for admitting to supply the assassin with the promised bribe. But as the Jesuit subsequently explained, the party in question was a worthless fellow who would do nothing. The death of Anjou, June 1584, by which the Protestant king of Navarre became heir to the throne of France, once more effected a radical change in European politics. Philip had been all along but half-hearted in his alliance with the Guises for this English enterprise. Nothing, wrote Mendoza, quote, could be more injurious to Spanish interests and to the hope of converting the island than that the French should get their fingers in through the Queen of Scots and turn things to their own ends. Close quote. He even hinted to Mary herself that it would be to the advantage of herself and her cause for her to remain as she was. But now the League was declaring it impossible for a heretic to ascend the throne of France, and the Guises were too engrossed in their own concerns at home to give much thought to the affairs of Mary. Philip accordingly saw his way to taking the whole enterprise upon his own shoulders, with the aid of the papal treasury. Sixtus V succeeded to the tiara in April 1585. Allen, who with Parsons was summoned to Rome, wrote exultingly to Mary that now the whole execution of the attack was committed to the Duke of Parma, and that he, Parsons, and Hugh Owen were to deal with no one else in the matter. Step by step, the real object of Spain's ambition stood revealed. Was Philip to place Mary on the throne of England, only that she might be immediately succeeded by her heretic son? It was imperative that the Pope should at once effect the deprivation of James and name in his stead a proper person and a Catholic, quote, in order that the Queen of Scots may not, under the deceptive influence of maternal love, think it good to introduce her son into the succession. Close quote. Sixtus was on his guard against the too selfish aims of Spain. He had moreover an admiration for Elizabeth, and to the disgust of Philip's ambassador, Olivares, he hoped to find a solution of the English difficulty in the Queen's conversion. Quote, "What a valiant woman," close quote, he exclaimed to the Venetian Pisani. Quote, "She braves the two greatest kings by land and by sea." Close quote. If she were not a heretic, he said to another, she would be worth a whole world. He even declared that he held in abhorrence the offers made to him for her assassination. But Allen, whom Olivares described as the man to lead the dance, was inspiring the Pope with zeal for the cause, and together with Parsons was drawing up pedigrees in proof of Philip's right to the English crown. Quote, "There are few lovers of piety," he wrote to Philip, March 19, 1587, quote, "who do not long to be once more under his Majesty's most sweet sceptre." Close quote. But it would be better for the king to make good his claim by right of conquest, and when he was secure in possession, then his relationship to the House of Lancaster might be urged in Parliament, and his title confirmed by the Archbishop of Canterbury, that is, by Allen himself, and by the Catholics who, from the death or dismissal of the heretics, would be supreme. During the earlier stages of this foreign conspiracy, 1582 through 1583, the soul of which was secrecy, all Elizabeth's fences appeared to be breaking down. The shifting of parties in Scotland was such that she never could be sure of James or safe from attack on his side. There was no Anjou to do her work for her in the Netherlands. She was no longer able to play her old game of matchmaking with France. And now, December 1583, the arrest of Throckmorton and his disclosures revealed the gravity of Catholic disaffection at home, the continental preparations for invasion, and the complicity of the Spanish ambassador in both. Mendoza was dismissed, threatening revenge. Then came the assassination of the Prince of Orange at the instigation of Philip, July 10, 1584, a significant enough warning to the Queen, shortly followed by the capture of Father Crichton, with papers which told more of the ramifications of the great enterprise. October. The whole nation was now moved with one impulse of defiant resolve. Elizabeth's life was in danger. Her chief counselors were marked out for slaughter, and the country was exposed to the horrors of invasion or the worst of civil wars. An association was formed, the members of which took oath to pursue to death not only any person who should attempt the life of the Queen, but any person in whose favor such an attempt should be made. Parliament, which met in November, in an act, quote, "for the surety of the Queen's Majesty's most royal person, and the continuance of the realm in peace," unquote, virtually approved the association, provided that the culprit should be found guilty by a court of commissioners, thus in effect rendered Mary incapable of secession in the event of Elizabeth suffering a violent death. The same Parliament, on the presumption that all the seminary priests were accomplices in the practices of Allen and Parsons, and had come into the country, quote, "to stir up and move sedition, rebellion, and open hostility within her Highness's dominions," close quote, enacted that any subject of the Queen ordained abroad by the authority of the Pope, and remaining in the kingdom after 40 days, should be adjudged guilty of high treason. This was the culminating point of the penal legislation against the seminarist clergy, and it was under this statute that the great majority of executions during this and the following reigns took place. It is noteworthy that it was not till the 27th year of her reign, after much provocation from foreign conspiracies fomented by Jesuits and missionary priests in exile, and after several grave attempts at bringing her assassination, that she was driven to this extreme and barbarous method of persecution. Elizabeth now made up her mind to strong measures in the Netherlands. In August 1585 she entered into an alliance with the Estates, and subsequently sent an army under Leicester in defense of their liberties, still, however, pretending that she was not making war upon Spain. At the same time she made every effort to secure the friendship of James, and in the following year, July 1586, concluded with him an alliance offensive and defensive for the protection of Protestantism in both countries. In this treaty Mary's name is not so much as mentioned. All her hopes of association with her son had already been dashed by James's own refusal to have anything to do with it. August 1585. She herself was removed to stricter confinement. In the bitterness of her abandonment, she wrote to Elizabeth that she would disown, curse, and disinherit her traitorous son, May 23, 1585, and again in a letter to Mendoza, which was intercepted by Walsingham, May 20, 1586, she made over all her rights and claims to Philip of Spain. In the spring of 1586, the English adherents of Mary, who were in the secret of the Spanish enterprise, and who believed that no invasion could succeed as long as Elizabeth lived, became desperate. Savage, an officer who had served under Parma, vowed to take her life. Ballard, a seminary priest, went to France to discuss the new plan with Mendoza, then ambassador at the court of France, who approved and suggested that Cecil, Walsingham, and Hunsdon should also be killed. Anthony Babington, a gentleman of good family and fortune, who became the leader in the plot, associated 5 other assassins with Savage, and undertook to rescue Mary as soon as the deed was done. Walsingham, meanwhile, held all the threads of the conspiracy in his own hands. His ubiquitous spies, the chief of whom was the priest Gilbert Gifford, had won the confidence of Morgan and other devoted adherents of Mary, and every secret of the conspirators was known. Walsingham resolved to force the hand of Elizabeth by possessing himself of proof of Mary's complicity in the projected assassination. With the aid of Gifford and the ingenious decipherer Philippus, he intercepted, copied, and forwarded every letter which passed between Mary and the Confederates. Morgan had prudently let Mary know that Ballard had been warned, quote, not to deal with her as long as he followed affairs which he and others have in hand which tend to do good, which I pray to God may come to pass, close quote. And less prudently, in a postscript to Mary's secretary Curll, he wrote, quote, there may be many means in hand to remove the beast which troubleth all the world. Close quote. Finally, throwing aside all caution, he advised Mary to open communications with Babington, who wrote to her an account of the whole plan. She replied in a long and able letter, July 17 through 27, showing a masterly grasp of all the necessary details to be considered, adding, quote, affairs being thus prepared, then shall it be time to set the 6 gentlemen to work. Close quote. Walsingham, now satisfied, arrested Babington and his associates. Mary was removed from Chartley, where she was then in custody, August 8th. Her papers were seized, and on October 5th she was indicted before a court of 46 commissioners at Fotheringay, under the terms of the late Act, for having compassed or imagined acts tending to the hurt of the Queen. She confronted her accusers and judges, whose jurisdiction she refused to admit, with dignity, courage, and consummate ability. Her protest that she was no subject of Elizabeth was set aside. It was enough that she was a pretender to the throne of England, had broken the laws of the country, and had brought herself within the compass of the late acts. She admitted having attempted to gain her freedom with the aid of foreign forces, but strenuously denied having sought the Queen's life, or indeed of having had any communication with Babington, of whom she said she knew nothing. She demanded proof of the charge in her own handwriting. This could not be produced, as the originals, when copied and deciphered, had been forwarded to their destination. Babington indeed had admitted the accuracy of the copies, and to this Mary's secretaries, Now and Curll, reluctantly testified. It has been argued that the incriminating passages were interpolated by Walsingham's cunning agent, and that the witnesses, in the hope of favor or from fear of torture, had given false evidence. If this could be shown to be probable, it would at least remain impossible to hold that Mary was not fully aware of what would be the consequence to Elizabeth in the event of a violent rescue of herself and a Spanish conquest of the kingdom. Judgment against her was pronounced on November 25th in the Star Chamber at Westminster. A few days later, the Parliament confirmed the sentence and petitioned the Queen for Mary's immediate execution. Elizabeth hesitated. Mary alive was still a card in her hands to play against Scotland, against France, and Spain, while there was no saying what political dangers might arise from her death. To Elizabeth's ministers, however, The possible secession of Mary meant utter ruin, and the people also saw before them in that event the downfall of the religion and the terrors of the Inquisition. The Queen asked Parliament if some other way could not be found for her security. Both houses unanimously answered none. 2 months passed before the warrant was signed and sealed, and even then Elizabeth, who at this critical moment showed herself at her worst, desired that Mary's custodian, Sir Amyas Paulet, should take upon himself the responsibility of dispatching his prisoner according to the terms of his oath of the association. When Paulet firmly refused, quote, to shed blood without authority of the law, unquote, the Secretary Davison carried the warrant to the Privy Council, who, without further reference to the Queen, forwarded it to the Earls of Shrewsbury and Kent, appointed to be present at the execution. Mary was beheaded at Fotheringay in February 1587. Elizabeth, whose annoyance may not have been altogether feigned, protested in vain to the foreign ambassadors that the deed had been done in spite of her wishes and intention. But nevertheless she was able to persuade King James that for him to take any hostile action would be to imperil his chance of the succession, and she as craftily pacified the King of France by convincing him that to quarrel with her would be to play into the hands of the Guises and Spain. Philip alone prepared in earnest for war, now, however, not on behalf of Mary's line of succession, or indeed primarily for Mary's religion, but for the conquest of the kingdom in his own interest. Elizabeth's aim throughout her reign had been to make a united people. Her church was intended to be a compromise between the contending creeds. Her foreign policy was essentially defensive. The difficulties of her position were immense, and in her weakness she had recourse to the arts of the feeble. She seemed indeed to secede politically, not in spite of, but by the very means of her unscrupulous methods, her mendacity, duplicity, and feminine caprices. Her personal interests were fortunately identical with those of the state. The heart of the nation, though not always the numerical majority, its youth, mental vigor, and enterprise were on her side. She knew her people well, and was proud of being altogether one of them, in her own phrase, mere English, and few sovereigns have been so faithfully served by their ministers. Her unfortunate rival, with a personality more attractive and gifts more brilliant if less solid, came into her kingdom virtually a foreigner, and a foreigner she remained, alien above all to the stern religious creed which she found there established. Her interests and ideals were those of the Guises. Her heart was not in her own country, but elsewhere, and the main object of her ambition, the crown of her neighbor, she pursued with an all-absorbing passion, save for the moment when a more human passion, her infatuation with Bothwell, turned her aside on the path which led to her destruction. Every folly committed by her seemed to meet with an instant nemesis. At her best she was surrounded by statesmen and advisers who could but give her a half-hearted support, and it was her ill fate to be betrayed or abandoned in turn by all in whom she had at any time put her trust, her brother, her husband, and her son. When all hope was lost, she represented herself as the victim of religious persecution, and sentiment has invested her pitiable sufferings and tragic end with the halo of martyrdom. Her evil destiny seemed to pursue her party and her cause beyond her grave. Disaster and humiliation befell her one avenger among the Catholic princes. Her death broke up the unity and power of her English followers. Priests and laymen alike were divided into factions, Spanish and Scottish, Jesuit and secular, whose quarrels brought disgrace upon the Catholic mission. And presently the sovereignty of the United Kingdom of England and Scotland, which she had coveted for herself and her church, was to fall to the Protestant son whom she had done her best to disown and disinherit. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 9, The Elizabethan Naval War with Spain, by J. K. Laughton, Part 1, read by John Anderson. In the middle of the 16th century, the power of Spain was everywhere recognized as preeminent. Her diplomatists and statesmen, taught in the school of the Emperor Charles V, maintained its illustrious traditions. Her troops, still trained in the discipline of the great captain, were acknowledged to be the best in Europe, while her navy, exercised in the voyages of the Indies, seemed beyond comparison. And as time passed on, this preeminence, to vulgar eyes, became more marked. To her arms was attributed the glory of Lepanto. The annexation of Portugal transferred to her the wealth of the East and the huge carracks which brought it into western seas. The defeat of the French fleet at Trisera seemed to prove her invincible, and when it was noised abroad that she was preparing for the invasion of England, the union of the ships of Santa Cruz and the soldiers of Parma promised an easy victory. This was the opinion of many capable statesmen, and even to those who took a more hopeful view of England's position, the danger still appeared most alarming. There were, however, many, and especially among the seafaring men, both of England and Spain, who did not by any means accept the popular estimate. Among English sailors there were plenty who had met the Spaniards in home waters or distant seas, and had learned that the danger disappeared when it was boldly met. Among the Spaniards there were also plenty who knew, by hard experience, that when English ships fought with Spanish, victory had a way of favoring the enemy. The English of Elizabeth's reign had, suddenly, as it seemed, developed a new and aggressive maritime energy. Of nations as of individuals, the memories are short, and no one remembered that the English were sprung from a race of rude pirates who had long been the terror of Europe, or that in later centuries they had crushed the navies of France and of Spain, had held their king as lord of the sea, and had stamped their coins with an effigy of the armed strength of England resting on her navy, which they styled the wall and fence of the kingdom. The long war with France had given another direction to the restless energy of the people, and the Wars of the Roses had absorbed it. The seafaring interest had been neglected. Commerce had languished. King's ships no longer existed. And when the Tudors came to the throne, in the naval, as in all other departments of government, reconstruction or reorganization was necessary. Something was done by Henry VII, more by Henry VIII, but even so, in the last years of his reign, the navy was wholly inadequate to the needs of the kingdom, and was unable to meet that of France on equal terms. But years of peace produced their effect. Trade revived, shipping improved, and seamen learned that a voyage might have a wider aim than the fisheries of Iceland or the spices of Skanderoon. Already, even under Henry VIII and his immediate successors, English seamen had ventured across the Atlantic, some in their own ships, more in ships of Spain. With the accession of Elizabeth, the friendly relations of the two peoples rapidly cooled. Religious hatred and commercial jealousy took the place of the old traditional alliance with the House of Burgundy, and the rigid, even cruel, enforcement of the monopoly on the one side was met on the other by smuggling and piracy. The voyages of John Hawkins, which have attracted most attention among the maritime expeditions of the age, were not the only instances in which the Spanish monopoly was rudely broken down. And if the Spaniards gave but short shrift to such of the voyagers as fell into their hands, death was then everywhere recognized as the natural penalty of the crimes of which they were held to be guilty. The difference of opinion was as to the crime rather than as to its punishment. The story of the treacherous attack on Hawkins in the anchorage of San Juan de Lua had, in England, a very powerful effect in exciting popular indignation. It was a one-sided story, based on the statement that the English ships, after peacefully trading with the Spanish islands and the settlements on the mainland of South America, were homeward bound, when, off the west end of Cuba, they were caught in a hurricane, driven far into the Gulf of Mexico, and compelled to shelter themselves in the harbor of San Juan. This would be more easy of belief if we did not know, from Hawkins' own admissions, that he had falsely put forward a similar pretext in other places, notably at San Domingo in 1563 and at Rio de la Hacha in 1565, as a preliminary to forcing the trade on an unwilling governor, that in 1568 his business in the West Indies was so far from being finished that his ships, on leaving Cartagena, had actually on board merchandise to the value of about £12,000, including 57 Negroes, optimi generis, valued at £160 each, and that he had made particular enquiries as to the price of Negroes at Vera Cruz. It is absurd to suppose that he intended to carry his 57 choice Negroes to England, to say nothing of the pintados and other parts of his stock that still remained. There is little room to doubt that he went to San Juan of set purpose, with the same false excuse on his lips, and in his heart the same determination to force the trade. Hawkins anchored in the harbor, a narrow inlet between the small low island of San Juan and the mainland, on September 16, 1568. And on the next day, a Spanish fleet commanded by Don Francisco de Lujan, and bringing out the new Viceroy of Mexico, Don Martin Enriquez, appeared in the offing. Hawkins afterwards declared, truly enough, that with the guns which he had mounted in battery on the island, and with his ships placed to rake the channel, he could have kept the Spaniards out. But he feared that if a norther should come on, and the Spanish fleet suffer shipwreck, his queen would not hold him guiltless of having caused this great loss to the navy of a power with which she was in amity. On the other hand, Enriquez and Lujan were equally alive to the dangerous position of their ships if they remained outside, and thus, after some hurried negotiations, an agreement was easily come to. The Spaniards, recognizing the English as friendly visitors, and approving of their continuing to hold the island, were permitted to enter the harbor. But once inside and in safety, neither Enriquez nor Lujan considered himself under any moral obligation to keep faith with men whom they both held to be pirates. Enriquez, in view of possibilities, ordered a large number of soldiers to be sent from Vera Cruz, and these were brought on board secretly during the night. He might have had some scruples about breaking the treaty. Lujan had none. And as soon as the Viceroy had left the fleet to go to Mexico, he landed a strong party on the island, overpowered the men in the batteries, and turned their guns on the English ships. The Spanish ships, vastly superior in force, and in a close harbor where maneuvering was impossible, overwhelmed the English. One small vessel was sunk. 3 were captured, including Hawkins' own ship, the Jesus, which he had hired from the Queen. He himself, with some 100 of his men, scrambled on board a small ship, the Minion, and escaped from the scene of slaughter, closely followed by his kinsman, Francis Drake, in another pinnace, the Judith, but together with the captured ships, the profits of the voyage, the 57 Negroes, and the rest of the unsold merchandise, to the value, it was said, of 100,000 pounds, remained in the hands of the enemy. This was on September 24th. In the night, the Minion and Judith parted company, and did not again meet. Drake, in the Judith, made the best of his way to England, which he reached on January 20th, 1569. Hawkins, finding the Minion dangerously crowded and without sufficient provisions for the voyage, or the possibility of getting any, put on shore about 100 of the men. But even so, his crew was almost entirely destroyed by famine and sickness before he arrived in England on January 25th. The news of his disaster had outstripped him by several weeks, and had excited great indignation, especially among those who shared the loss of the expected profits. The Jesus belonged to the Queen, and though the conditions of hiring carefully guarded her proprietary interest, the seizure of her ship could not be but galling. Leicester and other men of influence at court were shareholders in the adventure, and were injured by its failure. Above all, William Hawkins, the belligerent mayor and wealthy shipowner of Plymouth, whose vessels, with letters of marque from Condé or William of Orange, had for years been scouring the Bay of Biscay, plundering and slaying the Spaniards as they attempted to pass to Flanders, was John Hawkins' brother. He was a man of energy and decision, and when his semi-piratical squadron had driven Spanish ships, carrying treasure to the Low Countries for the payment of all of his soldiers, to take refuge in Falmouth or Southampton, he suggested to the Queen that it would be only a fair reprisal to seize the money. The advice did not fall on unwilling ears, and the adoption of the proposed measure, at once an insult and an injury to Spain, by causing the Duke of Alva to lay the tax of the 10th penny on the Dutch, rekindled the rebellion, which his ruthless policy had previously well-nigh stamped out. But what impressed the people of England more, even than the loss of the money and of the ships, was the manner in which the attack had been made. They ignored, or perhaps were ignorant of, the lawless nature of Hawkins' traffic, his persistent smuggling, his occasional piracy. They conceived the Spanish attack to be robbery and murder, planned in falsehood and carried out with treachery. And their belief was confirmed and embittered when, some years later, they learned the hard fate of many of the prisoners who, from the Spanish point of view, had merited death and were, for the most part, treated with notable clemency and having their lives spared. Hawkins and Drake, of course, held that they had been robbed and were entitled to such reprisals as they were able to make, out of which belief sprang the unworthy negotiations into which Hawkins entered with the Spanish ambassador and the King of Spain, and the fiercer determination of Drake to seek revenge and restitution by force of arms. Of 2 voyages which he made to the Spanish Main in the years 1570-71, no particulars are recorded. The inference which Drake himself left to be drawn is that they were merely for scouting or prospecting, but as he had no funds wherewith to pay the expenses of such voyages, and makes no mention of any wealthy patrons, there is no difficulty in accepting the Spanish allegations that he was again engaged in smuggling, not unmixed with piracy. To the English, unlicensed cruising against the enemy in time of war had been habitual for centuries, and in time of peace letters of reprisal were often given a very wide interpretation, though, without them, private war was liable to be treated as piracy, especially if the pirate fell into the enemy's hands. Still, it would be an error to consider such a pirate akin to the no-nation scoundrels who infested the West Indies or the Eastern Seas in the years following the pacifications of 1713 and 1815. Drake conceived, and the general, even much of the official opinion of his countrymen conceived, that he had just cause for war against the Spaniards, and international law had scarcely come into existence to forbid it. It was thus that he attempted no secrecy as to the success of a 3rd voyage in 1572, when he made his singularly bold attack on Nombre de Dios, an attack so bold that the story has by some been judged incredible, and when, having failed in that, he waylaid and captured the mule train loaded with treasure on its way across the isthmus. The riches he brought home encouraged others to similar ventures on even a smaller scale, and with less happy result. Little or nothing is known of them beyond the Spaniards' frequent complaints of English corsairs. Some may have perished in storm and tempest, some may have been killed fighting. The fate of Oxenham and his men may well have befallen others whose very names are lost in oblivion. And then came the wonderful expedition of Drake into the South Sea in 1578, wonderful alike in its design and its execution, in spite of mutiny, desertion, tempest, and the efforts of the enemy. It has been freely said that in this he had direct verbal authority from the Queen. This is possible, though not probable. Elizabeth was not in the habit of committing herself in any such manner, but it is not altogether unlikely that she allowed Drake to understand that his adventure would not be displeasing to her. Assuredly his good success was not. When, after an absence of 3 years, he returned laden with the spoil of Spaniards, with whose country England was, officially, at peace, she received him with open arms. It was, perhaps, fortunate for him that his homecoming in September 1580 was nearly synchronous with the landing of the so-called Papal Volunteers in Ireland. These men, though Italians, were mostly Spanish subjects. Their numbers were increased by Spaniards enlisted at Corunna under the king's implied sanction, and they were carried to Ireland in Spanish ships, commanded by a Spanish officer of repute, Juan Martinez de Recalde. They were put on shore at Schmerwick, where they took possession of a dismantled castle called by them the Fort del Ore, and waited to be joined by the Irish insurgents. But Recalde, finding the support they were likely to receive fall far short of what they had been led to expect, re-embarked the greater part of the Castilian volunteers, to the number of 300 or more. He put to sea only just in time to escape the English squadron under the command of Sir William Winter, who effectually blocked the passage of the Italians by sea and deprived them of all hope of relief, while by land Lord Grey, the Lord Deputy, drove them back to their fort. This could not be defended, and they had no store of provisions. They attempted to capitulate, but all terms were refused. They surrendered at discretion, and in the 16th century surrender at discretion commonly meant death, as these men could show no authority nor commission for their invasion of Ireland, not even from the Pope, though they pleaded his orders. They were summarily put to the sword, to the number of about 600, some score of the officers being accepted, apparently for the sake of the prospective ransom. The Queen made no comment, beyond a regret that the officers had not shared the fate of the men, and the poet Spenser, a man of almost feminine delicacy of feeling, who was present as Grey's secretary, found no fault with what would now be called a horrible butchery. These facts would sufficiently prove the deed to have been in accordance with the usage of the age, even if we did not know that, in somewhat similar circumstances, Oxenham and his whole party had been hanged at Panama or Lima, and that, some 20 months later, the prisoners taken at Terceira were ruthlessly hanged at St. Michael's. Mendoza, the Spanish ambassador in London, took the position so carefully prepared for him, maintaining that the Italians were servants of the Pope, and that neither he nor his king had anything to do with the matter. But Elizabeth was not satisfied, and when he asked to see her on the subject of Drake's piracies, he could get no further answer than that the Queen would not receive him, except in a private capacity, until she had cleared up the Irish business. She knew, in fact, that some of the Spanish prisoners at Fort del Ore had declared that they were enlisted and brought over by Recalde. As Mendoza refused to wait on the Queen in a private capacity, and as she would not see him in a public one, he was reduced to impressing his grievances on her ministers, whom he repeatedly and vehemently warned of the trouble and danger they were preparing for their country. He was an old soldier who had served with Alva, and was, no doubt, capable, within certain limits, of forming an opinion as to the ability of an English army to resist the Spanish tercios if once landed. But he does not seem to have realized, either at this time or later, that there was an enormous difference between the threat of landing the tercios and actually doing it. Others there were, however, who not only understood the absolute difficulty of landing on an enemy's coast in the face of opposition, but who could venture to tell the king that the Spanish power at sea was relatively inferior to that of the English. They warned him that the English ships, built after a new design, were fast and weatherly to a degree of which Spanish sailors had no conception, that their guns were numerous and heavy, and they carried them close to the water, that their men were seamen and gunners, able to work the ships and fight them, and that there was no need for crowding them with soldiers. It was not to be supposed that they would fight hand to hand as the Spaniards would wish. They would fight with their great guns, and in so doing would have a very great advantage. No doubt, they said, there were many who would assure him that with the forces at his disposal, great ships, galleasses, and galleys, redress for such injuries as Drake's voyage was in his own hands. In point of fact, his ships were very inferior to the English, and galleys were quite useless outside the Mediterranean. The difference in the power of the fleets was so great that it was open to the English to insult his coast at their pleasure. The only remedy was at once to build 100 galleasses and a dozen or 15 ships of the new design. The cost would be but a small price to pay for the command of the sea, which these would give him, and indeed, the cost of the guns could be saved by arming the ships with guns from the forts, which the existence of such a fleet would render no longer necessary. It was a matter of course that proposals so radical should not be approved. If they were ever seriously considered, they would be referred to Santa Cruz, and Santa Cruz's predilections must have favored the galleys, with which his most brilliant services had been performed. He was rather a soldier afloat than a sailor, and when, in the following year, he had to lead a fleet for the reduction of the Azores, although galleys could not be employed, the tactics of his victory were those of galley warfare, and were successful because Strozzi had no higher understanding of the art of war by sea than Santa Cruz himself. It is this that makes it doubtful whether his death at a very critical period really made such a vast difference to the fortunes of Spain as has been often supposed. Assuredly, the scheme for the invasion of England, which, at the king's command, he drew up in 1586, does not seem to mark a true appreciation of the conditions. The dazzling success of Drake's voyage to the South Sea, and the favor shown him by the Queen, naturally gave rise to other ventures of a similar character. The first of these of any importance was intended for China in 1582, under the command of Edward Fenton, but it got no farther than the coast of Brazil, where one of the ships was lost. Fenton, whose principal claim to command lay in his being the brother-in-law of John Hawkins, proved quite incompetent, and returned to England with his men in a state of mutiny, and his vice-admiral in irons. Another voyage which, by its tragic ending, has always excited great interest, was made by 4 ships which sailed in June 1583, under the command of Sir Humphrey Gilbert, with the avowed object of founding a colony in Newfoundland. That part of the adventure failed at once. The intending colonists had pictured to themselves a life of ease under a genial climate, and, when they found the reality not quite so pleasant, they begged to be sent home. Some were set off at once in one of the ships. Another ship was wrecked. With the other two, Gilbert stood along the coast to the southward, and, apparently to examine it better, moved into the smallest vessel, a pinnace of 10 tons burden, named the Squirrel, and refused to leave her when he finally announced his intention to return to England. But whether that was really his intention, or whether he hoped to capture a homeward-bound treasure ship, it is impossible to say. The way to England did certainly not lie to the south of the Azores, but there the ships were on September 9th, when in a great storm the Squirrel was overwhelmed and swallowed up by the sea. There were without doubt other smaller expeditions of a more frankly piratical character, but nothing is known of them beyond the vague and untrustworthy reports of Mendoza, who, feeling deeply the insult conveyed in the Queen's recognition of Drake in her visiting him at Deptford, and in her knighting him on board the Golden Hind under the Standard, did what lay in his power to incense the king in Spain and to stir up intrigue and conspiracy in England, till, in January 1584, his complicity with Throckmorton's plot led to his being summarily ordered to leave the country. Independently of other grievances on both sides, the exclusive colonial policy of the Spaniards and the depredations of the English privateers must be considered as provocative in a very high degree, and the expulsion of the Spanish ambassador was rather indicative of the angry feeling than, in itself, a cause of it. Even so, war did not immediately follow. It was not till more than a year afterwards that the Spanish king took the first distinctly hostile step by laying an embargo on all English ships in Spanish ports. Both before this and afterwards, Elizabeth was prepared to interchange diplomatic inanities as long as they would prevent a declaration of war. But her willingness to do this did not hinder her meeting hostile deeds with their like, and the embargo on English ships was promptly answered by a corresponding embargo on Spanish ships, by an active interference in the war in the Low Countries, and by commissioning Drake to undertake a war of reprisals against the Spanish settlements in the West Indies and elsewhere. But though fully authorized by the Queen, the expedition was in the main a joint stock business. The Queen supplied 2 ships of war. 19 merchant ships from London and the West Country formed the bulk of the fleet, and there were besides some 8 or 10 pinnaces and private ships sailing on their own account. With Drake as commander-in-chief were Martin Frobisher as admiral of the London contingent, Christopher Carlisle in command of the soldiers, Francis Knollys the younger, a near kinsman of the Queen and brother-in-law of the Earl of Leicester, Edward Winter, son of Sir William, the surveyor of the Navy, Richard, son of John Hawkins, the treasurer of the Navy, and many others of less note. In all, there were about 30 ships in the fleet, which sailed from Plymouth on September 14, 1585. Capturing, plundering, and destroying as they went, they rested for a while in the Vigo River, sacked and burnt Santiago and Porto Praya in the Cape Verde Islands, gutted San Domingo, plundered Cartagena on the Spanish Main and held it to ransom, burning all the ships and galleys which they could not take away, cruised for a month off Cape St. Antonio, threatened Havana, the defenses of which, however, were judged too strong, and, passing up the coast of Florida, took, plundered, and burnt St. Augustine, a town of about 250 houses, not one of which was left standing. They then relieved and took away from Wokokan the colonists who had been sent out the year before by Sir Walter Raleigh, and finally returned to Portsmouth at the end of July 1586. The booty brought home was valued at from 60 to 65,000 pounds, small in comparison with what Drake had won with much smaller means. For, warned by past experiences, the Spaniards, at the first alarm, carried off their portable property to the woods or mountains in the background. But in the destruction of the Spanish settlements, and in the heavy blow to Spanish trade, the advantage from the point of view of impending war was very great. Whether more might have been done if the Queen had fully made up her mind is doubtful. Several years later, Sir William Monson wrote that, had we kept and defended those places when in our possession, and provided for them to have been relieved and succored out of England, we had diverted the war from this part of Europe. Theoretically, this sounds well, but at the time it was utterly impracticable. Neither Elizabeth nor England could have furnished the money or the men that would have been required for the adequate maintenance of such garrisons at such a distance, and, Though the power of Spain beyond the seas was afterwards proved to be, in great measure, a hollow pretense, it was still formidable. Long before Drake's return, news of the raid had reached Philip and had goaded him to retaliation. For many years past, all his accredited advisers had urged on him the necessity of crushing England as a preliminary to the subjugation of the Netherlands, and though, by reason of his own acquaintance with England, of his more comprehensive knowledge of what Englishmen had done even during his own reign, and of the humble but definite warnings which had reached him, he had a clearer view of the difficulties of the task than any of those about him. He was still unable to realize that, as against such an enterprise as he was contemplating, the advantage lay with the English. For many years, ever since the appropriation by Elizabeth of Alva's money in 1569, there had been distinct proposals for the invasion of England, and general rumors of the design. Whenever a few ships were collected in a Spanish port, English agents sent over news that preparations were on foot. But it does not appear that Philip himself definitely entertained the project till driven to it by Drake's savage raid through the West Indies. It was then that the Marquis of Santa Cruz was called into council, and gave his opinion in favor of the enterprise. Politically, he agreed with the several governors of the Netherlands. Alva had urged it. Don John, to whose opinion the victory of Lepanto gave weight, considered that it would be an easy task. He had been willing to undertake it, to conquer England and marry the Queen of Scots, if Philip would only have permitted him. And, from the naval point of view, Santa Cruz saw but little more difficulty than Don John. He had formed a very poor opinion of English seamen. He had seen them, he said, at Trisera, where they had been the first to fly. It is, in fact, very uncertain whether there were any English ships with Strozzi on that disastrous day, and if any, they were only small privateers, whose captains showed much better judgment than Strozzi did. But this Santa Cruz did not know, and could not understand. He believed that the English had been there, and had behaved like dastards, and he believed that he might judge the whole nation by his experience of this small chance portion of it. Still, from the mere numbers of the enemy, he concluded that to carry out the business satisfactorily, a great effort would be necessary, and he drew up a scheme for the invasion which, centralizing the effort, was to call together all the shipping of Spain and her dependencies, to embark all the available troops, horse and foot, and send them out in one vast armada, consisting of 150 great ships of war, 360 smaller vessels and storeships, 6 galleasses and 40 galleys, or a total of 556 ships, and 94,222 men of all arms. He had no liking for a divided command. The army in the Low Countries might stay there, and he himself, with the forces from Spain, would conduct the whole business in England. But the magnitude of this proposal condemned it. To denude the kingdom of ships and soldiers, and leave it exposed to a sudden raid by a daring and desperate foe, was not to be thought of, more especially as the king had been warned that such a raid would very probably be attempted. Moreover, to find the money for so vast a scheme was an absolute impossibility. In the opinion of all Europe, the wealth of Spain, based on the mines of Mexico and Peru, and the trade of the East, was boundless. But in reality, owing to a faulty system, peculation and extravagance, the government and the crown were miserably poor. Philip indeed hoped that, by judicious management, the Pope might be induced to subsidize the expedition. It was so easy to represent the invasion as undertaken solely in the interest of the Church and the true religion, that it might appear almost a duty for the head of the Church to support it. To some extent, Philip's diplomacy was successful at Rome. The Pope promised to contribute 1,000,000 crowns, but he positively refused to make any advance, or to pay any part of the money, till the Spanish troops were landed in England. But more even than want of money, political considerations made it imprudent, as yet, to advise the king to undertake an enterprise which would certainly be costly, and might be dangerous, merely to establish the Queen of Scots on the throne of England, with the risk of so strengthening the Guises as to render them masters of France and independent of Spain. The execution of Mary Stuart early in February 1587 resolved this difficulty. The claims of James of Scotland might be put aside, as they had been by his mother's will, and the conquest of England achieved in the name of the Infanta Isabel. to whom the king transferred his rights, hereditary or acquired. For the first time, the way for carrying out the project of invasion seemed clear, and the preparations were pushed forward. It was hoped that the expedition would be ready to sail by the summer. In any case, it could scarcely have been ready. But on April 2nd, Drake, in command of a relatively small squadron, sailed from Plymouth with full and adequate instructions to impeach the joining together of the King of Spain's fleet out of their several ports, to keep victuals from them, to follow them in case they should become forward towards England or Ireland, and to cut off as many of them as he could and impeach their landing, as also to set upon such as should either come out of the West or East Indies into Spain, or go out of Spain thither. Before he sailed, the Queen had so far wavered in her purpose as to issue contradictory orders, strictly enjoining him to forbear to enter forcibly into any of the king's ports, or to offer violence to any of his towns or shipping within his harbors, or to do any act of hostility upon the land. These orders, however, Drake never received. We may presume that care was taken by Walsingham or by Hawkins that he should not receive them, and it was thus on the original orders that he acted. Many weeks before, Philip had been warned that the expedition was preparing, either to look out for the fleet from the West Indies, or to assault the Spanish ports, and, more recently, Cadiz had been distinctly named as the point aimed at. But nothing had been done. No preparations for defense had been made, and when, on April 19th, Drake came off the port, he had no difficulty in beating back the 7 galleys, which alone attempted to oppose his entrance, and forcing his way into the harbor, which he found crowded with shipping. The further details have been variously reported. According to Philip, the damage done was trifling, though the daring of the attempt was great. But Drake, who may be supposed to have had a more exact knowledge of what happened, wrote, "We sank a Biscayan of 1,200 tons, burnt a ship of 1,500 tons, belonging to the Marquis of Santa Cruz, and 31 ships more from 1,000 to 200 tons the piece, carried away with us 4 laden with provisions, and departed thence at our pleasure, with as much honor as we could wish." Benner, in nearly exact agreement, wrote, "There were by supposition 38 barks fired, sunk, and brought away, which amounted unto 13,000 tons of shipping, and a French account estimated the damage, at the very lowest, at from 300 to 400,000 crowns. It continued, "It is supposed that the English fleet will now take its course for the Canary Islands, Madeira, or Trisera, and that it will there do all the damage it can, and cruise for the fleets which are coming from the Indies, upon which Drake most likely has his main design." This, however, was not Drake's view. The cruise for the treasure fleets would be more lucrative, but the business on which he had come was to prevent the gathering of the Spanish ships for the invasion of England. There were several at Cadiz, which by flying up the creek had escaped the general destruction. Others were to come from Naples, Sicily, Tuscany, or Genoa, from Cartagena and other ports within the straits, and the general rendezvous was Lisbon. Anticipating the strategy of Sir John Jervis 200 years later, Drake understood that, as all these must pass Cape St. Vincent, it was there that he should look out for them. He accordingly took possession of Sagres, destroyed all the batteries which commanded the anchorage and watering places, and, having thus secured a base, passed on to reconnoiter Lisbon. He seems to have had no satisfactory information as to its defenses, which he found too strong to be taken by an unsupported attack from the sea, or to be passed without a fresh leading wind, and this never came. He lay at anchor in Cascais Bay while his pinnaces captured or destroyed every coaster that came in sight, and that under the very eyes of Santa Cruz, who, in Drake's words, was content to suffer us there quietly to tarry, and never charged us with one cannon shot. The explanation of which is that his ships were not ready for sea, and that his galleys, even if they had their guns on board, which is doubtful, had no store of powder or shot. And so, finding that no taunts could induce the Marquis to come out, and judging that it was impossible to force his way in, Drake went back to Sagres, where he could give his men a run on shore and clean his ships, at the same time that he was holding a place of manifest strategic advantage. "As long as it shall please God to give us provisions to eat and drink," he wrote to Walsingham, "and that our ships and wind and weather will permit us, you shall surely hear of us near this Cape of St. Vincent. If there were here 6 more of Her Majesty's good ships of the second sort, we should be the better able to keep the forces from joining, and haply take or impeach his fleets from all places. Similarly, Fenner wrote, Shipping we take daily, which are bound with pipeboards and hoops for Andalusia, which we burn, whereof they will have so great a want as will be to them a marvellous offence. We hold this cape so greatly to our benefit, and so much to theirs advantage, that the attaining thereof is a great blessing. For the rendezvous is at Lisbon, where we understand of some 25 ships and 7 galleys. The rest we lie between home and them, so as the body is without the members, and they cannot come together by reason that they are unfurnished of their provisions in every degree, and that they are not united together. It is an interesting detail that of the great number of coasting vessels that fell into Drake's hands at this place, nearly half were laden with hoops and pipestaves, to the amount of about 1,700 tons in weight, equivalent to casks of the content of near 30,000 tons of liquor, all which were burnt. The loss of these seasoned staves, and the consequent necessity of using new ones, had much to do with the ruin that afterwards fell on the Spanish fleet. End of Section 31. Section 32 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 9. The Elizabethan Naval War with Spain by J.K. Laughton. Part 2. Read by John Anderson. Meanwhile, Philip was furnishing an instance of the folly of attempting to command the details of war from a distance. He, in Madrid, was controlling the movements at Cadiz and Lisbon, dispatching new and contradictory orders on the arrival of every fresh piece of intelligence. Santa Cruz had rightly interpreted the meaning of Drake's occupation of Sagres, and was anxious to complete his ship's companies of soldiers in order to put to sea and meet him. At Cadiz, where the soldiers had arrived, they wished to have the defeating of Drake in their own hands, and thus between them and the king at Madrid nothing was done. And whilst they were wrangling, Drake quitted his station. His strategy, in its entirety, was in advance of his age. Theoretically, it was perfect. Practically, the ships were not yet able to keep the sea for an indefinite time, and there was no provision for a constant succession of reliefs. The ships wanted refitting. The men were sickly and discontented. Most of the merchantmen parted company in a gale of wind, and took care not to rejoin. The fleet was reduced to 10 sail, and, though 6 of these were Queen's ships and the force was still formidable, the men were clamoring to return and were on the verge of mutiny. Burrough, the vice-admiral, had been for some weeks under close arrest for questioning Drake's authority, and now, at his suggestion, as Drake believed, the Lion, on board which he was confined, made sail away from the fleet. It was a sign which Drake could not misread in an age when the bonds of discipline were very slack, and when the recognition of mere service rank was ill-defined. So, leaving the Spaniards to evolve order out of confusion and contradiction as best they could, he went off to the Azores to look for a homeward-bound East Indiaman, of whose expected arrival he had sure intelligence. On June 9th he fell in with her near St. Michael's and captured her. He was anxious to return to his post of vantage at Sagres, but with his fleet in its reduced condition deemed this to be impossible. He determined, therefore, to take his prize to England in hopes of getting reinforcements to enable him to carry out his design. The value of the prize was enormous, great enough to make her capture in itself an important success. But the still more important work which Drake had done at Sagres was not continued, because the Queen, who, 3 months previously, had annulled the orders under which Drake had been acting, could not now resolve to wage war against Philip with the singleness of purpose which is essential to good success. She had been willing to let the king feel her power to injure him. She was anxious not to provoke him to extreme measures. But on these, Philip had already determined. The general scheme of the enterprise had been formulated. Ships, men, arms, stores, and victuals were being got together, and, though the destruction which Drake had wrought at Cadiz, and the delay enforced by his holding Sagres and cruising off Cape St. Vincent, had rendered it impossible for the Armada to sail that year, there was every intention that it should sail early in 1588. So the preparations were pushed forward, and the fame of them was spread abroad throughout Europe, telling with much exaggeration of the size and number of the ships and of the guns, the quantity of ammunition, of victuals, and of all other stores. Of the ships there could be no doubt. There they were, large, lofty, and imposing, built rather for carrying cargo than for fighting, though their towering poops and forecastles and defensive bulkheads rendered them formidable in close combat, with which the Spaniards alone were familiar. Their guns were merely auxiliary to the weapons of the soldiers, and were, for the most part, small and, in comparison with the size of the ships, few. They were only intended to fill up the time between nearing the enemy and finally closing with him, or, perhaps, to facilitate the movement by shooting away some of his spars and rendering it difficult for him to escape. To this end was devoted the training which the men had with the guns, but that training was extremely slight, for the soldiers, who formed the greater part of the crews, as well as their officers, who commanded the ships, despised the great gun as the weapon of cowards, who would not willingly come to push of pike or stroke of sword. The soldiers, as such, were undoubtedly of the best, but on board ship their place would have been advantageously taken by seamen who could work the ship or the guns. As it was, the sailors were few in number, were looked down on by the soldiers as an inferior caste, and had neither zeal nor enthusiasm for the service, the guns being intended more for ornament than for use. The quantity of ammunition supplied was naturally small, as calculated on a scale which former experience had shown to be sufficient. All these errors, serious as they proved to be, were due not to professional ignorance, nor to a false economy, but to an inability to comprehend the new conditions under which the Spaniards were going to fight. It may be fairly presumed that the armament of the ships, the supply of ammunition, the proportion of soldiers to sailors, and other like technical details, if not actually ordered by Santa Cruz, were at least approved by him and by the distinguished officers who held command under him, such as Juan Martinez de Recalde, Alonso de Leyva, Miguel de Oquendo, Martin de Bertandona, Diego Flores de Valdez, and Pedro de Valdez, all men of experience in naval war as it was understood in Spain. The victuals were supplied by contractors, and were afterwards found to be exceedingly bad. In all ages and in all countries, victualling contractors have been unable to resist the temptation to supply inferior articles for the use of sailors or soldiers, who will be far away before they find out the fraud, and may very possibly die or be killed before they can complain. It has everywhere been found that only the strictest supervision can be trusted to keep them straight, and in Spain, in 1588, that supervision was altogether wanting. Something, however, must be allowed for the ignorance of the age and the high pressure under which things were got ready. The art of properly preserving meat, for instance, was not yet known. Moreover, Philip, after hesitating for years, was, now that his mind was made up, in a desperate hurry. The preparations were, however, brought to a standstill by the death, on January 30th, 1588, of Santa Cruz, which was attributed to vexation at an implied reprimand from the king for alleged want of zeal or energy. That this was a serious blow to the plan of invasion cannot be doubted. Santa Cruz was a man of long experience in war and in command. Malta, Lepanto, and Trisera had given prestige to his name, and, though he was not ready to accept the revolution and naval war which the English were preparing, he would at least have known how to apply the tactics with which he was familiar. His successor, the Duke of Medina Sidonia, was not familiar with any, and was ignorant alike of the art of commanding men and of ordering a battle. But he was a man of the highest rank and of great wealth, and in a Spanish fleet it was absolutely necessary that the commander-in-chief should be a personage of high rank. The great nobles who commanded the tercios would have considered themselves degraded by being called on to obey a mere gentleman, however high his professional qualifications, and the men would have rendered a very unwilling obedience to one whom they might have stigmatized as a mere sailor. Even in the individual ships, the commanding officer was the officer in command of the soldiers. The captain of the seamen held a very subordinate position, not unlike that of the master in an English ship. As the mouthpiece of the king, carrying out orders which left little to his discretion, and as arbitrator between the pretensions of the arrogant nobles by whom he was surrounded, it was thought that Medina Sidonia would be a very suitable man, the more so as his gentle character was not likely to put forward his own opinion against the king's, or to question the king's appointment of the Duke of Parma as ultimate commander-in-chief of the invasion, a measure to which Santa Cruz had strongly objected, but which was an essential part of Philip's plan as finally determined on. The fleet was to go straight up the Channel, seize Margate, join hands with Parma, convoy his men across in their boats, and land a proportion of soldiers from the ships as an addition to the army. As a further instruction, however, the king wrote to Medina Sidonia, even if Drake should have brought a fleet into these seas, to cause a diversion, as our advices from England say is likely, you are not to turn aside, or delay the voyage to look for him. But if he shall follow you, or hang about you, then you may attack him. And so also if you meet him at the entrance of the English Channel, for it may be very advantageous to attack the enemy's forces, whilst divided, and so prevent their uniting. This was dated on March 22nd, when the English fleet was still gathering. For motives similar to those which operated in Spain, the commander-in-chief of the English forces at sea had been given to the Lord Admiral, the Queen's cousin, Lord Howard of Effingham, who had, however, had considerable experience of the sea and had done good service on shore. Drake had been sent to Plymouth to levy the shipping of the western counties, and there, on May 23rd, he was joined by Howard with the main fleet, including the greater part of the Queen's ships. Lord Henry Seymour, with Sir William Winter and Sir Henry Palmer, was left with 3 ships of force, the Rainbow, the Vanguard, and the Antelope, and a considerable number of smaller vessels, to keep watch in the narrow sea and look out for any movement on the part of the Duke of Parma. In this he was to be assisted by a Dutch flotilla under the command of Count Justin of Nassau, an illegitimate son of William the Silent, whose force, though too feeble to take any part in the engagements with the Armada itself, was strong enough to act as a deterrent to Parma, and to render it impossible for him even to embark his men without the protection of the Grand Fleet. With Howard at Plymouth, besides Drake, were Hawkins, Frobisher, Fenner, Fenton, Cross, Raymond, Ward, all experienced seamen. But several of the ships, and those among the largest, were commanded by young men of noble birth, whose chief qualification was that they were kinsmen of the Lord Admirals. Contrary, however, to the Spanish custom, they were captains of the ships, not mere captains of the soldiers. When the King of Spain signed the instructions to Medina Sidonia, his information that Drake was at Plymouth and Howard in the narrow sea was quite correct, and in fact continued to be so till the Armada sailed from Lisbon on May 20th. It then consisted of 130 ships, having an aggregate tonnage of 57,868, and manned by 8,050 seamen, 18,973 soldiers, with volunteers, galley slaves, etc., bringing the total up to 30,493. The gross number seemed and still seemed imposing, though the small number of the seamen points at once to a dangerous weakness. Of the ships, 80 were reported as over 300 tons, but 18 of these were rated as storeships. Even of the remainder, a considerable number were mere transports, carrying but few guns, and those of the smallest size, and as fighting ships were useless, except against an enemy who would be foolish enough to lay them on board. To give the number of ships which could, in the English sense, be called efficient men of war is impossible, but they cannot have been more than 50, and were probably not nearly so many. Immediately the Armada put to sea, its troubles began. The weather was boisterous, and the ships, built and rigged for fine weather passages, with a fair, equable wind, to or from the West Indies, were overmasted and undermanned. The seamen were also of very indifferent quality, being, in great measure, mere fair-weather sailors. The ships made very bad weather, were strained, leaked excessively. Some were dismasted. All were reduced to a deplorable condition, which the seasick soldiers thought worse than it really was. Their victuals, too, failed. The bread was moldy, the meat was putrid, the water casks, made of green staves, leaked, and the water ran short. Sickness broke out among the men, and Medina Sidonia considered himself lucky in getting the bulk of his fleet safely into Corunna, where he anchored on June 9th, but in such distress and confusion that he made no general signal, and took no pains to let distant ships know what he was doing, so that many kept on their way to the appointed rendezvous, south of the Scilly Islands, whence they were recalled, but not before they had been seen and reported, on June 19th, by some English traders. He was not able to sail again till July 12th. Meantime, Howard, with the English fleet at Plymouth, had been very anxious to visit the coast of Spain and work such havoc among the enemy's shipping that their design would have to be again postponed, if not altogether abandoned. This seemed particularly easy when it was known that they were congregated in the harbor of Corunna, and it now appears quite certain that an onslaught there, such as Drake had made at Cadiz the previous year, guided by the experience then gained and supported by a few fireships, would have utterly ruined the Spanish navy. But Elizabeth would not allow the attempt to be made. She professed to doubt whether the armada was really coming. She affected to consider that the differences between the two nations might be settled by negotiation, whether she hoped to hoodwink Philip, or whether she imagined that, if not further provoked, he would allow the war to conduct itself in the same semi-private, piratical, and economical way as during the last 10 years. It is impossible to say. Or maybe she really believed that the danger of missing the armada was too great, that if it had already put to sea, it might be stretching to the westward while the English were crossing the Bay of Biscay, and might, without opposition, come into the Channel and off Dunkirk, while Howard or Drake was searching the Spanish coast from Corunna to Cadiz. She turned a deaf ear to the arguments of Howard and his council of war, and peremptorily ordered him not to go beyond Ushant. Another and very pressing anxiety that filled Howard's mind was the frequently occurring want of victuals. There was no public store ready to hand, and the sudden call to supply a force, numbering some 15,000 men, taxed the energies of the victualling agents. By the utmost economy, and putting the men on short allowance, he managed to get together what might be called a private stock against an emergency. But whilst in the narrow sea, and afterwards, at Plymouth, he never ceased urging on the Queen's ministers the necessity for liberal supplies. It does not appear that there was any undue sparing of expense, though there was, of course, a strict attention to economy. But it was impossible to provide the larger supplies which Howard demanded. The practice, so far as there was one, was to send at one time victuals for 4 weeks, and to replenish them by another supply for 4 weeks, about a week before the earlier supply was exhausted. There was thus, as Howard pointed out, the continually recurring danger of the fleet being obliged to put to sea, in the presence of the enemy, with not more than a few days' victuals on board. This was what did actually happen. The fleet had been out, spreading in a long line from Ushant to Scilly, when a fresh southerly wind blew it back to Plymouth. The victuals were running low, and the ships busy provisioning, when, on July 19th, the armada was reported off the Lizard. The same southerly wind which drove the English fleet in had carried the Spanish straight across the Bay of Biscay. The fresh breeze had, however, been too much for them. The ships were scattered, many had parted company, and it was not till the next day, July 20th, that they had nearly all rejoined. In accordance with the custom very generally followed in an age when the commander-in-chief of a fleet was often regarded as a president and moderator rather than as an actual commander, and especially necessary under the conditions existing among the Spaniards, a council of war was held, but was unable to decide anything for want of intelligence. A proposal to look into Plymouth and attack the English fleet came to nothing, because it was not known whether it was there or not. In the afternoon they saw some ships under the land, but the weather was thick, with rain and mist, and they could not make out either their number or quality. It was not till night had fallen that one of the pinnaces picked up an English boat, and the Duke learned from the prisoners that the English fleet had been at Plymouth, but had got to sea that afternoon. Their ships had, in fact, warped out into the Sound on the evening of the 19th. On the 20th they had plied out, to windward, against a fresh southwesterly breeze, and the armada, running to the eastward all night, had by daybreak on the 21st given the English the weather gauge for which they had been working. The fleet with Howard at this time consisted of about 70 ships, a large proportion of which were small coasting vessels, useful as cruisers, as scouts, or to carry messages, but of little fighting value. 30 of them belonged to the Queen, and of these, 13, though on the average smaller than the best of the Spaniards, were more heavily armed. Some 7 or 8 more were good and efficient ships, of a smaller size, but still heavily armed in comparison with the Spanish ships, and about a dozen or 20 of the merchantmen were sufficiently large and well armed to be able to take part in an engagement. This estimate shows the number of fighting ships in the two fleets to have not been very unequal, those on each side being superior to those of the enemy from their own special point of view. Though, indeed, if the Spaniards could have dictated the manner of fighting, they would have had upwards of 60 effective ships, and their superiority would have been overwhelming. They themselves thought that it was, and what they believed was the general belief throughout Europe. In reality, the superiority to which they trusted was more than nullified by the hopeless inferiority of their ships and their seamen. It depended entirely on their being able to close with and grapple the English ships, and this they could never succeed in doing. The English ships of the new design had finer lines and were much faster. They were lower in the water and were stiffer and more weatherly. They were rigged and were manned by seamen accustomed to the boisterous weather of the higher latitudes. The choice of the fighting rested with them, and with that, also, the superiority. The Spanish ships were so cranked that, in a fresh breeze, their weather guns sent their shot flying through empty space, or their lee guns plumped them into the sea, whilst the English, on a more even keel, racked the Spaniards through and through below the waterline on the one side, or swept their decks with a murderous hail on the other. They could take their own distance, and, when the Spaniards tried to close, could slip away from them with an ease that astonished and terrified their enemy. At the first meeting of the two fleets on the forenoon of July 21st, all this was at once apparent. To Drake and many of the others, it was no new thing, though it is probable that even they had not realized how vast their advantage was. The fight continued from 9 o'clock to about 1, when Medina Sidonia, discovering that it was only wasting time, and that he was bound to avoid all delay, made sail before the wind. It was a fatal mistake, one we may be sure that Santa Cruz would not have made. He might not, probably would not, have been able to neutralize the vast superiority of the English ships and the English method of fighting, but it is not conceivable that a man of his experience would have jumbled the transports, storeships, and fighting ships in one heterogeneous crowd, or would have sought a pretext for flying before the enemy from a half-finished battle. As it was, the fighting on July 21st gave the keynote to all that followed. The Armada was to hurry on. The flagship of Pedro de Valdez, which had suffered severely in the engagement, lost her foremast by a collision with another of her squadron and fell astern. But time could not be wasted in defending the noblest ship in the fleet. She was deserted and fell into the hands of the English. Another, the Vice Admiral of Oquendo's squadron, was disabled by an accidental explosion of powder. She, too, was deserted, was taken by the English, and sent to Weymouth. And ever the Armada sailed heavily on with a fresh fair wind, the English following, ready to seize on any stragglers, or to fight if opportunity offered. There was thus a smart action off St. Albans Head on the 23rd, and another on the 25th off St. Catherine's in the Isle of Wight, as a visible result of which a third large ship, Recalde's flagship, was so damaged as to be obliged to leave the fleet and make for the French coast, where, in trying to go into the Seine, she ran ashore and became a total wreck. Other ships had suffered much, both in material damage and in men, and without further fighting, the Armada ran on to Calais, off which they anchored on the afternoon of the 27th. The Duke then sent a message to Parma, urging him to embark at once, but the tone of his letter implied that he expected Parma to help and protect the fleet, rather than that the fleet was prepared to ensure a safe passage to Parma. Parma's reply, which came on the 28th, was unsatisfactory. He was not ready to embark, and could not be so in less than a fortnight. But even if he had been ready, he could not have started till the Dutch flotilla was out of the way. If Medina Sidonia would clear the sea of Count Justin, Seymour, Howard, and all the rest of them, it would then be time to think of crossing over to England. The report of this answer, and all that it implied, added to the discouragement which the week's experience had impressed on the Spaniards. They had started jubilant in the expectation of a triumphant advance up the Channel and across the North Sea from the Low Countries. The reality had been one succession of disasters and of battles, in which they had suffered terribly, without appearing to have inflicted any loss on their nimble assailants, and the numbers of the enemy were increasing. Many small vessels had joined the English fleet on its course up Channel, and, as Howard anchored off Calais, a gunshot to windward of the Spaniards, Seymour with his squadron rejoined, adding 3 capital ships to the fighting power. There were thus in the English fleet, of Queen's ships and merchantmen, from 40 to 45, that could be considered effective men of war, a fair match, so far as armament went, for the best 40 or 45 Spaniards, but in reality very superior, by reason of their mobility, steadiness, and gunnery, qualities which, though too late, the Spaniards were beginning to appreciate and fear. Their nerves were already unstrung when, about midnight of the 28th, 8 hastily improvised fire ships came down on them with wind and tide. As they burst into flames, Medina Sidonia made the signal to slip the cables, intending to return in the daylight and take up his old berth. But a panic seized the Spaniards. "The fire ships of Antwerp," they cried, and, cutting their cables, they drifted away to the north. They were, for the time, paralyzed with fear. When morning came, they were off Gravelines, closely followed by the English fleet, which now attacked in its full force, knowing that this was the crisis of the campaign. The Armada must be driven into the North Sea, past the coast of Flanders, beyond the reach of Parma. Seymour and Winter, Drake, Hawkins, and Frobisher led the several attacks. Howard, who had waited off Calais to ensure the capture or destruction of the admiral of the galleasses, the most heavily armed ship in the Armada, came up a little later. This galleass had injured her rudder in the confusion of the night, and in the morning was captured after a stubborn and hand-to-hand fight, in which her commander, Hugo de Moncada, was killed. The French, who had not interfered during the fight, now claimed the prize, and Howard, satisfied with her being lost to the Spaniards, left her and joined the main battle, which raged fiercely during the greater part of the day. But the superiority of the English was felt from the first, and the want of tactical guiding was as marked in the Spanish fleet as its many other shortcomings. The wind was at south-southwest, and the Armada had streamed off before it. The Duke made no real effort to collect the effective ships, many of which were far to leeward, and the brunt of the battle fell on some 15, which clustered round their admiral, and fought valiantly, but without avail. Of recorded incidents much might be written. We have them in Spanish and in English, but all to the same effect. The Spanish ships could not close with the English, and against the English guns, the Spanish guns were powerless. Some sentences from Medina Sidonia's letter to the king put this in the clearest light. In the rear, Don Francisco de Toledo, in the San Felipe, abode the coming of the enemy, and endeavored to grapple with them, whereupon they assailed him, and by shooting of ordnance brought him to great extremity. Don Diego Pimentel, in the San Mateo, came to relieve him, and both were hardly pressed, seeing which Juan Martinez de Recalde came to their assistance, with Don Agustin Mejia, and rescued them from the strait. But notwithstanding this, these ships returned and again assaulted the enemy, as likewise did Don Alonso de Luzon and the Santa Maria de Bagona, in which was Garibay, and the San Juan de Sicilia, in which was Don Diego Tellez Enriquez. These came near to boarding the enemy, yet could they not grapple with them, they fighting with their great ordnance, and our men defending themselves with arquebus fire and musketry, the distance being very small, when, partly from want of ammunition, partly from hopeless incapacity, the largest Spanish ships were reduced to answering great guns with arquebuses. It is not surprising that the Spaniards suffered very much, the English not at all, or that, after this terrible pounding, the San Felipe and the San Mateo tried to save themselves by running on shore on the coast of Flanders. The officers and most of the crew of the San Felipe escaped to Newport, but the ship was taken possession of by the Dutch, and carried into Flushing. So also was the San Mateo, after a stubborn resistance, which ended in the officers being taken prisoners and the men thrown overboard. Other ships went down with all hands. How many was never exactly known. So many in all were ultimately lost that the details were never fully made out. By nightfall, the Spaniards were thoroughly, hopelessly beaten and fled to the north. A few, Leyva and Oquendo are specially named, would fain have prolonged the fight, and did not scruple to hell the Duke and his advisers in most opprobrious terms, but they were unable to stop the rout, and were forced to fly with the rest. The English commanders were slow to realize the completeness of their victory. Howard was inclined to think the destruction of the great galleass the most important part of the day's success. Their force, he wrote the same evening, is wonderful, great, and strong, and yet we pluck their feathers by little and little. And again, as late as August 8th, although we have put the Spanish fleet past the Firth, and I think past the Isles, yet God knoweth whether they go either to the Nace of Norway, or into Denmark, or to the Isles of Orkney, to refresh themselves, and so to return. For I think they dare not return to Spain with this dishonor and shame to their king, and overthrow of their Pope's credit. Drake, too, wrote on the evening of the battle, God hath given us so good a day in forcing the enemy so far to leeward, as I hope in God the Prince of Parma and the Duke of Sidonia shall not shake hands this few days, and whensoever they shall meet, I believe neither of them will greatly rejoice of this day's service. But by August 8th he saw clearer, and wrote, Whether he mind to return or not, I know not, but my opinion is that he neither mindeth, nor is in case to do so. Certainly their people were many sick, and without doubt many killed, and by report of such as are taken, their ships, masts, ropes, and sails, much decayed by shot, and more it had been had we not wanted powder. This want of powder has been frequently adduced as an instance of the Queen's ill-judged economy or cruel parsimony. In reality, it was nothing of the sort. The allowance of powder had been great beyond all precedent, but the expenditure had been so also. Some Spaniards that we have taken, wrote Howard, that were in the fight at Lepanto, do say that the worst of our 4 fights that we have had with them did exceed far the fight they had there. And they say that at some of our fights we had 20 times as much great shot there applied as they had there. Lepanto was fought by the Spaniards, at any rate, on the medieval tactics which they still favored, the great guns adding thereto a mere unimportant interlude. The battles in the Channel and off Gravelines were a new departure, which before had been tried only exceptionally, and on a very small scale. We know that, on the average, the English guns were larger than the Spanish, that there were, relatively, more of them, and that they were said to be fired quite 3 times as fast. And yet, on the evening of July 29th, the Spanish magazines were much more thoroughly depleted than the English. Nor was it of ammunition alone that the Spanish ships were destitute. They were short of victuals and of water. Their hulls were torn by the English shot, their rigging cut, their masts badly wounded, their anchors left in Calais roads, and their seamen, too few at the beginning, fearfully reduced by sickness and slaughter. It was then, and has ever since been, the fashion to say that England was saved from a very great danger by the providential interference of storms. To the Spaniards, it soothed the national pride. To the English, it seemed to point them out as the elect of God. In reality, it was quite untrue. From the day on which the Spanish ships appeared off the Lizard till a week after the Battle of Gravelines, there was no wind beyond what a well-found ship would prefer, nothing to prevent frequent intercourse by small boats. Subsequently, the weather was bad, and gave effect to the damage wrought by the English guns. For the Spaniards, with no thought of Denmark or Norway, and still less of returning south, were trying to reach their own coast by passing to the west of Ireland. But they were ignorant of the navigation. They had neither pilots nor charts. Their ships were not seaworthy, and the weather was wild. As they passed between the Orkney and Shetland Islands, they left one ship a wreck on Fair Isle. Some were lost among the Western Hebrides. Some near the Giant's Causeway and on the coast of Donegal. 12 were driven into Sligo Bay, and there totally lost. Others on the outer isles. And so I can say, wrote Sir Richard Bingham, the governor of Connaught, by good estimation, that 6,000 or 7,000 men have been cast away on these coasts, save some thousand of them, which escaped to land in several places where their ships fell, which since were all put to the sword. Others were wrecked further south. One, driven again into the Channel, was thrown ashore near Salcombe. According to the Spanish estimate, 2, in addition to the San Felipe and San Mateo, were sunk in the battle. 19 were wrecked in Scotland or Ireland, and 35 were not accounted for. In all, captured or destroyed, the loss of ships was returned as 63, and the loss of life was an even greater proportion. For to the men of these ships who were, for the most part, drowned or butchered, must be added the very large number of those who were slain in fight, or died of wounds, sickness, cold, and famine. Few such tremendous and far-reaching catastrophes have been recorded in history. Nor had the English escaped without severe loss, though not in the battle or the storm. Their ships were uninjured. Few of their men, about 60 in all, had been killed or wounded. But when they returned to Margate, after having followed the Spaniards as far as the Firth of Forth, a violent sickness broke out in the fleet. Such a sickness, probably of the nature of typhus or gaol fever, had already appeared in some of the ships while at Plymouth. These had been cleared out, fumigated, and had received new crews. But now, as the excitement of battle was ended, the sickness returned in a more virulent form and became more general. The infection, wrote Howard on August 22nd, is grown very great and in many ships, and now very dangerous, and those that come in fresh are soonest infected. They sicken the one day and die the next. Several of the ships seem to have lost fully half their men, dead or sent on shore sick. Others lost a very large proportion. And on September 4th, Hawkins wrote from the Downs, "The companies do fall sick daily. Our ships are utterly unfitted and unmeet to follow any enterprise from hence." If the Queen had been loath to begin the war, she now, at any rate, showed no slackness in her determination to prosecute it. Before August was out, she had ordered that measures should be taken to stop the treasure fleet, and, though she was obliged to yield to the assurances that the ships could not be cleaned and refitted in time, she was ready next spring to accept a proposal, which probably originated with Drake, to send an expedition to Portugal, with the nominal object of placing Don Antonio on the throne, and thus dealing a severe blow to Spanish power and Spanish prestige. She was, however, unwilling, or perhaps rather unable, to bear the whole expense, and it thus became a joint stock undertaking, with the Queen as a large shareholder. Reckless, as other pretenders have been, Don Antonio was lavish in his promises and pledges to those who would assist him. To the Queen he would be a vassal. He would pay all the costs of the expedition and a large yearly subsidy. The amount named is of little consequence. It was meant to tempt Elizabeth, but was scarcely intended to be paid. English and Portuguese were to have equal trade rights in England, in Portugal, and in the Indies. Several forts in Portugal were to be garrisoned by English, at the cost of Portugal, and between the two countries there was to be perpetual peace. We can see now that from the military point of view, the whole idea was a mistake. That to attack Spain on land was relinquishing the advantage of the sea, where we had proved our strength, in order to meet the Spanish army with a mob of raw recruits. For England had no army to supply the force required, and the soldiers newly raised for any expedition were not only ignorant of their duty and of discipline, but were unskilled in the use of arms, and were of the most unpromising material. Some 3,000 or 4,000 old soldiers from the Netherlands were an efficient nucleus of the force, and about 1,000 volunteers, men of good birth or of decent position, were admirable recruits, but the remainder, amounting to some 12,000 men, were the mere scrapings of the gutters and the outcasts of the gaols, and these made up the army which, under the command of Sir John Norreys, was to vanquish the finest infantry of Europe and virtually establish English rule in Portugal. Afloat, the Queen supplied 7 capital ships, round which were gathered 20 armed merchantmen and transports, storeships, and private adventurers swelled the number to nearly 200 sail. This was not the kind of expedition which the Admiral of England could be appointed to command. Its principal numerical strength was in the land forces, and the whole business was a speculation for the profit of the shareholders. Drake, Norreys, Don Antonio, and the Queen holding the founders' shares. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 9, The Elizabethan Naval War with Spain, by J.K. Laughton. Part 3, read by John Anderson. February 1st, 1589, was the date fixed for sailing, but it was the middle of April before the ships were ready, and by that time much of the victuals had been expended. Further delay seemed unavoidable, but happily 3 or 4 Flemish vessels laden with barley, dried fish, and wine put into Plymouth. Their cargoes were promptly seized for the Queen's service, and on April 13th the fleet put to sea. The orders to the commanders were contradictory and impossible, and any attempt to explain them on military or even political grounds must fail, because it loses sight of the joint stock nature of the enterprise, which rendered the victualling of the army, at the expense of the enemy, a measure of commercial economy, and the political objective subservient to the profits of the shareholders. It was suggested, on the one hand, that Spanish ships of war might be looked for at Santander or other ports on the northern coast of Spain. On the other, the advisability of losing no time in getting to Lisbon was impressed on the commanders. But the necessity of feeding the men and the prospect of plunder led to the sack of Corunna and to a delay which threatened the failure of the whole expedition. While it is at least probable that the wish to conciliate Don Antonio was a main reason for the landing at Peniche and the 40 miles march to Lisbon, which completely broke down the troops, poor creatures as they were when they were enlisted, and further enervated by their excesses at Corunna and the long confinement on shipboard, from purely military considerations, it's clear that the whole expedition should have at once entered the Tagus, that the troops should have landed above Belay, and that, to the combined attack of ships and troops, Lisbon must have fallen. This is so self-evident that it has been supposed that Drake wished it to be done, and yielded only to the resolve of Don Antonio and Norreys. But the evidence is conclusive that Drake was in friendly agreement with his 2 colleagues, and that he promised to take the fleet off Lisbon in order to support them. Instead of doing so, he lay in Cascais Bay, making no attempt to force the passage, and we are obliged to suppose that he did not believe it practicable, though to us there does not appear to have been any insurmountable difficulty. Having been repulsed from the walls of Lisbon by the admirable defense of the Spanish governor, Philip's nephew, the Cardinal Archduke Albert, whose ruthless measures inside the town effectually prevented any rising of the Portuguese, the English troops, such of them as remained after the terrible sickness which had scourged them, fell back to Cascais Bay, where they were re-embarked, and, with their freight of sick and dying, the ships returned to England. The loss of men was very great, though the exact number was never known. It was variously stated as 3,000, 8,000, and 11,000 dead. Another account, which seems trustworthy, is that there were not 2,000 effective men in the fleet on its return. In any case, it was very terrible, and the Queen's natural anger at the failure was intensified and exaggerated by the total loss of all the money she had invested in the speculation. There were many others who mourned for the loss of their money, many, too, who mourned for the loss of friends or relations. There was much complaint, much recrimination. Drake and Norreys were put on their defense, and their stories were not always consistent. The question with whom the blame should rest has been much disputed, but the verdict of the day was certainly unfavorable to Drake, who, for the next 5 years, was out of the Queen's service, if not actually in disgrace. And yet, as engaged in the conduct of a partisan war, no other leader showed any distinguished merit. Privateers in crowds there were, who inflicted a very considerable loss on the Spaniards without any startling advantage to themselves, and the Earl of Cumberland, in a spirit of reckless gambling, fitted out many ventures on a large scale, but with no proportionate success. Even the Queen had no higher idea of what might be achieved by sea, nor were her ventures much more fortunate. And a squadron which she sent out in 1590 under Hawkins in Frobisher brought back nothing to show as a return for the outlay. There seems no doubt that a more proper course would have been to send a strong fleet, the strongest possible fleet, to the Azores, when the capture, or even the stay, of the flota, the treasure ships, would have brought Spain to her knees. During the years immediately following on the defeat of the Armada, it does not appear that Philip could have offered any serious resistance to such an attack. But the continued arrival of the treasure from the Indies, and 3 years' respite, enabled him to re-establish his navy in imposing numbers. And when at last, in the summer of 1591, a royal squadron, under the command of Lord Thomas Howard, was sent to the Azores to intercept the flota, he was able to send a comparatively powerful fleet to drive it away or destroy it. Howard, warned in time, weighed from Flores, where he had been lying, and avoided the intended attack. But one ship, the Revenge, by the ignorance, disobedience, or presumption of her commander, Sir Richard Grenville, was caught, beset, and overpowered. Grenville's obstinate defense against great odds has rendered the combat celebrated in story and in song. But its true moral is the disastrous effect of disobedience. In the following year, another attempt was made to command the trade route through the Azores, but it was still more feeble than that of 1591, and the Queen had only a part interest in it. Yet its success in the capture of a Portuguese East Indiaman, the Great Carrack, the Madre de Dios, and the enormous wealth which this one ship contained, ought to have convinced her of the advisability of a wholehearted effort in the same direction. But it did not. She was throughout unable to see that the operations of the fleet were, and must be, the deciding factor in the war, and she continued to believe in the effect of her diplomacy, which was laughed at, and her army, which was insignificant. The relief of Brest by the capture of the Spanish fort at Crozon in 1594 had but little influence on the course of the war, and it was not till the end of the year, when Drake, having succeeded in making his peace with the Queen, was again called to active service, that any measure of importance was contemplated. It was resolved that he should command an expedition against Panama as the springhead of the Spanish wealth, but the initial mistake was made of joining with him his veteran kinsman, Sir John Hawkins, whom Drake would not acknowledge as his equal, and who would not accept the position of second. From the first, there was thus a good deal of friction, which the very different and conflicting characters of the men intensified. And the Queen had not yet learnt that great results are not to be obtained without great pains, and apparently supposed that little was called for on her part beyond her sanction. She lent 6 of her ships, and advanced some £20,000, but the bulk of the money required was found by Drake and Hawkins, and by various London or other merchants, who also provided some 20 or 30 ships, large and small. It was in December 1594 that the expedition was definitely resolved on. If the ships could have been at once fitted, victualled, and sent off, with distinct instructions, all might have been well. But this was not Elizabeth's way. She was loath to make up her mind for a distant enterprise, and could not persuade herself that the dispatch of such an expedition would not give Philip the chance which she pictured him as waiting for. In reality, during all these years, the king's chief anxiety had been the fear that he might be attacked at home, and the several reports of fleets fitting out which were brought to England were but exaggerated accounts of preparations for the defense of the Spanish ports. More than this, in addition to the ceaseless trouble in the Netherlands and the wars and intrigues in France, an insurrection in Aragon was the cause of great embarrassment, and meanwhile the utter impoverishment of the country was rendering any strenuous effort more and more difficult, while England, with a rapidly increasing commerce and a prosperous war, was rising once again to a foremost place in Europe. Spain, suffering from a faulty and ignorant administration, still more than from an unsuccessful and harassing struggle, was fast sinking from the proud position she had held under Philip's father. With a diminishing population, a peasantry ground down, agriculture neglected, manufactures and commerce almost extinct, the pinch of poverty was everywhere felt. The revenues of the commanderies were pledged for the next 10 years. The ordinary revenue and the bullion which might be expected from the Indies were mortgaged for 3 years in advance. Of ships, there were still some, but seamen, gunners, money, and enthusiasm were all conspicuously wanting. But neither Elizabeth nor her ministers knew this. They were quite unable to realize that the Spanish power was by this time little more than a hollow pretense, an inflated bladder which the growing strength of the English navy had pricked, and which it needed but persistent effort to flatten out. They believed, on the contrary, that it was a solid mass which, by its weight and by the force which impelled it, must bear down and crush any direct opposition. They thus accepted with a ready belief, not unmixed with fear, all the stories of Spanish equipments and armaments which were sent to them by their agents in Spain, who on their side were anxious to justify their existence and to show their employers a certain equivalent for their pay. It was probably this delusion that interfered with any direct action against Spain during 1593 and 1594, and that prevented Elizabeth from giving more than a half-hearted sanction, limited by very doubtful conditions, to a campaign in the West Indies. At last, after being driven from Brest, the Spaniards attempted from Blavet some petty raids on the English coast, and, in July 1595, with 4 galleys, attacked the coast of Cornwall, landed some 400 men, burned Mousehole, Newlyn, and Penzance, and scuttled back, fearing to be stayed by the militia or cut off by a few ships, which Drake hurried round from Plymouth. The Queen at once concluded that this was the advance guard of a formidable expedition, intended for Ireland or Scotland, if not for England itself, and sent orders to Drake and Hawkins to go round by the south of Ireland to look for the Spanish fleet. If it were not there, they were to look for it on the coast of Portugal or at Lisbon, and certainly to be home by May 1596. They readily undertook to look for the Spanish fleet, but refused to wait for it on the coast of Portugal, or to pledge themselves to be back by May, and so, leaving the Queen torn by anxiety, they put to sea on August 28, 1595. Had they made their way at once to the West Indies, they would apparently have found the Spaniards quite unprepared, and would certainly have been able to pay the costs of the expedition with a handsome profit out of the spoils of Cartagena, Portobello, and Panama. As it was, they seemed to have been short of provisions, and to have thus felt it necessary to make an attempt on Las Palmas, in the Gran Canary, if, indeed, they were not rather impelled by a mere desire for plunder. Necessary or not, it was a serious military mistake. The attempt failed, and from some prisoners who fell into their hands, the Spaniards learnt enough to enable them to suspect the destination of the fleet and to send word to their settlements in the West Indies. A still greater, a fatal evil, was the quarrel between the generals. Drake, at all times bold to the verge of rashness, found himself hampered by his colleague, whose constitutional caution was rendered more obstinate by age. There may have been other reasons, personal or political, of which we know nothing, though some have been suggested. But the want of concord was a fact patent to the whole fleet. On no point of service could the two agree, and it almost looked as if the death of Hawkins, worn out by age, fever, and vexation, might prove a distinct advantage to the expedition. But the Spaniards, having been forewarned, were, for once in their national history, forearmed, and, for his now dilatory proceedings, it may be thought that the hand of death was already pressing on Drake. At Puerto Rico he was beaten off, and when, after delaying 17 days at Rio de la Hacha, he appeared before Cartagena, it was thought too strong to be attempted. Nombre de Dios was taken possession of without difficulty, but all treasure had been cleared out of it. An attempt to march the troops across the isthmus to Panama was defeated, and the men returned to the ships dispirited. Nombre de Dios was then burnt, but a violent sickness broke out. Men and officers were dying fast. Drake himself was ill and delirious, and off Portobello he died on the morning of January 28, 1596. Philip and the Spaniards, who had learnt to believe him the incarnation of the English power at sea, held the news of his death, but his name long sounded terrible to Spanish ears, and even now, it is said, the nurseries of Mexico are stilled by the warning, "Ay, viene Drake." Great man, however, as he was, the ultimate defeat of the Spaniards was due not so much to him as to the national conditions of the struggle. which Drake had indeed intensified, but which were not changed by his death. Meantime, Philip had been straining his resources to the utmost to fit out a fleet for the relief or defense of the West Indies. That it should be late was a matter of course. If Drake had succeeded in his first attempt, or lived to make and succeed in a second, Panama would have been sacked, and the treasure on board the English ships long before the arrival of the Spanish fleet under the command of Don Bernardino de Avellaneda, a man of some experience at sea and more ability than was shown by the majority of Spanish admirals. But his force was not sufficient for the purpose for which it had come, the destruction of the English, who, on their part, weakened by the loss of great numbers of their men and, most of all, by the death of Drake, were desirous only of getting safely away. Weak as his fleet really was, and badly fitted as were his ships, Don Bernardino appears to have been nobly anxious to perform his allotted task, and waiting for the English out the west end of Cuba, met them near the Isle of Pines on March 1st. Sir Thomas Baskerville, the commander of the soldiers, who had succeeded to the command of the English fleet, seems to have maneuvered it with judgment, so as to let the heavier-armed Queen's ships take the stress of the fighting. It would appear that the advantage was entirely with the English, but their enfeebled crews were in no condition to push it home, and had to content themselves with being permitted to continue their voyage and return to England. The expedition had failed, but so clearly by its own fault and weakness, not by any effort of the enemy, that it is almost curious to note that the inability of Spain to fit out a fleet equal to the defense of its American settlements conveyed no lesson to the English Queen and her ministers. They were enabled to see that a nation so impotent was not one that could attempt an invasion in force, and the belief in the probability of such an attempt goaded the Queen to a resolution to forestall it, and to strike a blow at the navy of Spain in its own ports. The resolution took effect in the expedition to Cadiz in 1696. There seems no doubt that the design and the objective of this expedition originated with the Lord Admiral, who, in what was intended as a truly national effort, took his natural place as commander-in-chief, though, much to his disgust, the Earl of Essex was joined with him, in more immediate command of the army. The expedition was on a scale not unworthy of the occasion. 11 of the Queen's capital ships, with some few smaller, 12 London and 18 Dutch ships of war, 2 of them ships of force, constituted the fighting strength by sea. 70 transports carried some 7,000 soldiers with many volunteers. And of the names then eminent in war, afloat or ashore, most are to be found in the list of this array. Besides the 2 commanders-in-chief, Lord Thomas Howard was vice-admiral and Sir Walter Raleigh rear-admiral of the fleet, and with each of these were vice and rear-admirals of the several squadrons, distinguished by flags of different colors, the genesis of the red, white, and blue squadrons, so familiar in our naval history of the 17th and 18th centuries. The troops are described as better equipped and presenting a better appearance than usual. It would seem, too, that they were well victualled. They were, in fact, commanded by men of low country experience, Vere, the Wingfields, Clifford, Blount, and others, all capable soldiers. The instructions under which this expedition sailed are so straightforward, and in such contrast with the inferences and tergiversations of others, that they ought to be considered. They explain to the generals that the object of the expedition is, by burning of the king's ships of war in his havens, before they should come forth to the seas, and therewith also destroying his magazines of victuals and his munitions for the arming of his navy, to provide that neither the rebels in Ireland should be aided and strengthened, nor yet the king be able of long time to repair unto, and have any great navy in readiness to offend us. The generals are therefore to make careful inquiry and to direct their first actions, to destroy such ships as they shall understand to be provided to repair to Ireland, or to come by the narrow seas to Calais. And if you cannot understand of any such particular purposes, you shall direct your course to such ports, where the greater number of the king's ships of war are, and where his provisions are in store. And there you shall use all good means possible to spoil and burn all the said ships, or as many of them as conveniently you may. And also you shall destroy, or get into your possession to our use, as many of the victuals, powder, ordnance, cordage, and all other apparellings for war as you can. This destruction of ships, stores, and magazines of naval provisions is the first object, which we charge you shall be first attempted, before any other service. But that being accomplished, if the town belonging to the port, where those ships and magazines were, hath great riches, and you shall understand that it is not able to defend itself against you, and that the riches thereof are not wholly carried away into the inlands, where you cannot recover the same, in such case you may attempt the taking of such a town, and possess yourself of the riches thereof, and, after much detail as to the ordering of the expedition, and providing for the safety of the riches, if, after this service done, in destroying of the king's ships and of his staples of provisions, you shall hear of the likelihood of the coming from the Indies of any of the king's carracks laden with riches, you shall send away as many of the ships and men as you shall not have need of, to be used to the taking of such carracks, which we must leave to your consideration. So, on June 1st, the fleet weighed from Cawsan Bay and proceeded southwards. In Spain there was anxiety amounting to panic. The equipment of the fleet had been reported, but it was not known where the blow would fall, and nowhere were there efficient preparations for defense. The secret had been curiously well kept, and both in the fleet and in Spain it was thought that the objective was Lisbon. There the panic was so great that, it was said, any sort of force might have entered and sacked it. Cadiz was practically defenseless. Fully 20 years before, the necessity of strengthening its fortifications had been urged on the king, but little, if anything, had been done. The walls were crumbling in decay. The few guns mounted on them were old, worn out, and more dangerous to their friends than to their foes. Everywhere the country was drained of soldiers to supply the armies in France or the Low Countries, and the defense was left to untrained, half-armed citizens or local militia. At Seville they were trying to buy some powder for its weight in silver, and were scouring the neighborhood, hoping to find some muskets. Gibraltar and Cartagena were equally helpless. The king and his ministers had been alternating between fits of nervous anxiety and baseless arrogance. At one moment fearing a repetition of Drake's performance in 1587, at another discussing schemes for the invasion of England, but, through all, denuding the country for the maintenance of powerful armies abroad. Now, when the case that ought to have been first considered was imminent, there had been no provision, no preparation, and everywhere there was panic. And thus, when the English fleet arrived off Cadiz, there was no possibility of offering any serious opposition to it. The English commanders could not bring themselves to believe this. They had for so long been taught the immensity of the Spanish power that they could not conceive that the defense of an important haven and of the wealth of the Indies had been absolutely neglected. Thus there were councils of war and consultations as to how the entrance was to be forced. But, once resolved on, all difficulty vanished, and our ships made their way in against the resistance which, though stout as the Spaniards and galleys could make it, was in reality little more than nominal. If the very clear letter of instructions had been obeyed, if the victory had been followed up, as common sense showed it ought to be, the whole of the Spanish fleet, all the galleys, 19 ships of war, and 36 great merchantmen laden for the West Indies to the estimated value of 12 millions of ducats, must have been taken. The headstrong and reckless vanity of the Earl of Essex spoiled all. Afloat, he was only second. Ashore, he would be first. A young soldier, with but little experience, anxious to flesh his sword, he immediately landed, with about 2,000 men, for the assault of the town, which, on its side, drew out what forces there were, and made a brave show. It was nothing more, and as the English advanced, the burghers fled, shutting to the gates in their haste and fear, while several of their body were still outside. These sought safety by climbing over the ruined walls, closely followed by the advance guard of the English, who opened the gates. The main army pressed in and forced their way to the marketplace, where they established themselves. Though desultory firing went on for some hours, there was no concerted defense, and before nightfall the town was entirely in the hands of the English. The next day, the castle capitulated. If the town and its ransom had been the first or principal objective of the expedition, perfect success was attained, and all was well. The instructions quoted above show that such was not the case, that the town was altogether a secondary consideration, and, as it could not possibly escape, it ought to have been left till the primary aim, the possession of the ships, had been secured. But when the Earl of Essex and his men rushed on shore, like a parcel of schoolboys let loose, the Lord Admiral, whether jealous of Essex, as has been said, or, as is more probable, conceiving that he was bound by the Queen's wishes to watch over her favourite and support him, followed to the shore, without leaving any orders as to the pursuit of the ships. These fled up the harbour. The galleys escaped to the open sea through the channel of San Pedro. The great ships and galleons sought shelter in the shallow water towards Puerto Real, and when it seemed likely that they might still fall into the hands of the English, they were set on fire and totally destroyed. To the English, this frustration of their hopes of gain was cruel, but to the Spaniards the loss was absolute, even if, as was afterwards alleged, with very probable exaggeration, much of the merchandise belonged to foreigners, French or even Dutch, trading under Spanish names. Though the good success of the enterprise thus fell far short of what it ought to have been, it was nevertheless decisive. But the Queen's government was unable to realize the fact, and continued to believe in rumors of intended invasion, which were certainly false, probably set afloat by the Spanish government in hopes of saving their prestige. It is unnecessary to speak here in any detail of the quarrel between the two generals, which resulted from their action at Cadiz. When the excitement was past, Howard must have felt annoyed that he, a man of years and experience, had been led into such a serious blunder, a blunder costing 12 million ducats, which he could be quite sure the Queen would angrily resent. And it must have been the more aggravating that Essex, an irresponsible boy, could not see that he had done anything wrong. Of course, he would say, the sea officers ought to have taken measures for securing the ships. That was no business of his. He was not to be bound by instructions drawn out by a doting old woman in mere office quill drivers, and was now only anxious to continue his independent course and to raid the towns along the coast. To this Howard absolutely refused his consent, though later, sorely against the grain, he was induced to allow a plundering expedition at Faro, where the principal booty was the bishop's library, which was brought home by Essex and presented to the University of Oxford. A council of war judged it fitting that the general should return to England, that a detachment of the fleet under Lord Thomas Howard should, in accordance with the instructions, sail to the Azores to await the return of the flotilla, and that Cadiz should be held by a garrison of 8,000 men under the command of Sir Francis Vere. But to this, Essex, jealous of the distinction thus conferred on Vere, would not agree. He himself would stay, or Cadiz should be evacuated. With the fear of the Queen before their eyes, neither Howard nor the Council of War would agree to leave Essex behind. So, as the ransom was not forthcoming, the city was set on fire, and the fleet departed. It was then asserted that the state of the victuals would not permit Lord Thomas to go to the Azores, and the whole expedition, after ascertaining that there were no ships in Corunna, returned to England, where the Queen, while openly recognizing the good service they had performed, was not slow to let the generals feel her anger at the loss of the riches which they ought to have brought home. There can be no doubt that this, and the quarrel between the generals, which spread to the sea and land officers, prevented the advantage which had been actually secured in the wholesale destruction of Spanish ships and treasure from being estimated at its full value. It began, however, to be realized when, in the following year, it was seen that the Spanish government could make no effort to hinder the fleet, which under the sole command of Essex was sent to the Azores to look out for the homeward-bound treasure fleet, and missed it, partly, it might be said, by bad luck, but mainly by his own petulant conduct, and because of the unseemly squabble between him and Raleigh, his rear admiral. This was, as a matter of fact, the end of the naval war. Philip II died in September 1598, and his successor, notwithstanding the desire to continue the struggle, had neither the ships, nor the money, nor the grim determination which were needed. The English held command of the sea, not indeed with theoretical completeness, but with practical sufficiency. No Spanish fleets even attempted to contest it. It is true that in 1601 a force of 3,000 men was landed in Kinsale, but the ships which brought them withdrew panic-struck, and left them in a state of isolation. This was intensified when a small squadron, bringing them reinforcements and supplies, was caught by Sir Richard Leveson in Castlehaven and destroyed, A couple of months later, the Spaniards in Kinsale surrendered on terms, and the rebellion in Ireland was virtually crushed. Elizabeth, on her side, was quite willing to leave the war to private enterprise, and did not send any squadrons to sea, except those under Leveson and Monson in 1602, which missed the Plate fleet, but captured a rich carrack in Chesimbra Bay. But the work of the privateers continued. As long as the treasure ships crossed the ocean, the adventurers sought for a share of the spoil, and sometimes found it, often enough, in fact, to make the search a profitable speculation. And the Spanish loss was still greater than their enemies' gain. The privateers were bleeding their helpless victim to death, and thus, though the fleet, as a fleet, had no direct share in bringing the war to an end, it is quite certain that, after the grand fleets in 1588 and 1596 had broken the power and prestige of the Spanish Navy, after the expedition to the West Indies in 1595 and the islands voyage in 1597 had demonstrated its utter weakness, the privateers waxed bolder, and by their daring attacks, both on the Spanish coast and in the West Indies, struck such grievous blows and caused the Spanish such losses that they could only regard King James' wish for peace at any price, as a heaven-sent relief to their misery. No doubt the war might have been fought very differently, possibly with results more grandly decisive. It is not difficult to picture Elizabeth as recognizing the overwhelming influence of sea power and the superiority of the English navy, as dealing crushing blows, as beating Spain to a standstill, and seizing the sources of her American wealth. Neither is it difficult to picture England, with a small population, no manufactures, and but a nascent commerce, sinking under the burden of a colonial empire which, even 200 years later, she could not bear. But of such speculations history takes no account, and we can only chronicle the fact that the result of the Elizabethan War contributed largely to the downfall of Spanish power, and strengthened the confidence which, centuries before, the English had learnt to place in their navy. End of Section 33.
Section 34 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 10. The Last Years of Elizabeth by Sidney Lee. Part 1. The concluding scenes in the drama of Queen Elizabeth's reign abound in exciting episodes. Complicated crises in the ecclesiastical and political spheres succeed each other with rapidity. Apart from all questions of foreign policy, each year produced domestic incidents which kept the mind of the nation on the alert. No such momentous events presented themselves as the trial and execution of Mary Stuart, or the dispersal of the Spanish Armada. But the causes which produced these stirring incidents were still powerful. The jealousy of Spain was stimulated rather than diminished by the campaign of 1588. The Catholic conspiracy against Queen Elizabeth's government was not crushed by the death of the Queen of Scots. "The dangers are not over yet," remarked the Queen in her latest years to her godson, Sir John Harrington, who noticed that to the end she always kept a sword beside her table. By 1588, England had won 2 important victories, which had inflicted serious wounds on her foes. But her old enemies were still defiant, and the need of vigilance was the same as before. Few new questions in foreign or home affairs occupied the attention of English statesmen. Even the critical domestic topic of the succession to the crown had been present to them from the outset. Time now merely rendered its settlement more urgent, and gave it greater prominence. In other directions, problems that had been surveyed from a distance now called for solution at close quarters. The main distinction between England before 1588 and after that eventful year lay in no novelty of policy, in no change of national aspiration, but in a reinforcement of the sentiments which dominated the earlier epoch. The nation's confidence in its destiny, now that it was freed from imminent peril, gained in intensity. Intellectual and spiritual energy was quickened and moved more rapidly. Literature, while developing along the lines on which it had already set forth, scaled unprecedented heights. Probably the most notable feature of the era, the one which in the end contributed most to the increase of the national reputation, was the literary activity which found its highest embodiment in the dramas of Shakespeare, but proved its rare fertility in many other manifestations, notably in the achievements of Bacon, Hooker, and Ben Jonson. Meanwhile, political and ecclesiastical principles, which had already won the allegiance of one or other sections of the public, sought further advantage, and their advocates endeavoured more strenuously than before to impress their own convictions on the national conscience. Political and religious parties assumed a more aggressive tone in their attitude towards one another. Their aims became more distinct, and their tone more uncompromising. Loyalty to the crown was never more passionate. Sovereign and people were repeatedly exchanging protestations of mutual love. Yet sentiments of a type which conflicted with these assurances were gaining force. The professional and mercantile classes were manifesting a growing impatience of arbitrary government or constraints on personal liberty. City merchants were not backward in complaints of the burden of taxation. Nearly every parliament produced some champion of popular rights, who could only be silenced by imprisonment. The authority of veteran statesmen, who had long guided the national policy, was exposed in larger measure than in early years to vexatious criticism within the bounds of the Queen's Council. A new generation of courtiers had arisen, and they fought hard and not ineffectively with the old ministers for control of the Crown's influence. The slow and diplomatic caution which distinguished the old school of politicians was scouted by men of reckless daring and restless activity, who were unburdened by official responsibility. Although the Queen's presence could restrain the impatient and abusive remonstrance with which the newcomers were wont to meet the proposals of their elders, not even her intervention in debate could always preserve her old advisers from defeat. The Queen, as her years grew, seemed more accessible to the lover-like attentions with which youthful aspirants to political power flattered her vanity, and she gave many of them specious encouragement. But she was loyal to old servants of the state. She did not take the political pretensions of her younger admirers seriously, and by her delusive patronage she contrived to keep jealousy rife among them. The courtiers who stood outside the official hierarchy ranged themselves about the throne in rival factions. Their efforts to outwit each other limited their active influence, but kept the court in perpetual turmoil, and at times gave an impression of uncertainty to the action of the government. Another danger lay in the active adherence of government to the principle of force in dealing with antagonistic opinions, for the efficacy of coercion was an almost universal creed among practical politicians. It was constantly put to the test of experiment, and raised up an army of victims whose resentment and animosity was steadily increasing. There were powerful critics of the accepted coercive principle in the last years of the reign, but they carried little weight on the active stage of public affairs. A spirit of turbulence and unrest indeed brooded over the domestic affairs of the nation, but the tendencies to internal disorder, formidable although they were held in check by influences which were of old standing and showed no sign of decay. There was genuine sincerity in the regard and affection which the mass of the people felt for the Queen, although at the same time they groaned under oppressive burdens of taxation. Her increasing age accentuated her resolute bearing, and gave her an added title to reverence. Zeal for the nation's independence, and for the final dissipation of the foreign peril, was an efficient bond of union among the court factions, however sharply personal ambitions and predilections divided them. The House of Commons, when burning to discuss the nation's grievances, cheerfully postponed domestic questions, at a reminder from the government of the urgent need of providing supplies wherewith to resist some new threat of foreign invasion. Thinking men like Francis Bacon might well cherish the hope that such solvents of discord as these might ultimately assuage the heat of party, and that wise statesmanship might yet discover a via media a means of general reconcilement. The flames of intestine strife were menacing, but with caution their progress might be stayed, and the equilibrium of the state might be preserved from overthrow. The despotic principle of the Queen's government, in spite of signs of discontent, underwent little modification in her last years. The sovereign strength of will never faltered. Her conservative temper resisted innovation. Although she gave proof in her latest years of anxiety to exercise the prerogative of autocracy in the material interests of the nation at large, rather than in the interests of any class or clique, her assertion of absolute authority in affairs of state was never qualified by doubt or fear. Fortune seemed to smile on her pretensions. Death wrought inevitable changes in the circle of her ministers and friends, but its action was slow and deliberate. Veteran supporters holding responsible offices passed from the scene, but it was after their work was done, and when they were withdrawn from the state of public affairs. The system to which they had ministered went on as before, under the Queen's vigorous direction. The Queen's chief counsellor, Lord Burleigh, was a zealous guardian of traditional policy, and he was long-lived. For 40 years, from her accession until within 5 years of her death, he was at her side, to give all the assurance of homogeneity that was possible to her foreign and domestic policy. Burleigh's career belonged, in Horace Walpole's phrase, to the annals of his country. At the date of the Armada he was 68 years old. He had already enjoyed 38 years' experience of high political office, and was to pass through another 10 years of service. In 1550, at the age of 30, he had become Secretary of State to the Queen's half-brother, Edward VI. Queen Elizabeth, on her accession, appointed him to the like post. 14 years later he rose to be Lord Treasurer, and was thenceforth in effect both the Queen's Prime Minister and her Foreign Minister. Lord Burleigh cherished through life a thorough-going and unfashionable contempt for the foreigner. He was unmoved by the foreign culture which won wide sympathy among his contemporaries. Yet it was his destiny in public life chiefly to concentrate his energies on foreign affairs. All the other business of government indeed passed under his survey. There was scarcely any personal or public topic about which the Queen failed to ask his opinion. He never spared himself pains in elaborating, in writing schemes of advice on every subject that presented itself. But it was in the capacity of Foreign Minister that the Queen chiefly valued his assistance. Not that she accepted any of his counsel unquestionably. At times he brusquely rejected it, but he always retained her confidence. He was, she declared, her spirit and her oracle, and in spite of occasional modifications which the Queen or some other adviser imposed on his plans, it was Burleigh's scheme of foreign policy which governed Elizabethan England. Burleigh was slow in speech and movement, and was no believer in heroic measures in domestic or foreign affairs. He regarded war as the last resort of statesmanship, and firmly believed in the virtues of diplomatic intrigue as a bulwark against aggression. In this faith he created and maintained an enormous secret service. An army of spies throughout Europe were for some 30 years in constant correspondence with him. Few Catholic agents in the pay of England's enemies at Paris, Rome, or Madrid escaped his observation. The Elizabethan system of espial was brought to the highest perfection by his astute colleague, Sir Francis Walsingham, the Queen's secretary. But Walsingham worked under Burleigh's supervision and in subordination to him. The secret dispatches were usually annotated by the Lord Treasurer, and he alone took action upon them. When Walsingham died in 1590, he left a wide gap in the administration, but it was filled by Burleigh's personal activity. He gave to the clandestine machinery a minuter attention than before, and its operations lost none of their efficiency. Burleigh outlived almost all the statesmen of his own generation. The thinning of the ranks of his contemporaries at once increased his dignity and intensified his isolation. His taciturn, cynical temperament and cautious bearing exhausted the patience of the younger frequenters of the court, but they recognized his acumen by conferring on him the sobriquet of the old fox. Attempts made to displace him ignominiously failed, but in the later years of Elizabeth's reign he more than once had to accept warlike solutions of foreign problems which were out of harmony with his pacific and cautious temperament. In his own household he had prepared for himself a valuable ally. His son Robert, who shared his cautious habits of mind and combined them with greater alertness of thought and speech, was brought up to be his coadjutor. After 1590, when Burleigh reached his 70th year, his health declined by slow degrees. Though his industry was long proof against physical weakness, he grew more and more dependent on the assistance of his son. To the exaggerated mode of adulation which Burleigh had constantly practised in his addresses to his sovereign, Robert Cecil easily adapted himself, and the Queen was readily moved to extend to him, her little secretary, the confidence which his father had long enjoyed. The partnership of father and son proved formidable from the first, and when in 1596 Sir Robert Cecil was formally appointed Secretary of State, the Sicilian ascendancy, despite the jealousy it encountered, was in a position to scorn assault. The younger Cecil contrived to gather into his hands all the preferments of the crown, and none could hope for promotion except by his favour. Burleigh survived his son's elevation by 2 years. As his bodily infirmities grew, the Queen lavished on him enhanced marks of her gratitude and affection. She entreated him to spare himself the fatigues of court etiquette, by which in other instances she set exaggerated store. She even helped to nurse him through his last illness. His death was a personal loss which grieved her acutely, but his removal caused no change in the method of her administration. Sir Robert Cecil carried it on, under her effective supervision, in his father's spirit, and with somewhat greater ardour. Yet the most obvious embarrassments which Lord Burleigh suffered in his endeavours to control the Queen's policy came from the Queen herself. He was hampered not merely by her sudden displays at critical moments of an obstinate insistence on her own authority, but also by the vain hopes of exerting a rival political influence, which her coquetries excited in ambitious courtiers outside the official hierarchy. Burleigh was subjected to the hostility of the Queen's favourites throughout his official association with her, Until the date of the Spanish Armada, her friend the Earl of Leicester had steadily endeavoured to thwart or misrepresent Burghley's advice and action. The endeavours had proved of small avail, but they increased the harassing cares of Burghley's official life. Although the Queen often quarrelled with Leicester and ridiculed his presumptuous pretensions to political power, through 30 years of her reign she never for long excluded him from her society. His sudden death after the defeat of the Spaniards in September 1588 seemed to relieve Lord Burghley of a primary source of anxiety. 3 years later, Sir Christopher Hatton, another of the Queen's favourites, whose frank intimacy with her had been a crying scandal, passed away. She had rewarded Hatton's attentions with a liberality that with her was rare. She had, with doubtful wisdom, admitted him to the inner circle of the government. For 4 years he had filled the great judicial office of Lord Keeper. The places that the death of Leicester and Hatton left vacant were not empty long. Sir Walter Raleigh had already attracted the Queen's attention. His gallant bearing and felicitous power of flattering his sovereign in melodious verse had already fascinated her, and she had eagerly welcomed the compliment he paid her of giving in her honour the name of Virginia to the tract of land of the American continent which he was seeking to colonize. Raleigh remained to the end a member of the inner circle of the court, though he suffered many times the customary fortune of the Queen's favourites, and was at intervals driven angrily from her presence. It was not, however, on Raleigh's shoulders that Leicester's mantle fell. The role that the Earl of Leicester had played in his relations to his sovereign was bestowed on a younger man, Robert Devereux, Earl of Essex. Essex' kinship and education gave him some title to the succession. His father died when he was 9, and Lord Burghley then became his guardian. When he was 13 years of age, his widowed mother married the Earl of Leicester, and he thus stood to the Queen's favourite in the relation of stepson. His goodly person attracted the Queen from the day that he came to court in his youth. When she is abroad, wrote a friendly observer in 1587, the year in which Essex attained his majority, nobody with her but my Lord of Essex, and at night my Lord is at cards or one game or another with her, but he cometh not to his own lodging until birds sing in the morning. His vanity was flattered by such proofs of the Queen's affection, and he formed a resolve to fill a predominant position in state affairs. With the versatility characteristic of the epoch, he set no limits to the scope of his ambition. In the arts alike of war and peace, he hoped to outstrip all competitors. Of cultivated tastes, he had a distinct measure of poetic genius. Endowed with much physical strength, he excelled in athletic exercises, and was well able to bear the fatigues of active military service. An exaggerated confidence in himself rendered him impatient of advice and control. With small capacity for detail, he formed decided opinions on political questions at home and abroad, and judged it practicable to impose his views by dint of passionate iteration on the Queen herself and those who held responsible office. His impetuosity blinded him to the obstacles which lay in his path, and his career promised storm and strife. On all who stood high in the Queen's favour, Essex declared in due time open war. He cared not what were the political views or personal merits of his fellow courtiers. Sir Walter Raleigh was as enthusiastic an advocate of open war with Spain, and no less daring. Yet Raleigh was from first to last a formidable competitor with him in the race for the exclusive control of the Queen, and was consequently treated by Essex as a mortal foe. But Essex was clear-sighted enough to recognise that Lord Burghley and his son were the chief barriers between him and genuine political power, and he devoted his main energies to counteracting their influence. Every movement which the Lord Treasurer and his official allies sought to check was encouraged by Essex. Every unsuccessful aspirant to promotion at the Lord Treasurer's hands could count upon Essex as an ardent patron and friend. He became the leader of opposition against the Queen's official advisers, and a centre of much concealed dissatisfaction. He fought only for his own hand. No large principles were embodied in his policy. He lived and fell as a soldier of fortune. His reckless pursuit of selfish ends failed to inflict any permanent injury on the administration of the country, but circumstances so evolved themselves as to render him a menace to domestic peace for nearly 10 years. There were attractive elements in Essex's personality which gave him for a time a specious strength. Although he could not subordinate himself to the authority of men in equal or superior stations, he was genial in intercourse with his inferiors, and respected in those who served him the powers of concentration in which he was himself deficient. He loved the life of camps, and no suspicion of his personal courage was possible. He showed to advantage in military society. When in the summer of 1591 he led a small army of English volunteers to Normandy to aid Henry of Navarre in his struggle with the army of the League, he easily won the friendship of that prince and of his chief general, Marshal de Biron. His virtues and defects alike had the capacity of evoking popular sympathy. Essex's position in the popular eye had been greatly improved by his marriage in 1590. His wife was daughter of the Queen's Secretary of State, Sir Francis Walsingham, who was lately dead, and a widow of Sir Philip Sidney. He caught from the union some reflections of the glamour and prestige attaching to the names of Sidney and of Walsingham. Sidney's knight errantry was indeed after Essex's own hand, and it was a grateful task to him to emulate it. His father-in-law's skill in detective diplomacy was not easy for him to acquire. The example suggested to him one method of pursuing the domestical greatness after which he yearned, despite his unfitness to attain it. He saw that his purpose of predominance would not be gained unless he could induce the Queen to infuse something of his own warlike spirit into the cautious foreign policy of Lord Burleigh. Expert knowledge of foreign affairs was necessary for effective criticism of the decisions of the Queen's advisers. The Queen herself was always anxious to obtain early and trustworthy information of events passing in foreign countries which concerned herself and her subjects. Essex consequently took into his pay a number of secretaries and clerks who were to organize in his own house a Bureau of Foreign Intelligence. He was fortunate in his choice of coadjutors. Anthony Bacon, nephew of Lord Burleigh's wife, who had travelled on the continent and was in touch with English and foreign spies throughout Europe, was smarting under his uncle's cold indifference to his welfare. He was easily persuaded to enlist in Essex's service as Foreign Secretary. Under Anthony Bacon's direction, Essex House soon rivalled Lord Burleigh's Record Office in the quality and quantity of the foreign intelligence which reached it. Essex for the time winged a lofty flight. He opened correspondence with his old friend Henry IV of France and with James VI of Scotland. He promised to influence the English government in their interest. Lord Burleigh and his colleagues were gravely embarrassed by the respect which the foreign sovereigns paid to their resolute critic, and Queen Elizabeth increased their difficulties by listening with interest to the foreign dispatches which reached Essex, and by inviting information from him in regard to critical foreign questions. Essex illustrated his normal method of work as an amateur and self-appointed guardian of his sovereign by a charge which he brought against the Queen's Jewish physician, Rodrigo Lopez, of conspiring against her life. Lopez had come from Portugal to England in 1559 and had reached the highest place in the medical profession. He had a large foreign correspondence and was politically useful to the government. In 1592 Essex welcomed to England a Portuguese adventurer, Don Antonio, who was a pretender to the Spanish throne, and Lopez acted as the fugitive's interpreter. Essex had already sought Lopez's aid as a collector of foreign news, but they had not worked amicably. Lopez cultivated the society of foreign visitors to London. Suspicion fell on him that he was in the pay of King Philip and was conspiring to poison Queen Elizabeth and Don Antonio. When the matter was brought to the Queen's attention, she expressed incredulity, but Essex undertook to prove the accusation true, and he left no stone unturned to bring together sufficient evidence to secure a conviction. It was with reluctance that the Queen signed the death warrant. How far the facts justified the man's execution is doubtful. Essex pressed into his service anti-Semite as well as anti-Spanish prejudice, but he claimed with pride to have rendered by his vigilance a great public service, which the responsible ministers would have been unable to accomplish without his cooperation. He believed that he had damaged the government's credit by doing voluntarily and more thoroughly than they their own work. He was sanguine of founding an imperium in imperio. Anthony Bacon was not the only member of his family who joined forces with Essex and offered to aid his fortunes. Lord Burleigh had alienated not only Anthony Bacon, but also his brother Francis, possessor of the most powerful intellect of the era, but at the moment he was known merely as a struggling barrister. Francis Bacon, with characteristic cynicism, believed that he might avenge himself on his neglectful kinsman by strengthening the hands of an ambitious rival. Francis Bacon was no good judge of men at close quarters, and he misapprehended Essex's aims and characters. He thought that under sagacious guidance he might reach his goal of political predominance, and even to the national advantage enjoy power. In return for good counsel, Bacon hoped to receive from his patron official promotion. The partnership looked more perilous to the stability of the responsible government than it proved to be. Essex's erratic and impulsive temper was incorrigible. He was not long able to apply himself to details of foreign affairs, nor was he attentive to the teachings of practical philosophy. Bacon bade him retain the Queen's favour by affecting submission to her will. He was to gain her confidence by his reasonableness in argument and width of view. Above all, he was to subdue his passion for military glory. But Essex could not assimilate prudential maxims, neither Anthony Bacon's tuition in details of foreign affairs, nor the rules of practical conduct which Francis Bacon poured into his ears, produced any real effect on his course of action. He was an impulsive knight-errant, and neither close study nor carefully regulated behaviour was adapted to his idiosyncrasy. For a season, however, Essex's prospects steadily improved. Foreign affairs were in 1595 inclining the balance of domestic power in favour of those who were agitating for a spirited policy. A great opportunity seemed opening to Lord Burleigh's censors. A renewal of Spanish activity had robbed France of Calais. England was threatened at closer quarters than ever by her pertinacious foe. The peace party in the council was seriously embarrassed. It was difficult to justify inaction for a Spanish army almost in sight of the English shore. The party of aggression was loud in condemnation of delay. They urged as a preliminary step active cooperation with France in an attempt to recover the lost seaport. But the opposition were not altogether at one among themselves. Essex and Raleigh both advised larger measures. They were doubtful whether northern France offered England an adequate point of attack on Spain. An expeditionary force for the relief of Calais was however collected at Dover, and Essex, anxious to engage in any manner of active service, accepted the command. But before preparations were completed, the plea for a more extended scheme of operations was pressed forward with vigour and success. The extreme section of the council won a victory over the cautious minister. Despite his hesitation, a thoroughgoing attack on the shipping in Spanish ports was authorized. Essex's position was strengthened by the course of events. In the expedition which followed he took a very prominent part. To his dash and energy the capture of Cadiz in 1596 was largely due. His repute rose high. He was the popular hero of the campaign, and he overflowed with self-confident elation. Next year, the aggressive party in the council resumed its hold on the country's foreign policy, and Essex fought to repeat his stirring exploits. He engaged in the Islands voyage, and the assault on the Azores, but the result was very different from that of the former expedition. Characteristic quarrels among the commanders, for which he was largely responsible, rendered the venture for the most part abortive. The Queen on his return reproached him with his difficult temper. He made no secret of his resentment. The insecurity of his footing at court, and the unreality of his political influence, were patent to all but himself. Thenceforth discussions in the Queen's council increased in bitterness and heat. The breach widened between Essex and Burleigh. The burning question of England's relations with Spain reached a new crisis in 1598, when it was known that France and Spain were resolved on peace. Lord Burleigh deemed it prudent for England to follow the example of her neighbour, and to bring the long struggle with Spain to an end by treaty. To this proposal Essex declined to give a hearing. The problem was beset with difficulties. The Low Countries warmly protested against an accommodation which would leave them at the mercy of their ancient foe. To all the younger members of the council, it seemed a point of honour to prolong the war with Spain and continue an active alliance with the Dutch Protestants. Essex charged himself with the duty of defeating Burleigh's pacific scheme. His biting taunts of cowardice and bad faith roused the veteran statesman's phlegmatic temper. Drawing a prayer book from his pocket, Burleigh replied to one of Essex's harangues by quoting the text from the Psalms: "The bloodthirsty and deceitful man shall not live out half their days." The Queen favoured her minister's policy. She herself intervened in one debate on his behalf, and bitterly reproached Essex for his rashness of speech and bellicose sentiments. All his fellow competitors for her favour were present. Stung to the quick, he turned his back on the Queen with a gesture of contempt, muttering an unpardonable insult. The Queen retaliated by striking him a violent blow on the ear. Essex loudly exclaimed against the indignity. The incident had a disastrous effect on Essex's future. Hurriedly withdrawing from court, he involuntarily forfeited to his rivals such influence as he had lately acquired there. The effect of the warm debates in the council was the discomfiture of the peace party. The tedious war with Spain went on after that power had made peace with France. The policy, which was largely of Essex's own devising, triumphed, but his impulsive utterances had cost him the rich rewards which with discretion he might have reaped from the victory. He saw his error too late. He soon apologized to the Queen for his misbehaviour, and a reconciliation followed. But it was a hollow settlement. Essex never recovered the ground he had lost. In spite of his loss of prestige at court, Essex had many enthusiastic admirers in the country, and their frequent demonstrations of regard buoyed him up with a strange hope that he might yet with their aid turn the tables on his enemies at court. His sagacious advisers were beginning to despair of him. Francis Bacon perceived the quicksands that he was treading, and urged him to abandon his old courses and seek new avenues of political reputation. The office of Lord Deputy of Ireland was vacant. The English ascendancy there was threatened by rebellion. To give security in Ireland to English rule was a difficult achievement. It had baffled the efforts of a long series of viceroys. Success in such a task promised an impregnable position to him who won it. Bacon cynically told his patron that Ireland was his destiny, and under his advice Essex sought and obtained the embarrassing post of governor of the distracted country. Essex himself seems to have recognized that failure meant ruin, but there was a bare chance of such success as would give him supreme influence hereafter. The appointment, 1599, satisfied his popular admirers. Shakespeare gave voice to a general public sentiment when, in the chorus to the last act of his new play of Henry V, he promised an enthusiastic reception to the general of our gracious Empress on his homecoming from Ireland with "rebellion broached on his sword." But the prognostications of evil came true. Essex's enemies were in his absence once again all powerful in the Queen's councils, and he returned home only to stand his trial for disobedience to royal orders and neglect of duty. After tedious litigation, he was dismissed from all offices of state, and all his hopes were blighted. Then there revived in his mind a desperate notion of forcibly removing from the Queen's councils those to whom he attributed his ruin. He would appeal from the court to the people, whose regard he still believed that he enjoyed. Elements of discontent existed in the mercantile classes, who felt the burden of taxation, and among the Puritans, who were suffering from the penal laws. Essex and his friends vainly hoped to draw representatives of these classes into his quarrel, but with untamable presumption he aimed at enlisting the sympathy of a more influential ally. Why should not James VI of Scotland make common cause with him? Emissaries were dispatched to Edinburgh to suggest that it was in James's interest to obtain definite assurances from the Queen's ministers of his title to the English throne. It was argued that this object could be best attained by the dispatch of an army to London, which on its march might combine with troops who, drawn by Essex's private influence from Ireland, Wales, and the city of London, Essex and his Scottish colleagues would then compel the Queen and her advisers to abjure all rival claims to the succession. Such plans were clearly chimerical, but Essex had a delusive ground for hope. With King James, his epistolary relations had long been cordial. He had played on the Scottish king's fear by warnings that his right to the English crown on Elizabeth's death would be resisted, unless he himself was at the head of affairs. Although the king declined to treat Essex's appeal seriously, he temporized with it. He was contemplating a mission to Elizabeth to discuss in general terms the relations between the two countries. He agreed to give secret instructions to his envoys to assist Essex in regaining the Queen's favour and to follow his guidance. But in the end the negotiation, so far as Essex was concerned, came to nothing. James was in no hurry to send his embassy. He committed himself to little, hesitating to embroil himself in a movement which had the aspect of a private feud at the court of a royal neighbour. Essex prepared documents for the instruction of the Scottish envoys, in which he urged them to poison the Queen's mind against his enemies. But no active help reached him from Scotland. The Scottish mission did not reach England until Essex's rebellion had begun and ended. The desperate design was doomed from the outset. The authorities were soon on the alert, and their activity forced Essex into a premature demonstration of rebellion. He believed that the citizens of London would rise at the cry that the Queen's ministers were compromising her relations with her people, and that the encroachments on her authority, of which they were guilty, or to be brought to the notice of a free Parliament. The manifesto evoked no response. Essex was arrested, and having been put on his trial for high treason, was convicted and suffered death. The country repelled the invitation to rise in arms in Essex's behalf. The episode, though of tragic interest, is of purely personal significance. The government was far too firmly founded to suffer from assaults of defeated ambition and personal resentment. Sir Robert Cecil was the protector of too powerful a tradition of rule to give any chance of success to a violent assault on his authority, which had no large public aim. The dissatisfaction of the people with absolutism was in an embryonic stage. It was not yet articulate. A leader of a calibre very different to that of Essex was needed to resist with effect the government's menaces of personal liberty. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 10. The Last Years of Elizabeth by Sidney Lee. Part 2. The quarrels and rivalries of factions at court closely affected the country's foreign policy, but directly they produced little disturbance in the general course of affairs at home. The issues at stake seemed to be remote from the substantial interests of the people, who regarded as of small moment to themselves the endeavour of this or that courtier to win ascendancy in the Queen's favour or in the Council. A different class of problems stirred the people's feelings. It was the attitude of the responsible government towards matters of property and religion that touched their lives most nearly. The established Church of England was in theory the most imposing embodiment of the nation's unity, and it was by a quarrel in which an important section of the people directly engaged with the Church of England that the internal peace of the nation was most seriously threatened in the years following the Armada. Discontent on the part of a large section of the Protestant population with the formularies of the Church of England had been steadily gaining strength since the first decade of the reign, and a crisis which threatened national unity was reached near its close. The revised prayer book, which was legalized by the Act of Uniformity of 1559, had always savoured of idolatry and popery to those Englishmen who, having accepted the tenets of Calvinism, regarded them alone as consistent with the truths of Christianity. The asserted right on the part of ministers of religion to follow the sole guidance of the Scriptures and to exercise among themselves equal and uniform authority conflicted with the pretensions of episcopacy on which the Church of England was based. The activity of dissent from the established religious doctrine was always a valuable weapon in the hands of the leaders of court factions. It lent some popular colour to their struggle with the Queen's responsible ministers. The Queen's favourite, the Earl of Leicester, and his successor in the royal regard, the Earl of Essex, both patronized dissident ministers of religion, but the cause of nonconformity secured aid in the middle years of the Queen's reign from a more authoritative quarter. For a time the highest ecclesiastical dignity of the kingdoms gave the nonconformists open encouragement. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Grindal, countenanced evasion of the law of the land on the part of ordained ministers who doubted the scriptural sanction of the sacraments of the Church and the prayer book. Under Archbishop Grindal's weak rule, the power of the bishops was paralyzed, and the Calvinistic opposition to the Anglican establishment advanced by leaps and bounds. Puritan members crowded the benches of the House of Commons. A Presbyterian organization of the clergy on self-governing lines was inaugurated in many countries. one of the Puritan leaders, Robert Brown, established a conventicle, independent of episcopal authority at Norwich. Separatism or independence became the watchword of a formidable band of clergymen and laity, who called themselves Brownists after the name of Robert Brown. It was forcibly argued that church discipline was dependent alone on the word of Scripture. The discipline of Christ's church, wrote Cartwright, the main advocate of Presbyterianism, that is necessary for all times is delivered by Christ and set down in the Holy Scriptures. Therefore the true and lawful discipline is to be fetched from thence, and from thence alone, and that which resteth upon any other foundation ought to be esteemed unlawful and counterfeit. The unity of the Church, and with it the unity of the nation, were in imminent peril. To the Queen all zeal or fanaticism was obnoxious. Of a cold intellectual temperament, she ignored the warmth of spiritual feeling which moved her Puritan subjects. Her worldly nature was antagonistic to strict Puritan theories of life. Moreover, the nonconformists appeared to her to call in question one of her cherished prerogatives. She set immense store by the Act of Supremacy, which made her the head of the episcopal establishment. Supreme authority in ecclesiastical matters was for her no less valued a possession than supreme authority in secular politics. She identified the rising tide of Puritan enthusiasm with lawlessness and rebellion, and sternly prohibited the Puritan majority of the House of Commons from meddling with religious topics. She deemed it a primary duty of government to enforce at all hazards on the Protestant clergy and laity the law of the land, as embodied in the Acts of Uniformity and Supremacy. All questioning of the principles on which the religious establishment was based was in her eyes intolerable presumption or frivolous newfangledness. Grindal, who freely temporized with dissent, was suspended from his archiepiscopal functions for 5 years, 1577 to 1582, and within a few months of his restoration he died. Grindal's successor, Whitgift, was a different type of churchman. If a resolute will and a genius for discipline in the chief ecclesiastical officer of the realm could restore unity to the divided Church of England, there could be no misgivings as to the result of Whitgift's promotion. He had first come into public notice as the strenuous opponent of Cartwright, the leading champion of Presbyterian forms of church government, and had contrived to drive him temporarily from the country. A certain inconsistency of personal sentiment distinguished the new archbishop. With these theological doctrines of Calvinism, which were unconcerned with forms of church government or ceremonies of public worship, he was himself in agreement. But in the justice and necessity of episcopacy he faithfully believed, and no private predilections for Calvinist theology touched his conceptions of ritual or discipline. The maintenance of the royal supremacy, of episcopal authority, of uniformity of practice in the Church, was the primary article in his ecclesiastical creed. Whitgift was Archbishop of Canterbury from 1583 to the year following the Queen's death, and he powerfully impressed his strong personality on the internal history of England during the last years of the Queen's reign. He did not underrate the value of external dignity. Possessed of a private fortune, he restored to the primacy something of the feudal magnificence which had characterized it in earlier days. He maintained an army of retainers and conducted his visitations in princely state. He practiced a lavish hospitality. At once he won the full confidence of the Queen, whose sense of the importance of dignified etiquette increased with her years. She was frequently the Archbishop's guest at Lambeth. She playfully called him her little black husband, and until her death the amity between them rarely knew interruption. The stifling of Puritanism especially in the ranks of the clergy, was Whitgift's accepted function. All opponents of the established discipline, all critics of the established ritual, merited punishment as disturbers of the public peace. No fear of stirring up intestine strife was suffered to stay his heavy hand. He enunciated his convictions in the first sermon, which he preached after he became Archbishop at St. Paul's Cross. The occasion was the annual celebration of the day of the Queen's Accession on November 17, 1583. His text sufficiently declared his policy. It was 1 Corinthians 6, verse 10. Railers shall not inherit the kingdom of heaven. I direct acknowledgment of the Act of Supremacy, a strict obedience to the Book of Common Prayer and to the 39 Articles, were enjoined on every minister of religion under the heaviest penalties for default. No laxity was permitted. No conscientious scruples were respected. No scrupulous sense of justice was suffered to interpose obstacles to the fulfillment of Whitgift's purpose. Under his influence, the Court of High Commission did its work with greater energy than before. Its powers are stringently employed with a view to discovering heretics and schismatics and subjecting them, if detected, to deterrent punishment. Whitgift advised the administration to suspected ministers of an oath, called the oath ex officio, which bound them to confess, on examination, all breaches of the law of which they were guilty. The practice of forcing a man to convict himself of offences imputed to him has always excited disgust in England. The Archbishop's high-handed policy consequently evoked heated protests, not merely from the clergy and from many members of the court factions, but from the House of Commons and responsible officers of state. Even Lord Burleigh complained that Whitgift's ex officio oath too much savoured of the Spanish Inquisition. The method lacked clarity. It was not likely, the Lord Treasurer pleaded, to edify or reform. But the Archbishop was obdurate and declined all suggested modifications. He replied to Burleigh's criticism, "I know your Lordship desireth the peace of the Church, but it cannot be procured after so long liberty and lack of discipline, if a few persons, i.e. the Puritan ministers, so meanly qualified as most of them, are countenanced against the whole state of the clergy." Finally, the Archbishop put the seal on his repressive policy by an attack on the liberty of public criticism. He secured early in 1586 the passage of an ordinance by the Court of Star Chamber, prohibiting under severest punishment any printer from putting any manuscript into type until it had been licensed by himself or the Bishop of London. Over the Stationers' Company, which had been licensed by Royal Charter of Queen Mary to regulate the printing trade, the Archbishop asserted the fullest control. The number of presses was to be diminished to such a number as he and the Bishop of London should deem convenient, and their episcopal approval was decreed to be necessary to the choice of new master printers for admission to the privileges of the craft. At the same time, the Archbishop made it clear that should such provisions as these fail to produce the needful effect, it was always possible to fall back on the statute passed in 1581, whereby the publication of seditious or slanderous words was punishable on a first offence by the pillory and prison, and on the second offence by death. At a first glance, the cause of Puritan dissent seemed unlikely to escape the toils with which the new Archbishop encircled it. Under his vigorous leadership, the bishops asserted their authority with unprecedented activity. John Almer, Bishop of London, exceeded Whitgift in the violence and vigour with which he ruled his clergy. Soon after the defeat of the Spanish Armada on February 9, 1589, Dr. Richard Bancroft, a member of the Court of High Commission, who became 8 years later Bishop of London, was ultimately Whitgift's successor in the archbishopric, declared in an uncompromising sermon at St. Paul's the divine right of bishops and their apostolic succession. Resistance to episcopal dominion was identified by the governors of the Church with heresy, and any truce on their part with Puritan practices was denounced as sin. Whitgift and his friends were in the habit of asserting that Protestant dissent affected a very small minority in the country, and its extirpation was merely a question of administration. They ignored the plain fact that Puritanism had gained too powerful a hold on the nation's sentiment to yield to force. Whitgift's policy stimulated the Puritans to new assertions of their principles. The claims to independence or separatism were more stringently defined and urged by their advocates. And though two of the leading expounders, Henry Barrow and John Greenwood, who announced discipleship to Robert Brown, were promptly imprisoned, their arguments remained unanswered. Meanwhile, a more direct mode of attack on the episcopal position was essayed. An endeavour was made to bring home to the public mind the conviction that the ecclesiastical politicians who were committed to the paths of persecution and repression were neglecting their spiritual duties. This mode of assault was gradually developed and proved peculiarly formidable. While Parliament was in session in the late autumn of 1586, and chiefly concerning itself with the attainders of overzealous champions of Queen Mary Stuart, John Penry, a young Cambridge graduate of Welsh origin, drew up in the form of a petition to Parliament an elaborate statement in which he described in moving terms the spiritual destitution of Wales, and professed to trace responsibility for the pagan ignorance that prevailed there to the neglect of their just obligations by the bishops and the obedient clergy. Whitgift replied by summoning Penry before the Court of High Commission, but his offence proved to be difficult of definition. Proceedings were inconclusive, and the offender suffered only a few days' imprisonment. The balance of victory lay with Penry, and the attempt to silence him failed. Whitgift's repressive regime naturally suggested to its victims clandestine attack. Anxious to pursue his advantage from a position of greater safety, Penry resolved to undermine the credit of episcopacy. At the end of 1588, a small band of Puritan clergymen and laymen, under Penry's guidance, devised a scheme whereby the country was deluged with secretly printed denunciations of the personal characters and pretensions of the bishops. Printing presses were set up in out-of-the-way districts, and a dozen pamphlets were hastily prepared, all bearing the single pseudonymous signature of Martin Marprelate. The style employed by the writer was not unknown in theological warfare. Insolent personalities had defaced religious controversy earlier in the century, but the violent scurrility of the Marprelate tracts followed the worst models of abuse. The private lives and characters of the bishops and their supporters were recklessly censored. They were likened to historical characters to whom universal odium attached among churchmen. Whitgift, who received chief notice, was declared to be more ambitious than Cardinal Wolsey, prouder than Bishop Gardiner, more tyrannical than Bishop Bonner. The country was startled by this open defiance of the recent endeavour of Whitgift and his colleagues of the High Commission Court and Star Chamber to suppress freedom of speech. All the detective machinery of the High Commission Court was at once set in motion in order to track down and break up the pamphleting conspiracy. Whitgift conducted the operations in person, but the task proved difficult of accomplishment. The Puritan advocates found numerous sympathizers, and the libellers were effectively protected. For more than a year they eluded pursuit of their episcopal foes. Meanwhile, Martin Mar Prelate excited reprisals in the press. It was difficult for the bishops and their friends to reply to the onslaughts of the Martin Mar Prelate writers in the same unlicensed vocabulary. They tacitly welcomed the support of professional men of letters, including John Lyell and Thomas Nash, to whom the preciseness and prudishness of Puritan ideals were obnoxious. The anti-Martinists, as the critics of Martin Mar Prelate were called, were not scrupulous in their diction, and their intervention added fuel to the flames. The controversy went on with increased ferocity. Each side lashed out at the other with vigor, and received swinging blows in return. Nonconformists of a philosophical turn regretted the degradation of theological discussion. Moderate men of all parties agreed that the interests of religion were compromised by the polemical vulgarities, but the rival pamphleteers were thoroughly exasperated, and the fire had to burn itself out. Whitgift and his officers redoubled their exertions, but it was the exhaustion of the actors that mainly closed the conflict. The net result of the pamphleteering war was to expose much weakness in the episcopal armour. The bishops never succeeded in unravelling the whole conspiracy. Only a few of the pamphleteers were hunted down. Henry escaped to Scotland for the time in safety. Public opinion, so far as it could be gauged, deprecated harsh treatment of the offenders, and when John Erdell, an aged minister, who was suspected of complicity with Henry, was capitally convicted of a seditious libel, he was promptly pardoned, although he died in prison. For the moment he was the bishop's only victim. Despite all the legal machinery at their disposal, no means existed of avenging on a large scale this failed attempt at rebellion against episcopacy. But Whitgift was not to be readily deterred from his goal. He had experienced a check, but the effect could be neutralized by greater vigor hereafter. In 1593 his opportunity arrived. 3 leaders of the Puritan army lay at his mercy. His action was swift and certain. Henry Barrow and John Greenwood, separatists and censorers of the Book of Common Prayer, who had long endured imprisonment, were tried and convicted, not as offenders against the law of the Church, but under the secular statute which was directed against disseminators of seditious libel. In the same year Henry was arrested in London and brought to trial, on a vague charge of traducing the Queen in notes for a sermon, which was said to have been found in his study. The question of his complicity in the Martin Mar Prelate controversy was not raised, but sufficient was held to be proved against his loyalty under the criminal law of libel to warrant capital punishment. 3 of the most strenuous enemies of episcopacy were thus swept from Whitgift's path. But it was on the Parliament which met in the spring of 1593 that Whitgift relied to put the coping stone to his repressive policy. An Act was passed professing by its title to have the object of restraining the Queen's subject in obedience. It was directed in unmistakable terms against Protestant nonconformists, active support of practices to which their principles impelled them, the avoidance of practices in which their principles restrained them, were alike declared categorically to be heinous offences, punishable by the heaviest penalties, not excluding death. The Act included in its purview anyone who should dispute the Queen's ecclesiastical authority, who should abstain from going to church, or should attend any assemblies, conventibles, or meetings under cover or pretence of any exercise of religion. Such offenders were to be arrested and imprisoned until they gave a solemn assurance of conformity. Should they fail to offer that assurance, within 3 months they were to quit the realm, on oath not to return. If they refused to quit the country on this condition, or if having abjured the realm they returned home, they were liable to be hanged. Legislation so stringent, if put into force, could not fail to reduce the militant activity of nonconformity. Death was pronounced to be the doom of any Puritan who was loyal to his convictions. If he set any value on his life, he had to choose between renouncing his principles at home and adhering to them abroad. Although the penal law of 1593 was administered with some reservation, it went as far as was practicable towards the end that Whitgift had in view. Leading nonconformists who were unable conscientiously to submit to the law of the Church quitted their homes. The less stalwart brethren were at liberty to remain in England in the equivocal guise of conformists. As far as appearances went, the Anglican establishment was rendered homogeneous. The bounds of the Church might be narrowed, but the Archbishop argued that by way of compensation for loss of numbers, she had gained the concentrated strength that comes of unity. There were, however, limits to the triumph of episcopacy. Whitgift was unable to change the tendency of public opinion, which facilitated evasion of his oppressive law. Nor could he prevent dissidents who openly left the fold from pursuing the agitation openly and earnestly in a foreign country. The neighbouring country of Holland eagerly welcomed the Protestant exiles. Separatist congregations were formed at Middelburg, at Leyden, at Amsterdam, and there, instead of recanting or foregoing any of their enthusiasm, English Puritans systemized the theological principles which Whitgift deemed fatal to the peace of their own country. English Puritanism flourished in Holland in spite of Whitgift's efforts, and menaced the future of Whitgift's church. Though manifestations of Puritan zeal might for the time be repressed at home, its growth was not stayed. Abroad it enjoyed new and unembarrassed opportunity of winning strength and consistency. By insisting on the irreconcilability of Puritanism and Anglicanism, Whitgift had in effect cleared the decks for a life and death struggle, and had indirectly and involuntarily prepared the way for the temporary ascendancy of Puritanism in the century that followed. He deemed the coercive power of the government sufficient, but Whitgift was content with the instrument forged by him against the spread of nonconformity in England. And during the final years of the Queen's reign, he turned his attention to schemes for improving the education of the inferior clergy, and for the remedy of the abuses of non-residents. At the same time, he sought to confirm the independence of the bishops' courts, and he protested against appeals from them to civil tribunals. He also, with apparent self-contradiction, countenanced an endeavour to reform the creeds of the Church, and impart to them a more pronounced Calvinistic colouring. He wished to adopt the doctrines of predestination and election without qualification. Whitgift had always distinguished in his own mind between principles of theology and principles of church government. The offences at which he aimed in his penal laws were active infringements of the political laws of the Anglican establishment. He denied the title of martyrs of religion to his Puritan victims. They suffered punishment because they had challenged the law of the land and had rebelled against the cause of order. With a view to making his theological position clearer, now that a delusive order was established, he in 1595 summoned to Lambeth 3 bishops and some old Cambridge friends, and devised a series of 9 articles which modified on Genevan lines existing dogmas of the Church. They were known as the Lambeth Articles, and solely involved questions of doctrine. No topics of ritual or discipline were touched, but Whitgift's Lambeth Articles were never accepted by the Church of England. Queen Elizabeth showed a surer grasp than her Archbishop of the needs of the ecclesiastical polity, which he had himself helped to frame. She hastily bade him disown a manifesto, which seemed to offend by his inconnuity with his past actions. He yielded to the royal wish, and explained to her and to his friends the new articles were more pious opinions of personal import, not designed to carry legal sanction, but he at the same time assured his Cambridge friends with characteristic resolution that he did concur with them in judgment, and would to the end, nor would he suffer them to be impinged openly or otherwise. Few thoughtful men treated as final Whitgift's professed solution of the problem to church government. To one sagacious contemporary, Whitgift's acts and arguments presented as many false issues as might have been detected by an avowed champion, in the 17th or 18th century, of comprehension or toleration. Bacon entered the House of Commons in the year following Whitgift's acceptance of the office of Archbishop, and he at once surveyed the political situation. He perceived the dangers of a Puritan schism, but to the policy of repressing Puritanism by force, he from the first denounced himself as opposed. He disclaimed any sympathy with the preciseness of Puritan opinions. It seemed to him that the bishops were taking a dangerous course in pressing too hardly on the Puritan clergy. Extreme measures of coercion proclaimed to the world that the Protestant Church of England, which embraced the nation, was a house divided against itself. Such a confession injured the repute of the Queen and the country. In the second place, however, little one might approve the narrowness of Puritan doctrine, yet the Puritans were stalwart enemies of the Papist superstition, and by their preaching and teaching formed a stout bulwark against the spread of Roman Catholic error. Whitgift and his colleagues ignored Bacon's pleas, but he restated them in an advertisement touching the controversies of the Church of England, 1589, when the Martin-Marprelate agitation was at its height. The factious temper of the Puritans, he again asserted, merited no countenance, but a rigid insistence on conformity among all English Protestants jeopardized the Protestant cause and the country's unity. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 10, The Last Years of Elizabeth, by Sidney Lee. Part 3. It was not, however, from the bishops, nor from Bacon, that the most imposing comments on the Puritan revolt proceeded. Richard Hooker, a student of divinity, who held a small and ill-remunerated preferment, made a strenuous effort to define the general principles which justified the predominance of the established church, and rendered untenable the Puritan position. Hooker wrote independently of authority, though his effort was favourable to the church's pretensions, and consequently met with Whitgift's full approval. His Ecclesiastical Polity, 1594-7, which was begun and completed during Whitgift's archbishopric, is the most important fruit of the contemporary struggle between episcopacy and Presbyterianism. Hooker went far beyond the immediate needs of the situation, and made a contribution of first-rate importance to the theory of government, both civil and ecclesiastical. He anticipated the great Whig doctrine of the 17th century, that government had its origin in a primary contract between the governor and the governed, and he endeavoured to prove that the constitution of the Anglican Church rested on such an implied contract from which there was no right of withdrawal. An apologia for the Church of England had come from the pen of Jewel, the learned Bishop of Salisbury, at the opening of the Queen's reign in 1562. but it was framed on restricted lines. It mainly interpreted, in a sense favourable to the laws affecting the Reformation in England, a series of quotations from the Scriptures, the Fathers and the Councils of the medieval Church. Narrow in conception, Jules' Apologia only satisfied those who were already convinced, and excited more dissent than agreement. Hooker appealed to his readers from a wholly different point of view. He took little for granted. He sought to show that scriptural authority was not in itself the sole or the adequate test of ecclesiastical polity. In all relations of life, man had to seek guidance from reason as well as from the divine revelation. There was a moral law of divine origin which was not enshrined in the Bible. It was deducible from other sources and derived its sanction from man's rational faculties. Christian churches were under an obligation to organize themselves in conformity to both moral law and the scriptural word. Hooker's ultimate object was to show that the creeds, ritual, and discipline of the Episcopal Church of England had the sanction not merely of revelation, but of reason. He couched his arguments in language of singular force and dignity, and by the cogency of his logical method and command of learning, did far more than any penal legislation to strengthen the Church of England. From many points of view, Hooker's work was in advance of the age, and touched topics that were not of pertinence to current affairs. It set on a firm and rational basis the principles of orderly government. But Hooker addressed himself to a minority of his countrymen. The holders of office were content to diagnose the practical needs of the hour more roughly and readily than he. The Queen's advisers had to deal not with Puritan dissent alone. They had to face the enmity of the Roman Catholics. The relations of the government with the English Roman Catholics, both at home and abroad, stood on a footing different from that of their relations with the Puritans. Like the Puritans, the Catholics were dissidents from the established Church, but the Elizabethan politician, while hostile to their theological opinions and practices, did not view them primarily as religious nonconformists or enemies of the Church. In his eyes they stood outside the ecclesiastical fold, and there was no likelihood of their inclusion within it. They were dissidents from the state rather than from the Church. They were political rather than religious those. However pacific were the sentiments or habits of many professors of Catholicism resident in England, the English government reckoned all members of the faith to belong to a single category. In the eyes of the Queen and her advisers, they were all strangers in the land, owing allegiance to a foreign power. They formed collectively an advance guard of a foreign army which threatened invasion. Thus the Roman Catholic problem was an urgent political danger. Its solution did not fall within the ecclesiastical sphere, but solution was the first duty of the secular power in the country. There was much to justify this view. Pope Pius V had in 1570 issued a bull releasing the subjects of Queen Elizabeth from their fealty to her. That edict was never revoked. Pius V's successors, Gregory VIII and Sixtus V, treated it as of actively binding force. The Jesuits engaged as a body to do all that was possible to give effect to the papal decree. Philip II of Spain subsidized a strong force of English Catholics abroad, who were pledged to support the invasion and conquest of England. Both the Pope and the King of Spain undertook to lend material aid to the Irish rebels. Queen Elizabeth's ministers were all agreed that in stringent coercive legislation lay the only safeguard against the Catholic peril, and they gave thoroughgoing effect to their convictions. In the last half of the reign, the urgency of the danger seemed to justify the expansion of the criminal law so as to cover every manifestation of Catholic sympathy. the observance of the ceremonies of the Catholic Church, and the education of the children of Catholic parents in Catholic doctrine became legal offences. The rigour of the penalties at length menaced the property, the liberty, and even the life of every adherent of the faith. The Act of Supremacy provided at the opening of the reign for the capital punishment of anyone denying the Queen's headship of the Church. It was not until the year following the promulgation in 1570 of the Papal Bull, releasing the Queen's subjects from their allegiance, that the Elizabethan era of penal legislation against the Catholics may be reckoned to have set in. Another 10 years intervened before the work acquired full strength. The Parliament of 1571 replied to the action of Pius V by 2 statutes, of which the first rendered it treasonable to call the Queen a heretic, schismatic, or usurper, and the second punished with death the introduction into the country of any papal bull. Meanwhile, the English Catholics abroad were under papal patronage, forging an elaborate scheme for the reconversion of the country to Catholicism. The militant leader of the English Catholics on the continent was Father William Allen. His chief contribution to his cause was the foundation in 1568 a dowry of a college or seminary for the preparation of Englishmen for the Catholic priesthood. Allen's college was temporarily transferred for greater security to Reims for the 15 years 1578 to 93, but until 1585 he remained its active head. By his influence, too, an offshoot of the dowry establishment was formed at Rome in 1577 and was ultimately placed by the Pope under the government of the Jesuits, with whom Allen was in full sympathy. Both the English colleges of Dowry and Rome were designed to supply an English mission, an army of priests that should spread themselves over England and reconcile the people to the papacy. Between 1574 and 1580, some 100 priests from the 2 seminaries had come to England, and the work of reconversion was reported to have begun. In July of the latter year, the Jesuits, Parsons, and Campion arrived to take chief command, and the movement acquired new vigour. The English government deemed it needful to take action. A proclamation was at once issued, imposing the penalty of death on any Jesuits or seminary priests who entered the Queen's dominions, and on any persons harbouring them there. The seminaries were warmly denounced as places for the propagation of sedition, but the proclamation proved ineffective. The influence of the missionaries grew. In the following year, 1581, Parliament was called together to strengthen the government's hands. An act was passed, in the words of the title, to retain the Queen's Majesty's subjects in their due obedience. Various clauses provided that any person reconciling another to the Church of Rome was a traitor, while the convert was pronounced guilty of misprision of treason, and was also liable to the capital penalty. Fine or imprisonment in default was imposed on any persons either saying or hearing Mass. The act was at once put into execution, and 13 persons, including the Jesuit leader of the mission, Campion, were convicted under its provisions. The sentence of death was passed upon all, and was carried out in the case of 10, Campion being one of those who suffered. The 3 whose lives were spared formally renounced the deposing power of the Pope, but the missionaries were not easily daunted. The threats of invasion by Philip II and the intrigues which centred in Mary Stuart rendered the general political situation alarming. The government deemed it necessary to give statutory force to the harsh proclamation of 1580, which forbade the presence of Jesuits or seminary priests in the country. In 1585 Parliament decreed that all Jesuits and seminary priests were to leave the kingdom within 40 days under the capital penalty of treason. Catholic laymen who received priests into their houses or gave them any kind of assistance were declared guilty of felony and were rendered liable to punishment by death. All students in the foreign seminaries were to return home within 6 months and take the oath of supremacy, or be declared traitors. On their return and acceptance of the oath, they were forbidden to come within 12 miles of the court for 10 years. Persons who sent youths to foreign seminaries were to forfeit £100 and to incur the penalties of praemunire if they forwarded money to any student already there. Seminarists were pronounced incapable of inheriting property from those who provided them with cost of maintenance abroad. In this act of 1585 against Jesuits, seminary priests, and other such like disobedient persons, the tide of the anti-Catholic penal legislation reached its high water mark. Among priests and the harbourers of priests, it claimed a heavy toll of victims in almost every one of the 18 years remained of the Queen's reign. But the legislation did not answer all the expectations that were formed of it. It proved inadequate to suppress Catholic worship. In spite of the coercive restraints of law, it was still found possible to perform clandestinely the ceremonial observations of the Catholic faith. Another turn of the screw was needed to meet such evasion of the intention of the legislature. In 1593 Parliament once again devoted its attention to popish recusants. They were ordered to keep within 5 miles of their own houses. A fine of £20 a month was imposed on any omitting to attend the services in the parish church. Inability to pay this fine was to be punished by banishment, and should the offenders refuse to leave the country, they were to be tried for felony. One chance of escape from this repressive measure was, however, offered to those whom it affected. A formal recantation of their beliefs in the parish church would entitle them to pardon. Despite the pertinency with which the government pursued their coercive policy, neither its prudence nor its justice went unchallenged in the Queen's closing years. The coercive policy was based on the assumption that all Catholics were politically hostile to the Queen, and were at one with Allen and the Jesuits in seeking her deposition and the conquest of the country by Spain. The patriotic action of the Catholics at home through the crisis of the Spanish Armada proved the weakness of this assumption. In the hour of peril, the English Catholics placed loyalty to their Queen and country above all other considerations. Catholic priests and laymen joined their Protestant fellow countrymen in concerting measures for the defeat of the threatened invasion. The injustice of imputing treachery to the whole Catholic population was proved beyond question. By the government and nation at large, that revelation was grudgingly received, and only a few men of sagacity acknowledged the manifest fact. To meet the just needs of the situation, some test was clearly required, distinguish between those who set fealty to the Queen above allegiance to the Pope, and those who allowed their religious obligations to override all patriotic sentiment. Francis Bacon grasped the situation more completely than anyone else than in public life. At the outset of his career he urged that only those men deserved to be treated as traitors who declined to bear arms against a foreign invader. An oath should therefore be imposed on all Catholics, binding them to take up arms in the Queen's name against the Pope or any foreign prince who should threaten England's independence. Anyone who declined to make the solemn declaration deserved the stigma of treachery, but no other persons ought to be molested. The suggestion was statesmanlike, and craved serious attention. But those in authority were suspicious of arguments that savoured of toleration. To the Protestant conscience the Catholics were disciples of a papal Antichrist. Loyal and disloyal Catholics continued to suffer persecution alike. Not that Bacon's point of view could be wholly ignored by the Queen's ministers. Loyalty among the English Catholics steadily grew after the Armada. A large and increasing section showed a hearty dislike of the prospects of foreign dominion, and openly disclaimed sympathy with the disloyal intrigues of the leaders of the party abroad. It was impossible that Elizabethan statesmen should close their eyes to the change of sentiment which was moving a large part of the Catholic community in England, and was leading the way to a revolution in its whole internal economy. The fact that the Catholic conspirators conducted their operations at a safe distance from England, outside the scope of the penal laws, was diminishing their credit with Catholics resident in England. It was only the missionaries in England and their followers who were exposed to risk of death or imprisonment. A hope was arising among some of them that if they disowned their disloyal leaders, they might yet exercise their religion in peace in their native land. Aspirations such as these, in spite of the unreadiness of the Queen's ministers to acknowledge it, brought on a new phase of the Catholic question as the Queen's reign drew to its end. The Catholic leaders abroad never withdrew from their original position. They naturally recognized an added danger to their cause in the spread of loyal sentiment among their fellow Catholics in England. A strong resident Catholic party, which should be ready to support a foreign invader, was essential to the success of their plans. The growing signs of loyalty among English Catholics at home were disconcerting to the political intriguers, but they preferred to risk division in the Catholic ranks rather than abate their hostility to Queen Elizabeth's government. The leaders of the English Catholics abroad clung with vehemence to the policy of violence in which they placed all their hope. Father Allen had been made a cardinal at the request of Philip II before the dispatch of the Armada, in order that so soon as the conquest of England was accomplished, he might reorganize the English Church on a Catholic basis. He never modified his position, although he withdrew after the rout of the Spanish fleet from political agitation. His mantle as the chief instigator of foreign aggression fell on the Jesuit Robert Parsons, who excelled his predecessor in his passionate advocacy of a policy of physical force. It won the ear of Philip II, until the king's death in 1598 persistently urged him to renew the old schemes of invasion. Parsons paid small heed to the rising spirit of loyalty among English Catholics. He fought to shout it down, but his uncompromising action had an effect quite opposite to that which he intended. The increasing heat with which he continued to preach a crusade against Protestant England in printed books, as well as by word of mouth, precipitated a schism in the ranks of English Catholics at home and on the Continent. Parsons insisted on the doctrine that the Pope's bull of deposition justified the Queen's assassination. Catholics in England, who had rallied against the Queen in the time of the Armada, viewed his arguments with constantly increasing dismay. His sinister influence fanned the flame of intestine strife throughout the Catholic world, and while his malignity kept the English government on the alert, it greatly diminished the dangers to be apprehended from Catholic intrigue. Parsons' supporters in England made at his instance a desperate bid for the control of the Catholic mission there. The extreme faction petitioned Rome for the appointment in England of a Catholic bishop, who should enforce disloyal doctrine of all English Catholics. The Vatican was at the moment reluctant actively to pursue its old quarrel with the English government, but under Jesuit pressure the Pope agreed to create a new office, that of archpriest. This dignity was invested with large powers over the English secular clergy, a majority of which favoured a policy of peace. The papal choice fell on George Blackwell, a secular priest who was a partisan of the Jesuits. His nomination, 1598, was regarded as a triumph for the aggressive party. But it proved a doubtful victory. The English government, without committing itself to any modification of its coercive methods, intervened with some astuteness in the internal quarrel and endeavoured to draw from it an advantage for themselves in their conflict with the Catholic powers abroad. At least it seemed feasible, with the aid of the Pacific faction, to patch up the long-standing quarrel with the Vatican. The leaders of the English mission had been placed in comparatively easy confinement at Nisbet Castle, and facilities were given to them in 1601 for the dispatch to Rome of a delegation of 4 representatives of the Pacific clergy who were anxious to appeal for the cancelling of the Archbishop's appointment. The arguments which the 4 delegates urged on the papal judges were all that the Queen's ministers could have wished. It was explained to the cardinals that disloyal Catholic books had brought odium on the Church in England and provoked persecution, that attempts to reduce England by force had greatly injured the position of the faithful there, that the withdrawal of the Jesuits from the courts and camps of princes, and a prohibition of their interference in secular politics, were essential to the security of Catholicism in England. But the Vatican was not prepared for any thoroughgoing accommodation. All that the delegates could obtain from the Pope was the cancelling of the clause in the Archpriest's instructions which bade him take counsel of the Jesuits. An official declaration against political intrigue was refused. The Archpriest was left at liberty to organize English Catholics for rebellion at his discretion. The proceedings seemed to Sir Robert Cecil and his colleagues to justify their settled policy of coercion, which had for a moment caused some of their friends misgivings. Coercion had never been relaxed, and was applied with greater rigour as the Queen's death approached. An Act of Parliament had in 1597 accepted from a somewhat illusory general pardon all schismatics, heretics, and offenders against the ecclesiastical government of the realm. No Catholic benefited by the Queen's clemency. In 1598 an alleged conspiracy against her life was discovered, and although it is doubtful whether there was any genuine ground for alarm, the episode was used as an excuse for refurbishing the persecuting machinery. Edward Squire, a man of no account, who had held a post at the royal stables, was charged with having, at the instigation of a priest, rubbed poison on the pommel of the Queen's saddle with a view to her assassination. The evidence against Squire was far from conclusive, but he was executed, and the public was duly impressed with the danger of the situation, when a special order of prayer and thanksgiving to celebrate the Queen's escape was directed by the Council to be read in all churches. After the failure of the delegates of the Pacific Catholic party to obtain from Rome any condemnation of the disloyal doctrines of the Jesuits, a proclamation was once more issued banishing Jesuits and secular priests alike from the country on pain of death. In the course of Queen Elizabeth's reign, Parliament met only 11 times. During the first 30 years it met 7 times, during the last 15, 4 times. With the rarest exceptions, each Parliament was dissolved at the close of a single session, which lasted on the average for 6 weeks. The national legislature enjoyed little independence. The majority of the members of the House of Commons were nominated by the Queen's responsible ministers, and any attempt on the part of constituencies to assert the right of a free choice of representatives was sternly reprobated. In 1597, Sir Robert Cecil officially warned the boroughs through their mayors against returning unmeet men. Should such persons be sent up to the House of Commons, there would be occasion, the Queen's Secretary wrote, to inquire by whose fault it so happened. The Queen deemed it the sole business of Parliament to vote supplies, and register without criticism or demur the decisions of herself as explained to Parliament by her ministers. It is Her Majesty's pleasure, the Lord Keeper stated at the opening of the Parliament in the spring of 1593, that the time be not spent in devising and enacting new laws, the number of which are so great already, as it rather burdeneth than easeth the subject. Money was required for the better protection of the country from threatened invasion. There was no reason why the Commons should concern themselves with anything else. Yet, despite all the precautions taken by the government to restrain freedom of election or debate, much independent criticism of the Queen and her advisers managed to pass the lips of members of the House of Commons. It was only on one domestic subject that the bulk of the nation, so far as their views could be gauged by the declarations of Parliament, invariably seemed enthusiastic supporters of the government. Doubts of the necessity or prudence of the penal legislation against the Catholics were never countenanced by the House of Commons. The economic condition of the country during the last years of the reign caused national concern. Public opinion asserted itself, and ministers were unable to resist a widespread desire among the people to bring economic grievances under the notice of Parliament, in spite of the Queen's impatience of Parliament interference in affairs of state, and her preference for enforcing her royal will by means of proclamation rather than by parliamentary statute. Bad harvests were of frequent occurrence. Agricultural labour was at a discount owing to the steadily progressing conversion of arable land into pasture. Inhabitants of the villages were crowding into the towns. Men who had engaged in the foreign wars vainly sought employment on their discharge. The scarcity of employment was a constant menace to internal peace. It was with great reluctance that the government squarely faced the economic problems that beset the nation. The maintenance of the status quo was the only principle that appealed to them. In 1580 the Queen endeavoured to stem the incursion of newcomers to London by a proclamation forbidding the erection of any more houses there. 9 years later Parliament took the matter in hand, and in the spirit of the Queen's proclamation forbade the erection of any cottage unless 4 acres of land were attached to it. No new cottage, moreover, might be inhabited by more than a single family. Such measures, designed to keep the people distributed on the land, were ill adapted to check the migration of the proletariat in search of work, or to keep stationary the population of the towns. The causes of the popular restlessness were not faced. Later it became necessary to approach more directly the problem of the unemployed. The policy of coercion was invoked. A law for the vigorous punishment of rogues, vagabonds, and sturdy beggars, categories which were easily held to include the unemployed poor, was passed early in 1598, but the evil was not stayed. At length, in the last Parliament of the reign, the economic distress among the lower ranks of the population called for more effective treatment from the people's representatives. The result was a piece of legislation of the highest importance in the social and economic history of the country. The government acknowledged the responsibility of providing sustenance for that part of the nation which was unable to maintain itself. In every parish a body of overseers of the poor was created. These officers were to consist of the church wardens together with from 2 to 4 households, to be nominated by the justices of the peace. The overseers were empowered to levy a rate on land, and with the proceeds to put to employment able-bodied men out of work, together with indigent children. Persons who were incapacitated for work and had no near relatives to support them were to be relieved. Finally, houses of correction were to be built for the reclamation of vagabonds, and pauper children were to be apprenticed to trades. This Elizabethan poor law was a very practical contribution to the solution of a pressing economic problem, and the principles on which it rested have never been abrogated by subsequent legislation. But it was not only among the labouring classes that economic distress bred discontent and insecurity. The commercial classes complained bitterly of the demands made on them by the government. Many quasi-legal devices were resorted to by the Queen in her last years. The Council often raised money for the country's defences without appeal to Parliament, and protests were not unfrequent. In 1596 a royal letter directed the mayor and aldermen of London to fit out 10 new ships. The Lord Mayor replied with a remonstrance to the Privy Council, in which complaint was made of the excessive demands of recent years. The city's wealth was diminished owing to a 3 years' dearth of corn. Many persons, the Lord Mayor continued, before known to be of good wealth, are greatly decayed and utterly disabled for all public service, being hardly able by their uttermost endeavours to maintain the charges of their private families in very mean sort. But such appeals failed to move the Queen's ministers, and the discontent grew. Next year the Lord Mayor pointed out that the money borrowed by the government from many citizens for the equipment of the Cadets expedition had not yet been repaid. The Lord Mayor reported to Sir Robert Cecil that there was great anxiety among the citizens to enter into consideration by what authority the said payments were imposed upon them by the governors and other ministers of state. At the extreme end of the reign the Queen was herself roused to a sense of the imprudence with which in one notable direction she had exerted her fiscal powers. She had long been in the habit of granting to ministers and favourites the sole right to manufacture and sell one or other article of commerce. With the result, the monopolist had it in his power to raise the price of the monopolized articles to the injury of the consumer. The grievance was always real, but by the Queen's reckless distribution of patents of monopoly in the last decade of her life, it had become an intolerable burden on the nation. When Elizabeth's last Parliament assembled in October 1601, strenuous complaint was made in the House of Commons of the undue exercise of the prerogative in the matter of granting monopoly patents. An act was introduced by a private member, Lawrence Hyde, declaring monopolies illegal and extortionate. Great frankness characterized the debate. The grants of monopolies were declared to be derogatory to Her Majesty, odious to the subject, and dangerous to the Commonwealth. The grantees were denounced as bloodsuckers of the Commonwealth. The Queen perceived at once the seriousness of the situation, and showed infinite resource in her method of meeting the crisis. The bill was well received in the House, and had reached its committee stage, when the Queen sent down a message of singular astuteness. She understood, she declared, that the patents which she had granted were grievous to her people. They should be looked to immediately, and none be put into execution, but such as should first have a trial according to the law, for the good of the people. She was resolved to defend her people from all aggression, and would take immediate order for the reformation of the grievance. The tone of the message stemmed for the moment the tide of discontent. The tables were completely turned. Her superiority to parliamentary power was asserted with the full assent of the House of Commons. If genuine grievances needed redress, she claimed the honour of performing the task, and that honour was thankfully accorded her. the parliamentary proceedings were abandoned. 3 days later the Queen by proclamation suspended all patents of monopoly until their legality should have been tested by the law officers of the Crown. The whole House proceeded to Whitehall to thank her for her prompt action. In a long stirring speech she announced that her love for her people was a jewel of richest price. She spoke with informal indignation of the oppressions of which the patentees had been guilty, and declared that they should be well punished. Her subjects' good was her sole aim in life, and she did not wish to live or reign any longer than her life and reign should be for her subjects' advantage. It was Queen Elizabeth's last speech to her people. There was an equivocal ring in her heated condemnation of an oppressive practice for which she was herself largely responsible, but the masterful yet pathetic assertion of her claim to her people's affectionate loyalty illustrated at once the causes and the effects of her personal popularity. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 10, The Last Years of Elizabeth, by Sidney Lee. Part 3. The physical activity and intellectual vivacity which the Queen showed during her large Parliament remained unabated until within a few weeks of her death 2 years later. Her energy seemed to the nation at large to justify the postponement of any final choice of a successor to her throne. It was not a question that she would suffer to be discussed. In 1593, Peter Wentworth, a member of the House of Commons, petitioned the House of Lords to join the lower house in a supplication to the Queen to entail the succession. Elizabeth indignantly ordered the petitioner to the Tower, where he died 3 years later. Yet, in spite of the Queen's attitude to the subject, her ministers, her favourites, and the Catholic intriguers abroad were for many years engrossed in secret by the critical topic which weighed unceasingly upon their minds. The Catholic intriguers long fought to find in a solution of this doubtful and difficult question a final means of upsetting the equilibrium of the state. Their chances of overthrowing Queen Elizabeth's government were nearly extinguished. Their hopes of the future depended on their success in an endeavour to secure at her death a successor amenable to their influence. The topic was one which naturally divided the two Catholic factions. The party of peace desired to leave the problem of the succession alone. Only the party of aggression regarded it as essential to solve it in their own fashion. At first, the choice of Cardinal Allen and his friends had fallen on King James IV of Scotland, the son of Mary Stuart. Philip II and the Duke of Parma had also been vaguely suggested, and a proposal was made to support Arabella Stuart, a more reasonable claimant, on condition that she should be married to the Duke of Parma. But these were mere empty fancies. When James of Scotland declared himself a Protestant, it was necessary to seek elsewhere a candidate in the Catholic interest. On Allen's withdrawal from active superintendence of the political business of the Catholic party, Parsons, who stepped into his place, urged that the Catholic effort should centre in the endeavour to place on the English throne the Infanta of Spain, Philip II's daughter. She was descended from John of Gaunt, whose second wife was a Spanish princess. In 1594 Parsons published under the pseudonym of R. Dolman an English tract entitled A Conference about the Next Succession to the Crown of England, which deeply stirred England, and indeed the whole of Europe. Here, after endeavouring to prove the right of the people to alter the line of succession on the ground of religion and for other just causes, Parsons submitted to elaborate examination the genealogy of the royal house, and reached the conclusion that the Infanta was Queen Elizabeth's rightful heir. By the Queen's government, the manifesto was promptly denounced as treasonable and seditious, and its circulation in the country forbidden. The Pacific Catholics repudiated it as pestilential, and disclaimed any manner of sympathy with a Spanish pretender to the English throne. Parsons thought to take some obscure advantage of the rivalries of court factions by dedicating his insolent plea for the Infanta to the Earl of Essex, but both the responsible and irresponsible advisers of the sovereign were agreed in the resolve to exclude a Catholic from the throne. To the Queen the Infanta's name was of hateful import, and it was only heard at court when one favourite endeavoured to steal an advantage over another by insinuating in the Queen's presence that his rival was toying with the fancy that the Spanish princess was fitted to become monarch of England. Essex had long before his death made up his mind to support James of Scotland, and when his hopes of controlling the reigning sovereign dwindled, he fought to secure future power by placing under some obligation to himself the prince who was likely to succeed Queen Elizabeth. He constantly assured the Scottish king that he was working for his succession. But it was not Essex alone who set his heart on the choice of James. Lord Burleigh's son, Sir Robert Cecil, committed himself to the support of the same candidate, and opened with him a secret correspondence which, more effectual than that devised by Essex, ultimately set the Scottish king on the English throne. Elizabeth's defiant attitude of indifference to the question strikingly illustrated the lack of consistency in her character. The crown of the Tudors had come to be regarded as the sovereign's personal property. It lay at the testamentary disposition of the wearer. Henry VIII, Edward VI, and Queen Mary each nominated with their dying breaths the person who was to succeed to the royal estate. Edward VI's dying directions were, it is true, set aside, but their rejection rested on a well-supported plea of his having submitted to undue influence, and the accession of Queen Mary in the place of Lady Jane Grey left the monarch's prerogative of choice in all essentials unquestioned. The Tudor Parliament had, however much some members chafed in secret under royal dictation, never refused to register the royal will. Thrice it sanctioned, at a word from Henry VIII, the changes in the succession which his matrimonial vagaries necessitated. But no precedent succeeded in moving Elizabeth to confront the topic. The terms which Wentworth had used in his suggestion of a petition to her to entail the succession acknowledged her full ownership of the royal estate, but such an admission failed to mollify her indignation at his raising of the question. Strong as was her ultimate sense of public duty, it failed her here. Her egotism blinded her to the dangers to which her refusal to discuss the subject was likely to expose the state. The thought that her dignities must by the efflux of time pass to another seems only to have suggested to her the insecurity of her own tenure of them, and the coming extinction of her authority. Such a prospect she could not nerve herself to face. Twice during the reign, in 1571 and 1585, the word succession found a place in Acts of Parliament, but both enactments were framed after the Queen's own heart. Instead of indicating possible successors to the throne, they created disabilities in the case of all possible claimants. The work that the Queen left undone, her minister, Sir Robert Cecil, took upon his own shoulders. The situation abounded in irony. A monarch whose jealousy of her prerogative seemed often to reduce her minister's authority to a shadow, left them, by her own default, power to exercise at will one of the proudest of royal privileges. Nor did Cecil, indefinitely arranging that James VI of Scotland should succeed to Elizabeth's crown, defer to that settlement of the crown which her father had devised, the only settlement to which a legal sanction attached, apart from the reigning sovereign's testamentary directions. There had been no repeal of the stipulation made by Henry VIII, both in Act of Parliament and in his will, that after the death without heirs of his 3 children, Edward, Mary, and Elizabeth, the crown should descend to the heirs of his younger sister Mary, who would issue only by her second husband, Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk, to the exclusion of the heirs of his elder sister Margaret, from whom her great-grandchildren, James VI of Scotland and Arabella Stuart, derived their claims. Consequently, the rightful heir, when Elizabeth lay dying, was no scion of the Scottish house, but the eldest representative of the Suffolk line, Princess Mary's great-grandson, Edward Seymour, Lord Beauchamp. But Elizabeth's ministers were not the slaves of legal niceties. The Queen's neutrality left their choice unfettered, and though expectation of personal profit largely moved them, their action proved politic. Lord Beauchamp was a man of insignificant position and character. James VI, however contemptible in many respects, had experience as a ruler, and a contiguous kingdom to add to the endowments of the English crown. Every precaution to conceal the negotiation with Scotland from Elizabeth's knowledge was deemed vital to its success. A word from her could annul the plan, and her temperament might lead her to pronounce the word at any moment. Often did Sir Robert Cecil tremble at the chance of her discovering his design. The risk was great. Elizabeth, like himself, corresponded voluminously with her Scottish cousin, and the latter's replies were often ill-considered. Fortunately, no syllable about the succession escaped either royal pen. On Wednesday, March 23rd, 1603, the Queen was dying at Richmond, and her council then ventured a first and last despairing effort to obtain from her such assent to their negotiations as would place James' title beyond cavil. Representations have been made that the effort was successful, but there is small ground for crediting the Queen, even in her last hours, with any modification of her resolve to leave the subject of her succession severely alone. The French ambassador is responsible for the statement that at an earlier period of her illness she remarked that the King of Scotland would hereafter become King of Great Britain. More trustworthy witnesses merely deposed that on 2 occasions in her latest weeks, when the comments of others in her presence compelled her to break silence, she took refuge in oracular utterances which owe all their significance to the interpretation that their hearers deemed it politic to place on them. Before leaving London for the last time, she is said to have told the Earl of Nottingham that her throne had always been a throne of kings, and none but her next heir of blood and descent should succeed her. Her next heir of blood and descent was, in the eyes of the law, Lord Beauchamp. The vague phrases attest her settled policy of evasion. According to Sir Robert Carey, on the Wednesday afternoon before her death at Richmond, she made for her council to be called, and by putting her hand to her head when the King of Scotland was named to succeed her, They all knew he was the man she desired should reign after her. Throughout her illness her hand had passed restlessly to and from her head. The definite meaning could only attach to the sign in the minds of those who, like the reporter, were already pledged to seat James VI in her place. Her lady-in-waiting, Lord Southwell, gives the more disinterested account of this episode of the Wednesday afternoon. The council were not invited to the royal presence, as Carey avers. They demanded admittance to know whom the dying queen would have for king. She was hardly conscious, and could barely speak, but such preparation as her waning strength permitted for the interview was made by her attendants. The councillors desired her to lift her finger when they named whom she approved. They mentioned the King of France. She did not stir. They spoke of the King of Scotland. She made no sign. They named Lord Beauchamp the rightful heir under Henry VIII's unrepealed settlement. Then only did Elizabeth rouse herself. With something of her old vivacity she gasped, "I will have no rascal's son in my seat, but one worthy to be a king." These are the only unquestioned words which afford any clue to the Queen's wishes respecting her successor. At the best they are negative, and cannot be tortured into a formal acceptance of James. The presence of her council at her bedside made her dimly realize that her reign was over. It is perhaps juster to regard the utterance as a convulsive cry of anguish, wrung from her by the thought that an unworthy successor had it in his power to work injury to her fame. She died without speaking another word. About 3 o'clock in the morning of the day following this interview, March 24, 1603, Queen Elizabeth passed away in the 70th year of her age and 44th year of her reign. Her father's and her own command of the arts of sovereignty implanted in the mass of her people a deeply rooted respect for monarchical authority, which rendered it easy for any accredited successor to assume her throne. At the moment of her death, some of the awe which she herself inspired encircled those of her ministers whom she had honoured with her confidence. The spirit of passive obedience which she had nurtured in the nation lent a validity that none contested to her council's proclamation, on the morning of her demise, of James VI of Scotland as the new monarch of England. Prognostications of intestine strife seemed at once confuted. No tumult followed, no contradiction, no disorders. Every man went about his business as readily, as peaceably, as securely as though there had been no change. The net result of the 44 years of the Queen's reign first appeared to have set the monarchical principles of government on unshakable foundations. But even when James IV set forth from Edinburgh on his journey south to enjoy his great inheritance, an intelligent observer might have detected grounds for doubt of the monarchy's stability. The Tudor system of rule was likened by an ambassador from Venice at the court of Queen Mary Tudor to that of the Grand Turk with bureaucratic council, and it was more to justify the comparison in the closing years of the century than in its central decades. Elizabeth's political creed, even more avowedly than that of her father, brother and sister, was the creed of despotism, and she held it with increasing strength as time went forward. In 1591, when she issued letters patent which set at defiance the ordinary law of the land regulating the recovery of past debts, she wrote of "our prerogative royal, which we will not have argued nor brought in question." The country was frankly governed by her unfettered will. Her councillors, by whose advice and labour she profited, lived in dread of her, and only retained her favour by a sickening tone of flattery and obscureness. She acknowledged no power of restraint in Parliament. On rare occasions she summoned her people's representatives together, not, as she told them, to make new laws or lose good hours in idle speeches, but to supply her treasury when threat of foreign invasion required that it should be exceptionally full. Her appeal to Parliament was a concession rendered out of the abundance of her mercy and grace. By prescriptive right, she controlled revenues that sufficed for the ordinary expenses of government, while additional expenditure could be met with comparative ease by forced or voluntary loans. In result, the people groaned under a taxation which was rendered the heavier by a steady rise in prices and a fall in wages. Justice, meanwhile, was administered with an almost oriental laxity. The Queen was unsparing in her exercise of an arbitrary power of arrest, which constantly involved persons obnoxious to her in restraint, without any pretence of legal warrant. Finally, gross corruption flourished at court and in the government offices. If this sin could not be laid immediately at the Queen's door, her own tendency to avarice caused her to view indulgently her servants' venality. But although Elizabeth's rule was infected by nearly all the vices of absolutism, it had a saving grace. Her ruthless methods worked much oppression and injustice, but her aim was noble. She regarded her princely authority as an instrument given her by God, wherewith to maintain her kingdom in honour and prosperity. She intuitively recognized that her ascendancy rested on her people's confidence in her ability to exert her vast power for their good. She made no concealment of this conviction. She never wearied of proclaiming her anxiety to secure her people's happiness, and a consequent title to her people's affections. For above all earthly treasure, she said repeatedly, I esteem my people's love. The speech sank deep into her people's heart and enlivened their spirit, so that the heavy yoke of her government sat lightly on their necks. It was the potency of her complex personality that alone made possible a sovereignty like hers over a people alive with intellectual and physical energy. The paradoxical union in her of the extremes of masculine strength and feminine weakness fascinated a liberty-loving nation, and evoked an eagle acquiescence in the bondage of an unlimited monarchy. But with her death, the spell broke. Despotism, deprived of the halo of her genius, was seen in its native ugliness. Her successor's graceless attempts at autocracy awoke in the country a sense of loathing for irresponsible sovereignty, and within half a century of Elizabeth's death, despotism, such as she had practiced, was itself dead in England. End of section 37.